Hello, and welcome back to Zenin Fanfics. Today we're starting an exciting new series. What if Deku got solo leveling system? If you enjoy this video, please like and subscribe for more content. The story we're featuring is written by Excalibur717 on Wattpad. You can find all the relevant links in the description, so be sure to check out the author's profile and say hello. Now, let's dive into the story. Izuku narrating, "We all live in a superhuman society, where 80% of the population possesses some kind of superpower. It all started with a boy that radiated light, and then reports of people with superpowers kept popping up from all around the world. These superpowers came to be known as quirks. Nowadays, it is rarer for a person to now have a quirk than for a person to have one, making superpowers the norm. But that wasn't all. With the powers also came these wormhole-like gates called dungeon, that linked our world together with some other world. Whether it be some mystical forest, some deep underground caves, even the bottom of some vast ocean, each of these dungeons could be connected any of them. Kind of like these, once a gate appeared, people are able to freely enter and exit it. But after 7 days, the things inside the dungeon were free to leave the gate and come into the outside world. And what came outside wasn't anything good. There were all sorts of monsters like orcs, ogres, ants, goblins, and all the other creatures and monsters from various fantasy tales. This led to the first few years after the appearance of quirks and gates into total chaos. The only way one could close off a gate is by finding and defeating the boss of the dungeon hidden inside. These bosses in the gate would often be an alpha or stronger variant of the other monsters found in the same dungeon. This made the clearing of these dungeons a tedious and dangerous task for anyone attempting it. The difficulty and the intensity of the dungeon could be detected using a device known as the gate scanner. The gates are then ranked from the weakest, E, then moving onwards with D, C, and finally S. That wasn't all, though. Along with the gates also came villains who wanted to abuse their quirks in order to do whatever they wanted and cause chaos. And those who took the responsibility of taking care of these gates, as well as the villains outside, were known as heroes. They were also ranked from E to S after assessing their total strength and performance. There was this one unwritten law for those who wished to enter these dungeons. Nobody knows what can happen inside of a dungeon. This was because whenever someone went inside a dungeon, they would always return either covered in BLD or injured. And the gate would close quickly, causing investigation of what happened almost impossible. Many people, however, tried to communicate what happens inside a dungeon to the outside with the help of many different electronic devices, but to no avail. Heroes dying inside of gates was almost guaranteed during the early years of quirk manifesting. No one's dead body ever came back because after the death of the boss, the gate would only remain open for about 30 minutes. This, however, has become few and far between due to the various regulations that the Hero Association mandated on any entry or exit of these gates. The government had officially sanctioned an agency to look after and maintain the clearing and blocking of the nearby area around a dungeon to the Association of Heroes so that people do not enter gates unchecked and cause deaths. My father was also one of these heroes. He had a quirk that made him able to breathe fire. He had been working under the agency of the number 2 hero of our country, Endeavor, as a sidekick. The agency specialized in fire-based quirk heroes. One time he had entered a dungeon with his team in order to complete it, but after a long time, the gate started closing, even though my father or none of his team had exited the gate. No one knew what happened to those left inside after the gate closed. After that, a Hero Association representative as well as a representative from Endeavor's Hero Agency came to our home to inform us that we'd receive a monthly reimbursement from both the Hero Association as well as the Endeavor Agency, as per my father's contract. Since then, me and my mom had been living on the monthly reimbursement we received as compensation after we had lost him. But before my father went missing, my mother had not told him that she had just gotten PRGNT with his second child. The hero whom I was the greatest fan of was the S-rank hero, All Might. It was his debut that struck me the most. It was after a gate had opened and monsters started rampaging around and causing destruction everywhere. Even though everyone was scared and troubled, he came through and saved everyone and defeated the monsters and the boss within minutes. I watched his videos every day, and I wanted to have a power just like him and then be a hero just like him. I watched his videos every day, and I wanted to have a power just like him and then be a hero just like him until time skip, third-person perspective. Nope, kid, it ain't gonna happen, said the doctor to Izuku. Is there really no chance, doctor? All his classmates are getting their quirks. Is only Izuku who hasn't gotten any, said Izuku's mom. And he won't get one either. Tell me, ma'am, what are your and your husband's quirks? The doctor asked Dinko. Well, my husband could breathe fire and I'm quirkless. My mother hesitantly replied to the doctor. Well, I ran him through the scanner, and it sensed him to have little to no quirk power. So I hate to say it to you. It seems that your kid takes more after you than your husband. And if he tries to be a hero with this level of strength, forget about the gates. He would die even if he tried to protect the streets, said the doctor. So, it's because of me. I'm so sorry, Izuku. Inko thought silently. Back at home, Izuku's point of view. Until reaching home, I didn't talk at all. I was completely silent. I just went back, sat on my chair, and began watching the video of All Might. Tears silently dripping from my face, but still smiling. He's such a cool hero, Mom. He always saves everyone with a smile. After a while, my mom came in an empty room to look at me. I turned back, tears still running down my face, and asked my mom, Mom, can I also become a H-hero like him? And tears started running down my face. My mom just came and hugged me tightly. She was also crying and said to me, I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm really sorry. If only I wasn't quirkless. Mom, that day, those weren't the words I wanted to hear. Mom, that day, those weren't the words I wanted to hear. I didn't knew you were hurting too. Few years later, currently Izuku is 12 years old. His sister is 10 years old. Izuku's point of view. After me and my sister Izumi's school had finished, I took her together with me and was walking home. She was born 8 months after my father had went missing and was 2 years younger than me. She had been much luckier than me and developed a variation of my father fire-based quirk. She was able to create and control wisps of blue fire around her, and thus her quirk was named Will-O-Wisp. Izuku Oni-chan, what do you think Mom would have made for lunch today? She said. I think she might have made your favorite omurice today, Izumi. Wah! I love omurice so much. Musical note omurice, rice, musical note. She began singing while jumping around. After reaching home, I saw that there were some people in suits around the building. Kid, is this your home? I am here from the Hero Association. I don't know how to say it to you, but something happened to your mother, said one of the guy in the suits to me. Izuku's point of view. After hearing what the person in the suit said, both me and my sister were shocked. Uncle, what has happened to my mom? Is she okay? I asked. Kid, this is a fairly recent illness that she has caught. It is called eternal sleep disease, and, as the name says, the person falls asleep and never wakes up, somewhat similar to coma, but this is a disease that people who are near people with quirks get, said the person. This disease is fairly new, so it doesn't have any cure, but the doctors are working for one, so don't worry. We will have to take her to the hospital, but don't worry about the bills. Since your father was a hero who died in a gate, the Hero Association will take care of it by removing some of the money from the monthly compensation. The guy added, Can we see our mother once before you take her to the hospital? I asked. Sure, just be quick, because we need to take her to the hospital quickly, he said. He then took us both to our mother's room, where our neighbor had found her asleep and not waking up, so she called the hospital. Seeing Mom, tears started running down my face. But then I remembered what my mother said to me, flashback, third-person perspective. Come here, Izuku, Izuku's mom said. Yes, Mom. Izuku said. Look, son, can you promise me one thing? I won't ask you much. Izuku's mom said. Sure, Mom, whatever you say. Izuku said. Son, if something ever happens to me, can you promise me that you will take care of your sister? Please, I can only ask this of you. Izuku's mom said. End of flashback. Izuku's point of view. Oni-chan, what happened to Mommy? Izumi asked unknowingly. Izumi, Our mother is ill, and these people here will help our mother get well. So don't worry about it. I said, wiping my tears. Seeing my tears, she knew I was lying and that it's hard for Mom to get well, and she also started to cry. I console her for the time being and try to think. If I want to protect her, I will have to get stronger and get a job. I think to myself, 2 years later, Izuku is 14 and about to turn 15 in a few months. Izumi is 12 and about to turn 13 in a few weeks. Izuku's point of view. For the past 3 years, I had done many things. I started slightly training my reflexes, strength, and agility in my free time, and I also started working at a cafe nearby, which required some servers. Luckily for me, I was young at that time, so they thought that I will attract sales because of how cute I look. Luckily for me, I was young at that time, so they thought that I will attract sales because of how cute I looked. But that wasn't enough. I still needed to save more money if I planned to cure Mother. And so, I tried to earn a living a few times by using some illegal companies who had bought a contract for a dungeon and just wanted someone for headcount. The first time I did it, it was an E-ranked gate, and everyone was a weak hero. For and rank gate, one would need at least one D-rank hero and a few E-rank heroes, or at least 10 E-rank heroes. It went similarly further on Upto and Strength Gate, which require at least 10 S-ranked heroes to just handle the monsters coming out of the gate. Luckily, only a handful of S-ranked gates have been opened in the world, but each S-ranked gate was equal to a catastrophe-level threat that threatened wiping out of whole nations. The E-ranked gate I entered today was filled with goblins. I was able to isolate one of them from the group and kill it, but it had injured me, and I felt as if I would die. Luckily, the group had healers, so my injury was healed by them. The goblin had dropped a shiny crystal from its belly. Another person told me that it is called a mana crystal and that I can sell them to earn money. After selling one of it, I earn about half of the monthly compensation that we receive. So, I try to earn more and more of those crystals by entering various gates by various companies as headcount. So, I try to earn more and more of those crystals by entering various gates by various companies as headcount. I would get injured on almost every gate I enter. Luckily, most of the teams had a healer in them, so they would easily heal me. But this one time it was different. It was the last day of my middle school. My teacher had passed the future career forms, but threw it away and said, "What's the use? You all probably want to become heroes. Hey, teach, don't lump me together with these weaklings. I'm going to be the strongest S-rank hero there is and will ever be. You all can die here, because I am going to UA to become a hero," said a blonde person sitting ahead of me. He was Bakugo Katsuki, my childhood friend, and a person with a great quirk. He was Bakugo Katsuki, my childhood friend, and a person with a great quirk. "Oh yeah, Midoriya, didn't you also want to get into UA?" the teacher asked. Everyone started laughing. I just looked down and didn't say anything. When the teacher left, I began to pack my bag when Kakin and his gang showed up. "Deku, you BSDRD. Only I am worthy enough to enter UA from this weakling of a school. Today I'll show you what the difference in real and fake heroes is," he said to me before ordering his gang, "Come on, drag him if you have to." He dragged me to a deserted place behind the school on top of a hill, the other members of the gang holding me and making sure I don't run away. We then came across an unsecured dungeon gate. Bakugo said, "I'm going to clear this gate and show you what a real hero is made of." He started yelling. Including me, there were 17 people total. After entering the dungeon, we came across something quite eerie. It didn't have any monster in it. After some time of exploring, we came across another gate. A double dungeon. This is the first time I have seen something like this. A double dungeon. This is the first time I have seen something like this. But I'm still going to clear it, Bakugo said, before pushing the door inside the dungeon. After going inside, we saw that we were inside a large room filled with statues on each corner, and there was one large statue in front of us. We all were scared until someone found some text and spoke. There's something written here. It says that Karthanon Temple's commandments. First, worship the Lord. Second, praise the Lord. Third, prove your faith. While he was saying this, I noticed something. I thought that the large statue just moved its eyeball. Seeing that it was normal gave me some relief, but suddenly I started feeling an ominous feeling. Seeing that it was normal gave me some relief, but suddenly I started feeling an ominous feeling. I didn't know why. Immediately the door was slammed shut. Just as they saw this, one of the people from the group started running towards the gate to try to open it until suddenly, just as they saw this, one of the people from the group started running towards the gate to try to open it until suddenly his head was sliced off clean by the statue. His head was sliced off clean by the statue. The statue then shifted itself back to its original position. Everyone was panicking. I thought, if this statue can move, so what about the large one? Don't tell me. I looked back at the large statue. Izuku's point of view. After I saw the statue, I saw that its eyes were glowing while looking at us. I felt a chill run down my spine. Everyone, get down. I scream on top of my lungs and then fall down into a groveling position. Everyone, get down. I scream on top of my lungs and then fall down into a groveling position. Many of us who heard me also knelt down. Suddenly, I saw a streak of light being emitted from the large stone statue. After a while, the light had stopped emitting from the large statue. Relieved, I look at the other members of the group and see that a few were missing. Only 13 people were there. After a while, the light had stopped emitting from the large statue. Relieved, I look at the other members of the group and see that a few were missing. Only 13 people were there. Suddenly, I heard a scream from one of the girls in the group. She saw a burnt hand lying on the ground, all cut off. I remembered then what the stone tablet said. It said something about some commandments. I remembered then what the stone tablet said. It said something about some commandments, right? They were worship the Lord, praise the Lord, and prove your faith. Worship. Is that why it stopped shooting at us once we all knelt down? I think to myself. Before I could say anything, Bakugu began shouting all angrily at the statue and claimed that he will destroy it. One of his stronger friends also joined with him and jumped at the statue to fight it. I saw the eyes of the statue glow again. Bakugan noticed it too and quickly got out of the way. But unfortunately, his friend was not that fast. He was blasted away by the beam of light, and we all saw only his legs remaining. Some people of the group quickly went to the angry Bakugu, who somehow went completely silent and held him down. The statue stopped again. I think I have an idea. I said, everyone, we have to do as that stone tablet said to do. I think by worship it means that we have to grovel in front of it. I added. Everyone showed a little hesitation, but followed my word later. It was only Bakugu whom 4 people had to hold down, just so he doesn't go off at the statues again. After everyone had been groveling in front of the statue for some time, I looked up to see that his eyes, which were glowing, stopped. Suddenly, his expression changed. It went from no expression to full-on creepy, and then it stopped. For a while it was completely silent. It went from no expression to full-on creepy, and then it stopped. For a while it was completely silent. So much so that even a pin drop could be heard. But it was just the calm before the storm. As we all were standing silently, the large statue suddenly started to move. It was standing up. Hey, quick, what's the second one? Someone asked me. Hey, quick, what's the second one? Someone asked me. It was praise the Lord. I replied, oh, don't worry then. You can leave that to me. You see, my papa is a father in the local church, so I know how to do it. Someone from the crowd said as he began to move forward. He took out a cross from around his neck and started praying after closing his eyes. No, you're doing wrong. That's praising the wrong God, I thought, deeply wishing I come out wrong. While all this was going on, the statue had lifted its leg up and was in front of the man. It thrusted its feet down in full speed. In an instant, his feet came down and that person was squished underneath. Seeing this, everyone began panicking. The ones with weak hearts fell down on the ground. What else could be expected from 13-year-old children? We all started running. One of the person in the crowd tried to take cover with the statues nearby. Immediately, the statue moved and sliced the person in half. If we stay in the center, the large statue will crush us. If we go near the other statues, they will kill us. This is no God. It's the devil. If we stay in the center, the large statue will crush us. If we go near the other statues, they will kill us. This is no God. It's the devil. I thought to myself, but then I saw one with a musical instrument. What? Will they also attack with musical instruments? I thought. Only one way to find out. I guess that only one way to find out, I guess. Everyone, get in front of the statues with musical instruments. I screamed at everyone. Bakugu was the first. When he went in front of the statue with a violin, it started playing it. Similarly, it happened with other 4 statues. I looked at the large statue to see some change. But it was still not stopping. I looked around. Everyone was in front of the statue with a musical instrument. Only I was left. The statue then looked towards me and started running towards me. I looked around while running to find anything useful. Then I saw one statue without any instruments or weapons. I looked around while running to find anything useful. Then I saw one statue without any instruments or weapons. Well, here goes nothing, I said, and began running towards it while dodging the large one. When running, I saw the giant foot above me, and to avoid it, I tried to slide past. Luckily, I was able to dodge the foot, but in all the hustle, I forgot looking at where I was going. Hey nerd, that isn't a musical instrument. I heard a loud yell from Bakugu SHD. It was one with a shield. I thought, as I saw the statue slamming its shield into the ground. I don't know whether it was the will to live or whatever it was, but I kept on crawling toward the statue I don't know whether it was the will to live or whatever it was, but I kept on crawling towards the statue. If there is a God, then please help me. I thought to myself. Then I just heard a voice coming from the statue. It was singing. I tried to take support from the statue and looked at the large statue. It was going back to its seat and sitting down. That I tried to take support from the statue and looked at the large statue. It was going back to its seat and sitting down, still with the same airy expression. Suddenly, I heard a loud scream from someone. Eek! Your leg! A girl screamed. I looked down to see what had happened. Apparently, my right leg was cut off. Maybe I didn't feel that because of all the adrenaline in my body. That girl had some healing powers, so she tried to heal me or do something about the bleeding. This caused her to get a nosebleed and almost faint, but the bleeding had stopped somewhat. Third-person perspective. Of the 17 people that entered the room, only 6 people were remaining. The rest bodies were lying around everywhere, and some had straight up vanished. As soon as the statue sat down, a large circular altar started to form in the center of the room. What is that? Someone from the group asked. What is that? Someone from the group asked. It's an altar. It's for the 3rd commandment. Prove your faith. Izuku said to him. You don't have to say anything more, even though I may not be that intelligent, but I can guess what it means. We have to offer a sacrifice, right? He said to me. Yeah, you are correct. Izuku replied. If anyone here has to die as sacrifice, it has to be Bakugu. After all, he was the one who dragged us all here, he said while aiming his fingers at Bakugu. His quirk was finger guns, and he could shoot bullets from his alright, fine. Do as you wish. I'm going to survive this and then become the strongest hero, Bakugu said, and started moving towards the altar with the other guy behind him. Dash. Third-person perspective. As stepped into the circle near the altar, a bright yellow flame started burning on the edge of the circle like a wisp. Izuku's point of view. Izuku's point of view. What? Does it want more than one? I thought. Oi, nerd, what does this mean? Bakugu said to me. Can someone help me get to the altar? I asked. Then 2 people from the group came and lifted me up. They started walking toward the altar. Once we entered the circle, 3 more flame wisps began glowing on the edge of the circle. So that's how it is, huh? I thought to myself. Judging by the distance between each wisp, it would need 2 more people to complete the circle. I then called the remaining 2 to the circle as well. Suddenly, many blue fire wisps surround the smaller circle by forming a larger circle. There were 36 in total. Like this, suddenly, the large gate gets completely opened. It left us all shocked. Were we able to leave now? I thought for a moment, but quickly changed my mind. No, if the door has opened, it must surely be a trap. A false hope. I thought again. Suddenly, the statues started moving towards the altar. This caused everyone to look at the statues. They immediately stopped, and one of the blue flames around the altar vanished. This caused me to think. I quickly looked at my watch to check the time. It took 1 minute for the flame to extinguish. I heard the statue in front of me move. As soon as I looked at them again, they stopped. Everyone, Do not remove your eyes from the statues. They move when we aren't looking. I yelled loudly to everyone. After hearing me, the people tried their best to not remove their eyes from the statues. A long time later, which felt like an eternity, one of the girls was unable to keep her eyes opened. The statue immediately started moving. I heard a loud scream. It was the same girl. The noise of the statue might have woken her up. She immediately made a run for the gate. No, don't. It is a trap. You'll die. I screamed internally. But nothing happened. She left the gate unharmed. But the gate closed a little, and one of the flames in the inner circle vanished. So that's the trap. As soon as we all leave the circle, the gate will close completely. I said to myself. I didn't notice it, but as soon as they saw that the girl left without harm, others also wanted to just rush out of the hall. Then, the person who was holding me up just threw me on the ground and ran. He also left the door. The door closed again a little. Another wisp vanished. There were only 4 people remaining in the hall now. I was trying to stay up by taking support from the altar. I screamed, "No one else should leave. We need at least 4 people to properly look at every statue." "Hey, nerd, explain what you mean by that," Bakugu yelled at me. "Hey, nerd, explain what you mean by that," Bakugu yelled at me. "The blue flames are a timer, and we have to wait until those all vanish to complete this one." I replied. Then I heard a voice. It was the guy who had forced Bakugu to step onto the altar. He had a quirk to shoot bullets from his fingers, but he needed to hold any metal or hard substance to use his quirk. For which reason, he used to carry his father's sword with him. "Hey, Midoriya, you might be correct. But couldn't the door also just completely shut down when the blue flames run out?" He said, "I appreciate your help and accept that I might be alive only because of you. But I don't want to die. I'm sorry. I don't think I can take this any longer. I'm sorry," he said while looking at me with tears dripping from his eyes. "Sorry. Don't make me laugh. You running from here will cause us our deaths," I said to myself. He then left the hall. He threw his sword on the ground and forgot about it in the moment. The gate closed by a little again. It was all over. We could do nothing now. With only 3 people, there will be a gap in the fertile vision of us all. "Oi, you, healer girl. Go get Deku and get out of here. I'll stay. After all, I'm the injured who brought you here." Bakugu said. "Okay," said the girl, and tried to walk towards me. Suddenly, she collapsed on the floor. "My legs, they won't move," she said. That was the downside of her quirk. She could heal others, but at the expense of her own energy. "Hey, Kakin, can you listen to me? Take the other girl and leave. I will stay." I said to him, "Go leave, otherwise, who will save this girl here?" I added. The girl started arguing that she would rather stay, but was suddenly knocked out by Bakugu with a chop to the neck. "Go, and become the greatest hero." I said to him, "Yeah, I will, thanks Izuku," he said, and they both left. The gate closed by a little again. 2 more flames vanished from the inner circle. "I guess this is where it ends, huh?" I said to myself. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry I wasn't able to protect Izumi. I'm sorry, Mom, that I wasn't able to fulfill my promise. If I want to go down, I'll at least take one of you all down," I said as I picked up the sword left by that boy. Rin Amazuki. I won't forget that name. I was ready to die. I lied there looking up at the giant statues, lifting up the sword at them. It then jabbed its large spear through my chest, lift me up, and drop me on top of the altar. It then jabbed its large spear through my chest, lift me up, and drop me on top of the altar. I lie there bloodied, my whole body throbbing in pain. I don't want to die. I want to protect my sister. I wanted to be a hero too, if only I had just one more chance. This was the only thought rushing through my mind, as I saw the statue, finally crashing down its spear. Suddenly, everything stopped, and I heard a voice. "Congratulations on completing all the requirements necessary for the secret quest Courage of the Weak. You have unlocked the right to become a player. Will you accept? You don't have much time remaining. You will die exactly 2 seconds later if you refuse. Will you accept? Yes, no, a chance to live again. Yes, this chance, I'll take it." I said to myself, "Welcome, player." The last thing I remember is a bright flash of light that emitted from me and covered the whole room. The very next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital. The very next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital. Was it all just a dream? I question myself. No, it wasn't. I say after seeing the message popped up. Asterisk message, asterisk you have an unread mail. Dash. Third-person perspective. As Izuku was looking at the text bubble floating in his field of view, two people wearing black suits entered the room he was in. Looks like you're awake now. Looks like you're awake now, said the blonde guy in the suit. Who are you people? Asked Izuku. I'm sorry if we surprised you. We are from the inspectors from the Hero Organization. The blonde said. Why are the inspectors here to see me? Izuku said. Small time skip. Izuku's point of view. What? I was asleep for 3 days. I said. What about Bakugu and the girl he helped? Are they safe? I added. They are safe, but the girl, she is currently in deep trauma and is planning on leaving the country. Hopefully she can recover. He said. Well, at least they are safe. I said. And as for Rin and the other 2 survivors, he was speaking, but I cut him off. It's okay, that's enough. I said. The scenes of Rin running away flashed through my mind. Although you all were just kids who broke the rules and entered the gate without a license for a massacre this big to occur, even though we checked the gate's rank earlier to be a D rank. When the pros arrived at the room, everyone mentioned all the statues were gone, and only you found lying on top of an altar unconscious. Luckily, the boss of that dungeon wasn't killed, or you wouldn't be here. He said. That can't be. I exclaimed. We also couldn't believe it. If the survivors' testimonies would have differed by even a little, or if the bodies weren't found, then we would have thought so. But we have a theory. We believe that you are a double bloomer. He said. Double bloomer. I said internally. A person normally would get his/her quirk at the age of 3 to 4. This was known as blooming. But there were some people who had either got their already strong quirks even more enhanced, or get completely new powers too. These were known as double bloomer. After saying that, the other guy with black hair passed a mini quirk power detector towards me. This is a quirk power detector. It scans the power of a person's quirk and quantifies it. Please place your hand on top of it so that we can check your quirk power. The guy with black hair said to me. Third-person perspective. As Izuku placed his hand on the center jewel of the detector, the man then started testing the power of Izuku and waited for the result to appear on the receiver in his hand. 10. The receiver showed the number. What face with raised eyebrow? Even the lowest of E ranks has a power of 70. I guess trash will always remain trash. The black-haired guy thought to himself. What's the result? Izuku asked them. I'm sorry. It looks like we suspected you for no reason. The guy said, and they both left. So nothing, huh? But can they not see the screen floating here? Izuku said to himself. Asterisk message, asterisk you have an unread mail. Izuku's point of view. After a while I try to stand up, but I notice something strange. Wait. My severed leg is back to normal. Even my impaled chest is back to normal. I don't know if it was a dream or not anymore. I said to myself. I stand up and try to touch the floating screen. I guess it's not touch screen. Feels like something from a video game. Oni-chan. I heard a loud voice come from the door. I looked there to see my sister, who apparently was crying her eyes out, came rushing towards me and hugged me tightly and started crying again. You meanie. Why do you always get so injured? I always tell to stop getting injured. Do you know how worried I was? After Mom, if even you would leave me, then I don't know what I will do. She started yelling while tears filled her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I said while I was starting to get tears in my eyes. I can't believe I almost left her alone. I said to myself, you better not get hurt again. If you do, then I'll quit school and find a work instead so that you don't have to go inside those gates again. She said to me, wiping her tears away. Yeah, I promise. But can I ask how you got here? Aren't you supposed to be in school? I said to her, well, I got the news about you. I asked the teacher to allow me to come see you. She also allowed one of my friends to accompany me here. She's outside currently. She replied, okay, then you should be heading back. I don't want you to miss school. Don't worry about me now. I'm okay. I said to her, okay, then I'll be leaving. Take care, Oni-chan, and don't forget about your promise. She said as she was about to leave. I won't. See you at home. I replied to her. After she left, I was finally free to try what I wanted to do. I look at the floating screen. Open the mailbox. I said. Message equals welcome, player. Unread equals daily quest. Preparing to become strong. Unread. I clicked on the one saying welcome. Suddenly, I am bombarded with more messages. Ping, ping, ping. The system will support the growth of the player. Failing to obey the system's orders will result in a corresponding penalty. Your rewards have been delivered. Rewards. Let's see what they are. I think as I press on the rewards. Asterisk quest reward, asterisk secret quest. Courage of the week equals Great Spellcaster Canderu's blessing. The Great Spellcaster has granted a special spell to you. It ensures that you will always be strong and healthy during your lifetime. Equals temporary effect, will to rehabilitate. Any dismembered body parts are restored. Equals permanent effect, longevity. All diseases, poisons, and negative status effects will be healed, and sleeping will explosively increase regeneration ability. Whoa there. This is insane. Let's look at the other mail. I scream as I open the other mail. Asterisk quest directions, asterisk daily quest. Preparing to become strong. Goal push-ups, incomplete. 0 out of 100 curl-ups, incomplete. 0 out of 100 squats, incomplete. 0/100. Running, incomplete. 0/10 km. Warning. Failing to complete the quest will result in a punishment associated with the quest. I don't want to do it today. I'll start from tomorrow. What's the worst that could happen? I said to myself, and fell asleep. At midnight, I am suddenly awakened from what I believe to be an earthquake. I look around after getting up, only to find myself in a vast desert. I then hear some rustling behind me. I look back to see a giant centipede behind me. I then hear some rustling behind me. I look back to see a giant centipede behind me. It had a name written on its head with red color. It had a name written on its head with red color. Then a message from the system came. Asterisk quest directions, asterisk, penalty quest. Survive. Goal due to failure in completing the daily quest. You have to survive until timer runs out. Time required, 4 hours. Time remaining, 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. You're kidding me, right? I was too shocked and started running. After barely surviving the desert for 4 hours by running from one centipede after another, I hear the message that after barely surviving the desert for 4 hours by running from one centipede after another, I hear the message. Ping, you have completed the penalty quest. Penalty quest. I really need to take this seriously from now on. I barely managed to say it before passing out, but I heard something more. Ping, your quest rewards have arrived. Would you like to accept? Yes, no, Izuku's point of view. After I had passed out after coming back from the desert from the penalty quest, I woke up next morning on the bed. Man, I sure would have been mess for the person who had to pick me up and put me on the bed. I said while embarrassed. I then looked in front of me to see the screen still floating in front of me. You have completed the penalty quest. Your rewards have arrived. Will you accept? Yes, no. Gulp, yes, I accept. I said after swallowing my saliva. By this time, I had understood one thing for certain: this system was no joke. The reward screen pops up next. Asterisk quest rewards, asterisk, you have the following rewards from the quest. You can accept rewards individually or all together. Equals stat points. +3. Equals random box. +1. I think for a while. Wait just a moment. Stats. As in like a video game character. I scream in my head. Accept all, I yell immediately. Suddenly, a message popped up. Asterisk alert, asterisk equals, you received 3 stat points. Equals, you received 1 random box. Okay, now for the stats. Open stats. I said, third-person perspective. At that very moment, a new window popped up in front of him. Asterisk status, Midoriya. Level, 1 job, none. Fatigue, 0 title, none. HP, 100 MP, 10/10. Strength, 10. Vitality, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10 cents. 10 luck, 10. Remaining points, 3. Also, there was a picture of me standing with many boxes around me and the word gear written on it. I wonder where I should put my points into. As appointing points into stats is the most important thing in video games. The ones I could understand the most are strength, vitality, and agility. Murmur, murmur, asterisk, murmur star. How strong I am, murmur, asterisk, murmur, asterisk, murmur, asterisk. How much damage I can take, murmur, asterisk, murmur, asterisk, murmur, asterisk. How fast I am. Izuku began going on one of his usual geeky ramble. But the ones I'm least certain about are intelligence, luck, and sense. Sense being the more confusing of the two. I know from some games that increasing intelligence in games gives you more MP and allows you to use stronger magic spells. But will increasing it actually make me more smarter? And luck might make me more lucky, but I'm not so sure. Izuku said to himself, and I have no clue what increasing sense will do. Well, we only have one way to find out. Izuku said as he showed a nerdy smile. Well, now that I am awake, I should do the daily quest. I definitely don't want to be in that desert again. Izuku said before removing his top and starting to do push-ups in his hospital room. 1, 2, 3. 20, 30. Oh, they're starting to pain now. Izuku thought while doing the push-up. After then, he did the curl-ups and then the squats in the same room. As for running, he had to ask the doctor to allow him for jogging around the hospital, to which the doctor agreed as he was doing well and said that they would be discharging him to leave after 2 weeks. While completing the 10 kilometers of running, Izuku received a message from the system. Warning: fatigue over 70. Movement speed reduced by 20%. Fatigue level of 100 will cause you to pass out. I'll have to keep that in mind from now on. Izuku said while panting heavily and continued the running, eventually hearing the familiar ping. You have completed the daily quest. Your rewards have arrived. Will you accept? Yes, no, yes. Izuku replied quickly. Asterisk quest rewards, asterisk, you have the following rewards from the quest. You can accept rewards individually or all together. Equals complete status recovery. Equals stat points. +3. Equals random box. +1. What does it mean, status recovery? Let's see. Accept all. Izuku said. He felt a jolt of electricity run through his whole body. It completely took away all the tiredness he was feeling and made him feel completely fresh. Soon, another message popped up from the system. Asterisk alert asterisk equals your HP, MP, and fatigue has been completely healed due to complete status recovery. Equals you received 3 stat points. Equals you received 1 random box. Oh God, this power is totally amazing. I really need to save up some of these status recovery. It can really save me when I'm in danger. Izuku said as he remembered something. All right, there was that random box too. Right. Open inventory. Izuku said. Another window popped up in front of him. It had as many boxes that could be fit in it, and a scroll bar that went down endlessly. I seriously don't need to carry anything from now on. Izuku said with a slight chuckle. The inventory currently had 2 things in it. Rin's steel sword and random box X2. Izuku selected the 2 random boxes and read their description. Random box. A box containing 1 random object varying from rank E to S. Izuku then proceeded to open both the boxes. One of them had a simple scissors while the other had a pen. Both items being of E rank. I guess I can forget about getting something good from them currently. Izuku said while giving a disappointed look. Okay, now let's start my theories on the stats. Izuku said with a geeky smile on his face. First was strength. Izuku first tried to pick up something heavy. He tried lifting the sofa, kept near the bed. He was able to pick it up, but it required him much effort. Then he put it back. Okay, now if I want to notice some change, I need to at least increase it by 3 points. That way I will be 30% more stronger. Izuku said as he put 3 points into strength. After putting 3 points in strength, he then again tried to pick up the same sofa. To his surprise, he was able to lift up the sofa without any stress, but he still needed to use 2 hands. Whoa! This is just the effect of putting 3 points. What if I put all my points into it? Izuku had a tempted look on his face. No, must. Resist. He said as he stopped himself. The next thing he tried out was agility. He went outside and set up a timer in his hand and ran 50 meters. 5. For seconds, it's already so much better than high school. Izuku said. He got 6. 49 seconds during his middle school. He then added 3 points to his agility and once again try to do the same 50-meter run. Whoa. 3. 87 seconds. That's like 46. 5 kilometers per heat speed, or 28. 9 miles per hour. And this was just 3 points. The UA entrance exam is in 10 months. If I go by 3 points daily, it's roughly around 296 days. So multiplying by 3, it turns out at 888 stat points. Izuku was shocked to know the amount of points he could accumulate before the entrance exam of UA. With that many points, just how strong will I be? Izuku began to drool over imagining the strength he could reach. Well then, let's prepare to get stronger, Izuku said as he went back to the hospital. Wait just a moment. Today is 25th of June. That means tomorrow is that day, Izuku said in a slow voice. Third-person perspective. As soon as he remembered what day it was tomorrow, Izuku asked the doctor if he could go home for one day because of some business, to which the doctor said yes as Deku was looking healthier than ever. The next thing he did was sell the remaining mana crystals that he was saving and got some money. Then he bought a large teddy bear and also one more gift. At 11 p.m., he left from the hospital and went home, taking some food with him from some local shops. It was 11:58 p.m. He waited 2 more minutes before ringing the bell to his home. A few minutes later, his sister came and opened the door, still sleepy. "Who is it?" asked Izumi from behind the door. "It's me, Izumi," Izuku said to her sister while hiding the large bear he bought. Izumi then proceeded to open the door. "Oni-chan, it's already midnight. What are you?" Izumi said, but stopped in between after seeing his brother. "Happy birthday, Izumi," Izuku said as he showed her the teddy. "Oni-chan, you remembered," Izumi said with tears in her eyes. "Of course I will remember. After all, you're the only family I have other than Mom," Izuku said, getting teary. "All right, it's been around 3 years, hasn't it?" Izumi said with a disappointed look on her face after that. "We both eat the cake, the food, and then I left after telling her to take care. On the way back, I thought that would run so that I would be able to do some of the daily quest, which arrived at midnight. Time skip. 1 week had passed. During the week, Izuku first tried testing each of the different stats. On increasing his vitality, he saw that his total HP increased, and the rate of fatigue, rising, decreased. On increasing his intelligence, he saw that his total MP increased. MP regeneration also increased. He also found it easier to memorize stuff because he had become more intelligent. On increasing his sense, he noticed that all his 5 senses increased. Also, he could feel the aura that certain people and monsters emitted and could tell how strong they were. He also gained slight precognition, which told him sometimes that when his life was in danger. What increasing the luck did was the hardest to figure out, but he eventually figured out that it increased the chance of getting a critical hit and also increased the probability of rare items dropping from the random boxes. He also saw one more thing. There was a section of his skills in the status window. Asterisk skills asterisk passive. LVL max muscularity LVL1. Active dash LVL1. Izuku remembered that he got the skills dash and muscularity when he was sent to the penalty quest area, where he learned them after running away from the giant centipede and surviving their attacks. After a week of quests, his stats were like this. Asterisk status asterisk name Izuku Midoriya. Level 1 job, none. Fatigue, 0. Title, none. HP, 130 MP, 25. Strength, 20 vitality, 13 agility, 15 intelligence, 13 sense, 13 luck, 13. Remaining points, 0. This wasn't all. Izuku had saved up about 10 of the complete recoveries which he can use whenever he wants to. Izuku was most interested in increasing the strength stat as it was the one which showed the most difference, and because of the fascination of a certain hero. And we all know who this certain hero is. Izuku currently asked the doctor if he could leave and go out for a while so that he could complete some business he had to do. The doctor agreed as he knew Izuku was the only money earner in his family. Before leaving, he finished that day's daily quest and accepted the rewards as well. He then immediately put 2 points in his strength and 1 point into agility. He then left for his business. In truth, Izuku had left the hospital so that he could test out one of the items he had obtained from one of the random boxes. It was a small green key. Upon checking the description, he came to know that it was for something called an instant dungeon. Item: Dagoba Dungeon Key Item Class. E-Type: Key, a key that allows you to create an instant dungeon. Use it on the entrance of Dagoba subway station. On the way to the subway, Izuku was passing through a tunnel under a bridge. As he was passing through the underpass, he suddenly felt as if something bad was about to happen, but he wasn't sure of it. As he was passing through the underpass, he suddenly felt as if something bad was about to happen, but he wasn't sure of it. Then he heard a familiar sound. Ping! Asterisk warning asterisk a malicious intent towards the player has been detected. As soon as Izuku saw this, he turned around to find a big mess of goopy-like substance coming out of the sewer. Ooh, so you notice me. Ooh, so you notice me. I'll surely enjoy taking that body of yours, the sludge person said while laughing. The sludge villain then tried to pounce on Izuku, but due to his increased strength and agility, he was able to dodge him pretty easily. Is it me who have gotten fast, or is he just slow? Izuku thought, make this easy for both of us, kid, and I promise not to hurt you, the sludge villain said with a devious grin on his sludge face. Huh, you wish. You won't be able to catch me even if I was tied up, Izuku said, mocking him. For some reason, Izuku wasn't scared. He had already faced stuff that was way more scary than the sludge villain. In front of the statues in the double dungeon, he looked like a joke. Suddenly, he heard the voice of a familiar person. How could he not recognize this voice? It was basically engraved into his mind. Fear not, kid, because I am here, said the hero who was in his casual clothes. Oh no, gotta go fast, thought the sludge villain. But before he could react, he was blown away by sheer force of the shockwaves from the hero's punches. Texas smash, yelled the hero as he threw a punch on the sludge villain. The sheer force was enough to send shockwaves through the air. When Izuku felt the incoming shockwave, he braced for the force by crossing his arms in front of his head. After looking at the hero's face, he was in shock. AOA All Might, he shouted subconsciously. After All Might had collected the sludge villain in a plastic bottle, he got back to Izuku. After All Might had collected the sludge villain in a plastic bottle, he got back to Izuku. Apologies for getting you caught up in the villain hunt. Mistakes like these aren't my style. But look at you, kid. You're tough to not be blown away by my punches. You must surely have a strong quirk. So, mind if I ask you what your quirk is? All Might asked with a puzzled look. Oh, about that, Izuku said with a hesitant look on his face. He didn't want to lie to All Might. If I'm correct, then there was a job section in the status window. Even though it's empty currently, I think that like games, there will be some job change quest when I become the appropriate level. Izuku thought in his mind. Well, it's kind of secret, but you are correct, it is pretty strong. Izuku said. Oh, a secret. I'm getting more interested in it. Say, what if we make a deal? I'll tell you what my quirk is, and you tell about mine. All Might said while showing his mighty smile. Sorry for the pun. Faced with tears of joy, All Might's quirk. It's the topic of international debates, and no one truly knows what his quirk really is. Izuku swallowed his saliva. Is it okay if I tell you about it? A Feiki. Where's All Might? Screamed Izuku as All Might shrunk and became as skinny as a skeleton. Don't worry, kid, it's me. Don't worry, kid, it's me. Well, now that you have seen this form of mine, I'll tell you what happened. But first, let's drop this guy off to the police and get somewhere secluded. All Might said as he showed the unconscious sludge villain inside of the plastic bottle. Third-person perspective. After All Might had turned into a skeleton, they both went to the police and dropped the unconscious sludge villain in the plastic bottle. Then they went to the roof of a building nearby to talk privately. So well as you saw, I am not able to maintain my muscle form for long. Well, it was because of this, All Might said as he lifted his shirt to show him a severe injury on his left abdominal area. This was done to me 5 years ago by one of my enemies. Ever since then, I haven't been able to use my muscle form for more than a few hours every day. This was done to me 5 years ago by one of my enemies. Ever since then, I haven't been able to use my muscle form for more than a few hours every day, said All Might. Do you mean the fight with the toxic chainsaw? Izuku asked him. No, this one was never made public. Well, now that you know about me, don't go online mentioning this. The symbol of peace needs to be never showing any signs of weakness. All Might said to Izuku, well, that's the reason I'm looking for a successor, someone who could fill my shoes and stand tall in the face of evil in my place, so that then I could finally retire. All Might added, "Hey, successor, for you?" Izuku questioned. Yes, kid, I saw that you probably have a strong quirk to be able to withstand the force of one of my punches that blew away that villain. All Might said as he was interested in the boy's quirk. Well, are you trying to enter the UA hero course? All Might asked. Well, about that, All Might. Do you think that someone like me can be a great hero someday? He asked while closing his eyes. Of course you can. You probably have a strong quirk. All Might gets cut off by Izuku, who said something that made the person confused. And what if I was quirkless? Do you think I still would be able to become a hero if I didn't have a quirk? Asked Izuku, closing his eyes, expecting to hear no. Well, yes, of course. Anyone can become a hero, and everyone is a hero for someone. All Might said. Hearing this made Izuku completely emotional. He fell on his knees and started crying. TT, thank you, AO All Might. You don't know how much I've been wanting to hear that from someone. Izuku was still crying. All Might went up to him and hugged him and said, Young boy, I can see it in your eyes that you are determined. So I want to tell you something. All Might said while hugging Izuku. What is it, All Might? Izuku asked, wiping his tears. It's about my quirk. All Might replied. But what about the deal? Izuku asked. It's fine. You can tell me whenever you feel like. There's no pressure. All Might said back to him. You see, my quirk is called One for All. It's a special type of quirk. I can pass on my quirk to anyone I wish. And it one person gets the quirk, strengthens it, and passes it on to the next person. And I have deemed you worthy of inheriting my quirk. All Might what? Wait a minute. It's too much to take in, Izuku said. Oh my god. He is asking to give me his quirk. This is insane. Okay, calm down. Think, Izuku. Do I want it? Well, duh, no one will refuse it, but do I really need it? After all, I have the system. So I will probably become the strongest, even if I don't have it. And I don't want All Might to retire. Izuku said to himself, Well, All Might, as much as I would love to have your quirk, I think that you should be the one who stays as the symbol of peace, as I will be able to become a pretty strong hero because of my quirk. Izuku said to All Might, while crying tears of BLD in his mind. That's a good point. I'll keep that in mind. But still, if I am ever to be retired, then I want you to take my place. All Might said, getting amazed that the boy refused his quirk. Oh, I forgot to ask, but what's your name, young boy? It's Izuku Midoriya, sir. Izuku replied quickly. Well, then, young Midoriya, let's see each other in UA. I know you will pass the entrance exam. See ya. All Might said as he took the staircase downwards. It was after All Might left that he heard the familiar tune. Ping, you have earned the title. Chosen successor of the symbol of peace. Izuku immediately opened the status screen and looked into the title screen. It was there that he found a new title. It was chosen successor of the symbol of peace. The symbol of peace. All Might has chosen you to be his successor. Effect, plus 100% to all stats when fighting against the symbol of chaos. Who is the symbol of chaos? I've never heard of anyone like that. Izuku said as went back after switching his title to the one he unlocked. Even though it didn't do anything currently, it was still better than none. Well, let's move on to the Dagobah subway station. Izuku said as he began moving towards the station. It was still afternoon when he reached the Dagobah subway station entrance. He took out the dungeon key from his inventory. Well, let's see what's going to happen. Izuku said as he entered the subway entrance. As soon as he entered the subway entrance, he noticed that there was a dark fog starting to form as he saw downstairs. He then receives a message. You have entered an instant dungeon. You won't be able to leave until you have successfully defeated the boss or use a heartstone. As he was busy looking at the message, he noticed an invisible wall form at the entrance of the dungeon, and the people inside the station vanished. It was as if he was in another dimension. He immediately ran back and tried to go past the wall, but to no avail. He wasn't able to make it past the gate. He then looked back at the stairs leading downwards. Am I really supposed to complete this all alone? Izuku questioned himself. Am I really supposed to complete this all alone? Izuku questioned himself. Slowly but surely, he started to go down. A while later, he reached the first underground floor. It had changed completely and looked as if it had become deserted. But Izuku sensed something. It was a strong stench of meat and BLD. This strong stench of BLD and meat. There are beast-type monsters nearby. Izuku cautioned himself. As he was looking around, he suddenly heard a loud howl, and he saw that a giant wolf had pounced on him. It was about the size of Izuku himself. Luckily, due to his instincts, agility, and strength, he was able to dodge it easily. Afterwards, he saw that there was a name written on top of its head. It said, Steel Fanged Wolf, Steel Fanged Wolf, dash. Bonus, asterisk skill, muscularity asterisk when HP is below 30%, there is a 50% reduction to all physical damage taken. Asterisk skill, dash asterisk 30% boost to movement speed. It requires 5 MP to activate, and then takes 1 MP every minute of activation. Izuku's point of view. As the large wolf pounced onto me, I noticed that even though it was fast, I was still able to react to it just in time. Even 1 or 2 goblins were enough to seriously injure me, so will I be able to defeat this wolf? While I was thinking, the wolf once again made a leap to catch me. But surprisingly, I jumped back and dodged it. What am I even thinking? I've already been against something much more powerful than this guy. I said to myself, as the flashback of the double dungeon played in my head. Third-person perspective. I am not going to allow anyone to kill me now. After all, I've already died once. Izuku said as he took a fighting stance. The wolf then began running towards Izuku. Seeing this, Izuku sidestepped the wolf and countered with an uppercut straight to the jaw of the wolf. This made the wolf fall back onto the ground. But it had quickly risen back up as if nothing had even happened. Izuku then charged towards the wolf and unleashed a flurry of punches on its head. This isn't working, as I thought. Beast monsters are less affected by hand-to-hand fighters. I need a weapon, Izuku said to himself. Suddenly, Izuku remembered seeing something in his inventory that he could use. He immediately opened the inventory and took out something from it. It was Rin's steel sword. When he was about to die in that dungeon, he had that sword in his hand. So the system had apparently stored it in the inventory for him. He then swung the sword vertically with all his power to attack the wolf. The blade passed right through the wolf's body, and its body was sliced clean in 2 halves. Suddenly a message popped up. You have defeated Steel Fanged Wolf. Level up. Since the sword he swung had hit the ground, it caused the sword to make a loud noise, which attracted the attention of the other mobs in the dungeon. 2 more wolves stepped out of the shadows. Well, come on, since I have a weapon, I am not afraid, Izuku said as he tried to lift the sword, but the impact of the sword with the ground was so much that it had stuck on the ground. The 2 wolves started running towards Izuku and started to bite and scratch him. Izuku put all his strength in his arms and was able to remove the sword from the ground. He then proceeded to fighting the 2 wolves. He was able to slice one of the wolves horizontally in half. Seeing this, the other wolf started to wince and ran away back to the shadows. Compared to those monsters, you are too weak, Izuku said as he recalled the double dungeon. Status, Izuku said. The status screen then came up. Asterisk status asterisk name, Izuku Midoriya. Level 2 job none. Fatigue, 0 title. Chosen successor of the symbol of peace. HP, 210/240 MP, 40/40. Strength, 21 vitality, 14 agility, 16 intelligence, 14 sense, 14 luck, 14. Remaining points, 0. Okay, so when I level up, I get 1 stat point to every stat, plus 100 max HP and plus 10 max MP, Izuku said after doing the calculation in his head. It seems that even someone like me can get stronger, Izuku said as he got excited. I think that leveling up is a better way to grow stronger, as I get 6 points instead of 3, even though I cannot distribute it freely, Izuku said as he picked up the sword. He then checked the monsters for mana crystals and took them. But there's also some more things. Item, Wolf Steel Fang. Item class, None type. Junk a large and sharp steel fang of the steel-fanged wolf. Can be kept or sold in the store. The item's description had something that piqued Izuku's interest. There was a store in the system. He immediately opened the store after speaking it. Store *, what do you want to do? Buy, sell. Just to see, Izuku chose the buy option. A message then popped up. Your level is too low. Buy option becomes available after LVL 20. I guess something like this. Izuku said as he sold the wolf's fang in the store. You got 20 gold. Gold, huh? Well, I guess it is exclusively for the system. Izuku said, well, let's get going. If I want to get stronger, as a chance like this won't come every day. Izuku said as he got up. He then saw there were many wolves coming out of the shadows in front of him. Well, I won't die easily, so you all shouldn't die easily as well, or I'll feel sorry. Well, I won't die easily, so you all shouldn't die easily as well, or I'll feel sorry. Izuku said as he began going to the wolves and started killing them one after another. I have to be fierce, strong, endure as much as I can. I realize now, if I quit here, I'll be slaughtered. If I die, I can't protect those who I want to protect. Izuku, though, to himself, as he began killing the wolves, one after another. Level up, X5. After he had killed all the wolves on that floor, he proceeded downwards, only to be greeted with another large pack of wolves. This time, the names on their head were white instead of red. This time, the names on their head were white instead of red. So red means very strong, orange means strong, and white means it's easy. Izuku, though, inadvertently. Well, if even someone like me can become strong, I am even willing to follow all these bullshit rules. Izuku said as he charged towards the wolves with his sword in hand. Scene cut. You have earned the title, Wolf Slayer. He quickly switched his title to this one as he noticed that this title was better suited for most growth in this dungeon. Wolf Slayer, you have dedicated yourself to killing each and every beast monster you come across. Effect, 40% increase to all stats and a 30% increase to experience earned when fighting beast-type monsters. There was one particular thing about this instant dungeon that piqued Izuku's interest. Unlike normal dungeons, the monsters respawn here. That meant while he was busy killing the ones on the second floor, the ones on the other floor respawned, and if he went to another floor, the ones on the second floor will respawn. Izuku used this to his benefit as he hopped between the first and second floor until his level didn't rise any further. He used this same strategy as he went down the floors one after another. Along the way, he got so used to the movements of the monsters that he could predict how they were going to attack him. A monkey from the ceiling and 2 panthers from each side. Izuku thought as he jumped up to pierce the monkey's chest. While still in midair, he cut the 2 panthers' necks. You have defeated Razor Claw Monkey. You have defeated Black Shadow Panther. X6. By the time he reached the end of the second floor, he realized that he wasn't leveling up anymore. He had already reached level 15. His stats have improved pretty much too. Asterisk status, asterisk name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 15 job, none. Fatigue, 30 title. Wolf Slayer HP, 1250/1680 MP, 240/240. Strength, 35 vitality, 28 agility, 30 intelligence, 28 sense, 28 luck, 28. Remaining points, 0. With his strength and agility above 30 and his other stats approaching 30, he could clearly tell the difference. He was able to easily dodge the monsters without any problem. It was as if he was seeing things in slow motion during the fights. He noticed as the agility grew that as he was standing above the staircase to the 3rd floor, he didn't want to go down because he was clearly able to feel that the one at the floor below was clearly pretty strong and probably the boss of the dungeon. Izuku took out the heartstone that was dropped by some of the monsters in the dungeon. He had a total of 6 heartstones in his inventory. What should I do? Should I go advance? Or should I retreat? He questioned himself. What will happen to this dungeon if I leave? After all, the key disappeared as soon as I entered the dungeon. Dash. Bonus. Item. Rin Steel Sword Item Class. D-Type. Sword, the sword left by Rin in the double dungeon. Plus 10 attack. Item. Heartstone. Gives the player the ability to leave instant dungeons and similar dimensions immediately. Third-person perspective. Izuku was standing in front of the stairs that led down to the third underground floor of the dungeon. Because of his sense stat almost reaching 30, he was able to feel that whoever was down at the third floor was pretty strong. No, I'm not going to go back. I don't know when a chance like this is going to come again. And this sword, it's gotten dull because of all the BLD. I don't know how much longer it will last much more. Izuku said as he put the Heartstone back in his inventory. He then proceeded to go down the stairs cautiously while looking for the powerful monster. But the total change that the place had been through was too much. Is this even the same place? Izuku asked, confused as to how the thing, which appeared to be the Dagobah subway terminal, had turned into a swamp. There was water flowing in and out from the train tracks. Izuku then noticed a dark, shadowy substance lurking inside the waters. But before he could react, the tail of a giant blue serpent came rushing towards him, and he got catapulted to the walls, making a large dent in it. The giant serpent then emerged out of the water. Izuku saw the name of the serpent. It was written in orange. The serpent's strike had caused the sword to break into two, even though it was dulled for a sword to break just like that. Izuku started thinking for a way to damage the serpent. Even though I leveled up, your name is still orange. So you're the boss of this dungeon. Izuku said as he stood up, jerking his arms. Let's go then. He added. He then jumped and tried to use the broken sword to attack the serpent's body, but it was futile. The sword didn't do anything. The blue scales of the serpent were almost as hard as if it were an armor made of steel. Well, I guess I'll just have to do it the hard way. Izuku said as he rushed towards the serpent with the blade in his hands. He ran all around the swampy area while looking for weak spots on the serpent's body. He was still trying to injure the serpent, but the serpent was faster than him. If only I had more speed, was going through his head. Suddenly, he remembered something. He had a skill for speed. Dash. Izuku said as his speed was increased. He jumped and landed on top of the scales and started running upwards towards the head. When he was near the head, he jumped to land on top of his head. Then, he immediately jabbed the broken sword into the eye of the serpent. A message popped up. Critical hit. He immediately followed the attack with wrapping his arms around the serpent's neck. If I'm not able to pierce your body, I'll just crush your scales. Izuku said as he used all the strength he could muster and put it in his arms. The sound of bones crunching filled the room as the serpent coiled around and unleashed its tail around the room in the pain. A while later, it stopped the motion, and its body plopped down on the floor. You have defeated the swamp's ruler, Blue Poison Fanged Risaka. Level up. Level up. As Izuku left the grip of his hands from the body of the serpent to look at the drops after taking back the broken sword from its eyes. It were as follows. Item, Risaka's Fong Item Class. C-Type, Dagger Attack, plus 25. A dagger made from the Risaka's Fong. Able to paralyze due to residual venom. Grants bleed effect. Effects, paralyze. Attacked foes have a chance to be paralyzed and unable to move. Bleed. Attacked foes have chance to start bleeding and lose 1% of their health every second. Item, Risaka's Poison Sac Item Class. A type, potion, a pouch that contains the venom from the swamp ruler, Blue Poison Fong Risaka. Drinking it will give you hardened skin, but weakens your strength. Effect, Risaka's Steel Scales. 20% reduction to physical damage taken. Weakened muscles, debuff minus 35 to total strength. Another message popped up from the system. You have defeated the boss of the dungeon, returning the dungeon to normal. The surrounding around Izuku instantly changed back to normal, and the swamp also returned to normal. I've got a great blade from the system, but I don't know about the other item. I know that I have immunity to poison, but will the debuff be okay, or else all of my strength will go away? Izuku said, here goes nothing. He added as he swallowed the poison from the sack. Risaka's venom flows through your veins. It caused the permanent buff, Risaka's steel scales, and the permanent debuff, weakened muscles. A harmful substance has entered the body. Buff, longevity resisted the debuff. 321, the debuff has been removed. Yes, it worked. Izuku punched the air as he was leaving the subway. He was instantly stopped by a soldier who was on duty for clearing the surrounding and keep the citizens away. Hey you, what are you doing here? Don't you know it's blocked here? After looking at Izuku bloodied and with a sword, oh, are you a hero? Were you killing the monsters underground? Let me take you to the others. The soldier said, I can sense it. There's a strong monster who has came out a gate. He thought while looking at a particular direction. When he reached the location, he saw that there was a group of heroes who appeared to be a C rank were trying to defeat the giant stone golem that came out of the dungeon. When he reached the location, he saw that there was a group of heroes who appeared to be a C rank were trying to defeat the giant stone golem that came out of the dungeon. They seemed to be struggling to kill it. Seeing this, Izuku thought of helping him. He took up his sleeve and threw the broken sword towards the head of the monster. You have defeated Thunder Golem King. You have defeated Thunder Golem King. Level up. The broken sword hit the stone golem and caused a loud impact which caused it to topple down. Yeah, we killed it. One of the heroes said. No, it wasn't us. We weren't even able to damage it even a little. There was something that came and hit it. The leader of the party of heroes who were fighting it replied as he found a piece of a broken sword stuck on the golem's body. He looked towards the direction from which the sword came from. Hey, sir, would you happen to know the one who threw the sword? He asked as he showed him the sword. Oh yeah, it was a hero who is standing right here. The soldier said as he pointed towards the place where Izuku was standing, only to find him gone. That guy, whoever he or she was, is definitely a high-ranked hero. The leader of the C-rank heroes said to himself, Dash. Bonus, asterisk status, asterisk name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 18 job, none. Fatigue, 58 title. Wolf Slayer HP, 1056/2010 MP, 270/285. Strength, 38 vitality, 31 agility, 33 intelligence, 31 sense, 31 luck, 31. Remaining points, 0 Risaka's steel scales, 20% reduction to damage taken. Izuku's point of view. After I defeated the serpent boss, it seems like I got much stronger compared to the start. I mean, the golem monster who was the boss of the D-rank gate seemed less strong compared to Risaka. The last thing I wanted was publicity. Imagine if people came and know that I have a leveling system. Sure, I would be praised, but at the same time, there would be people who would want to use me for evil. There were many heroes in this world, and though most of them were doing it for helping others, a huge portion of the heroes did it for the benefits it provided and the support from the hero associations. On just one request of a high-ranked hero, the association blocked any information about him from going online. Every country had their own hero associations. Even though Japan had All Might, the U.S.'s hero association was still ranked the strongest, Japan coming right after it. This was just because of the fact that U.S. had more S-ranked heroes among them, and they had survived one of the strongest gate that ever opened. It was an S-ranked gate. It opened on the center of the Times Square in New York. As soon as it opened completely, a gigantic number of dragons, wyverns, and lizardmen were rushing out of it. In a matter of minutes, the whole of New York was up in flames, but luckily, All Might was doing his training for being a hero there. He single-handedly took down the boss of that gate. The boss of that gate was the Elder Dragon, Kamish. It was classified as a catastrophe-level threat. It was then that All Might earned the nick Symbol of Peace. This happened 8 years ago. Time skip, third-person perspective. 1 week later, the week after the instant dungeon, Izuku had been in and around the hospital just doing his daily quests. His stats were like this. Asterisk status, asterisk name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 18 job, none. Fatigue, 0. Title, chosen successor of the Symbol of Peace. HP, 2030/2030 MP, 285/285. Strength, 50. Vitality, 33. Agility, 40. Intelligence, 31 cents, 31. Luck, 31. Remaining points, 0. Risika's steel scales, 20% reduction to damage taken. Today was the day that he got discharged from the hospital. Due to all the paperwork, he got discharged late and then went home and slept. The next morning, Izuku woke up early the next morning and started doing his usual exercise while shirtless. It was after a while that Izumi came into the room to say bye to his brother as she was going to school, but she was shocked at what she saw. Izuku and I-san, I'm heading out for my SEH dash. She stopped as she saw his brother. He was exercising. Her eyes couldn't believe itself. Her brother had a completely toned body with 8-pack abs, chiseled muscles, and wide shoulders. Her eyes couldn't believe itself. Her brother had a completely toned body with 8-pack abs, chiseled muscles, and wide shoulders. Izumi stood there silently in amazement. Izuku noticed this and stopped his exercise and stood up. His body looked somewhat like this, but a little more buffed. His body looked somewhat like this, but a little more buffed. Ni-san, since when did you start working out? Izumi asked as she thought. I want to touch his abs. No, what am I thinking? He's my brother. I can't help it, she thought in her mind. She then looked at her brother and noticed one more thing strange. Usually, she and her brother were around the same height, but today his brother seemed taller. Her brother, who usually seemed around 5 feet 5 inches, looked like he was around 5 feet 9 inches or 5 feet 10 inches. Around Todoroki and Ida's height. Just as his strength stat had reached 50, Izuku started developing muscles, and his body became more lean, and his height even increased. Woni-san, looks like you hit PBRTY. Talk about a growth spurt, she said while teasing her brother. Izuku noticed that his sister was periodically stealing glances at his abs. He laughed inwardly. Well, there's still about 9 months more left for the UA entrance, and if I ever wish to give you an easy life or heal mom, I have to become a licensed pro to earn a better pay, Izuku said to her. Saying this, Izuku began to start putting on shirt. He saw that his sister gave a disappointed look. So aren't you going to go to school? Want to walk with you there? Izuku asked. No, it's fine. I'm going to a friend's house first, and we both will walk to school together. Izumi replied. Today's July 13th, and I don't know how he grew up, but this completely messes up the size of that thing. What am I going to do? I only have today and tomorrow for that, she thought to herself as she was walking to her friend's house. After his sister left, he continued his exercise until it was complete, added 2 points to vitality and 1 point to luck, stored the random box, and saved the status recovery. The next day again, he did his daily exercise and got the rewards and put them in different stats. When it was midnight, he heard a knock on his door. When he opened it, he only saw 3 people there. One of them was his sister, Izumi, and the other 2 were Bakugo and his mom. Even he was surprised and asked what happened. Happy birthday, San/Izuku. Izumi and Mitsuki Bakugo said as they showed him the cake. Both Katsuki and Mitsuki Bakugo were shocked to see the new version of Izuku, as after his mom fell ill, it was Mitsuki Bakugo who helped him the most, as she was the best friend of Inko since her childhood. Seeing this new version of Izuku caused a blush to form on Mitsuki's face. Seeing this, Izumi smirked at her aunt, hit her knee on her aunt's hand, and whispered to her. See, I told you that you'll freeze after looking at him. I won, so I'll take my money, she said to her so that no one can hear, but due to the high sense stat, Izuku could easily hear every word of it. This caused Izuku to blush, as well as he said, let me change and come out in a minute. As he went back to change. A while later, Izuku came out of the room after changing. They ate the cake, and then both Aunt Mitsuki and Bakugo left. Though, the whole time, Aunt Mitsuki was stealing glances at Izuku when no one was looking. Before leaving, Bakugo pulled Izuku aside to talk to him. Oi, dumbass, it's good to see that you made out alive. But can I ask what happened? Bakugo said. To be honest, even I don't remember. Last thing I remember is you leaving and then me passing out. Next thing I know, I woke up in the hospital. Since then, I have been feeling stronger every day. Izuku replied. not wanting to tell anyone about the system he received. Well, I can see it. You clearly look different. And as for your aura, it's completely different too. Anyways, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for everything I did in the past. Let's see who becomes the #1 hero first. Bakugu said as he left. In this world, there were certain people blessed with powerful quirks that can feel the aura of persons or monsters. The stronger the person was, the better he was at sensing that strength. Bakugu was one of the lucky ones, as he was blessed with a powerful quirk. Yeah, let's meet at the UA entrance exams 10 months later. Izuku replied as Bakugu left to catch up with his mother. Bonus, Izuku at the end of this chapter. Asterisk status, asterisk name. Izuku Midoriya. Level, 18. Job, none. Fatigue, 0. Title, chosen successor of the symbol of peace. HP, 2050/2050 MP, 285/285. Strength, 50 vitality, 35 agility, 40 intelligence, 31 sense, 34 luck, 32. Remaining points, 0 Risaka's steel scales, 20% reduction to damage taken. Third-person perspective. After Izuku had enjoyed his birthday with Izumi, Bakugu, and his Aunt Mitsuki, he went back to his room. He soon heard a knock on his door once again. After opening, he saw that Izumi was standing there. Her hand were hiding something. Nissan, actually, as it was your birthday, I had prepared something for you, but as your body changed just recently, I only had little time to change the size, so it might be a little tight. You always do so much for me, I just wanted to do something for you too. I don't care what the world says, whether you have a quirk or not. You are the #1 hero for me. Please don't laugh at me. Izumi said as she took out something wrapped in gift wraps in front of her and closed her eyes. Hearing this, Izuku began tearing up. This was the first time he saw his sister act so grown up. With all this happiness swelling him, he hugged her sister tightly with tears in his eyes. Izumi, you have grown up so much. I always worry about you so much, but you've grown up so well. Izuku said with tears while hugging her. At first, Izumi was startled, but after hearing her brother, hugged him back and said, "Yeah, Nissan." After some time, Izuku let go of her. Unknown to him, Izumi's face was as red as tomatoes. His muscles, they were touching me. It were so hard yet so soft. Was the only though that ran through her mind. She had completely forgot that the person was his brother. Author's note: no, this is not going in that direction. This is me just having fun teasing you guys. Grinning face with sweat thought the warning was necessary, as this could potentially cause some people to misinterpret the book. Izuku didn't notice her sister and proceeded towards the gift she had given him. "Hey, so tell me, what's in this?" Izuku said. This caused Izumi to snap out her trance. "Well, as you wanted to be a hero, I thought that a hero costume can be a great gift for you. You can totally wear something else if you like, it's okay. But well, this is what I thought would look good on you." Izumi said while she was embarrassed. "Really, I would love to see it." Izuku said as a smile ran across his face, and he opened the gift, revealing the hero costume. The costume was somewhat like the original, removing the giant ear mask he had and replacing it with a hoodie. The color of the costume was also a little darker shade than the original, somewhat like the Gamma costume. Somewhat like this, just a little darker and a hoodie behind instead of the mask, and looked a little younger. Somewhat like this, just a little darker and a hoodie behind instead of the mask, and looked a little younger. "Oh, Izumi, I love this. The color, the design, everything is great. I really love it." Izuku said as he picked up the suit. "I'm glad you liked it." Izumi replied, "I have decided I'm going to use this as my hero costume from now." Izuku said in excitement. Since then, Izuku continued his training every day and also went into some E-rank gates with some private groups, during which he would kill some of the monsters and sometimes also killed the boss monster in a way that the other people wouldn't notice. He would also often use his skill dash from time to time to get used to it, until once he got a message from the system. Skill dash is leveled up due to continuous use of the skill. After seeing the message, he immediately opened the skill menu to look at the skill information. Asterisk skill dash asterisk LVL 2 40% boost to movement speed. It requires 1 MP for every minute of activation. This shocked Izuku even more. Just leveling up the skill once made a 10% increase in mobility and totally removed the initial cost of the skill. He just thought about how it would be when it levels up more. So then he went back to his daily exercise and also going into some dungeons, and even some instant dungeons to which he sometimes got the keys to. Time skip. 5 months later, a total of 5 months had passed since he had gotten the system. He used the system and completed the daily exercise every day to get the stat points. He would also frequently go into some E-rank gates to level up and very rarely go into a D-rank gate for carrying the goods and loots that the heroes get from the dungeons. His stats and leave had gone up quite a bit. His level was almost reaching 35, and his stats had also become very high. His stats were like this. Asterisk status asterisk name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 35 job, none. Fatigue, 0. Title, chosen successor of the symbol of peace. HP, 6200/6200 MP, 1400/1400. Strength, 170 vitality, 150 agility, 120 intelligence, 125 sense, 100 luck, 100. Remaining points, 0 Risaka's steel scales, 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped, power suppression ring. He had got the ring from one of the random boxes he opened. It was an A-ranked item. After pressing on the equip button on item descriptions, the item was removed from his inventory and a bluish hologram formed around his finger, which later disappeared. He had also noticed one thing. After his vitality and intelligence reached 50, the growth from each point increased. And after level 30, each level gained him 200 HP and 30 MP instead of 100 or 10. But this one time something happened that completely changed him. He was once sitting in his apartment, going through the internet on his phone, when he found an advert for hiring a person to go with a private group into a D-rank gate as headcount. It offered quite the amount of money for just carrying the stuff. Even though he had enough money from all the hunting, he accepted it and went to the meeting point. Upon reaching there, he saw that there were 9 other people there. Upon checking them, he was able to sense that 5 of them were C-ranked and 4 were D-ranked. He was later greeted and made to sign a waiver that if anything happened to him inside the gate, he doesn't hold them responsible, just like every other time he went inside the gates. But this one also said that he will only take the money he was supposed to and take nothing from inside the gate. He wasn't bothered and signed it. After signing, the leader of the group went back to the group and they started talking amongst themselves. Suddenly, Izuku was feeling something that was quite familiar, yet still quite different to him. What is it? This airy feeling. Izuku looked at the people in the group. They were covered in a dark aura. Dash. Bonus. Item. Power suppression ring. Item class. A item type. Ring of rings that makes people unable to measure your strength and stops it from appearing on detection radars. Third-person perspective. Even though he was feeling this uneasy and airy aura, he wasn't feeling scared or threatened. This was because of his everyday exercises and stats. He had become very strong, and none of the persons emitted an aura that was strong for him. After his level had reached 20, the store option from the system had become available. He saw that it was filled with all sorts of items from potions to armors to weapons and many more. Luckily, due to all the killing of monsters and selling their loots, he had earned a large amount of gold. Too bad I can't take this gold out, was what Izuku, though, while seeing that his menu said that he had 5,672,996 G with him. With some of that gold, he had bought various potions for health, MP, and some other stuff as well. Also, when he went into the dungeons and trained outside, as well as watching other heroes fight the villains during the 5 months, he had earned a few more skills. They were as following. Asterisk skill, asterisk vital point strike. Focus to find the weak point of the opponent and fiercely strike it to cause 150% more stronger attack, increasing the chance of a critical hit. Requires 20 MP and any dagger equipped. Bonus effect, plus 40% chance to hit a critical hit when using skill. Asterisk skill, asterisk observation. Through continuously observing others, You have got the ability to look at people and get information about them and save it in your information gallery. Higher level will reveal more information. 30 MP required to perform skill. Asterisk skill asterisk advanced dagger mastery. Your constant use of daggers has increased your mastery over its usage, causing you to be more lethal when using daggers. Effect: plus 33% increase to damage dealt when any dagger/short sword is equipped. After getting these new skills and all those potions, he was pretty confident that he could survive many strong attacks. Back to present, third-person perspective. When he felt that airy feeling and the dark aura from the group, he used the observation skill on the leader. It then gave the information about him. Glossary: name, Hwang Dong-suk. Nationality: South Korean. Quirk: war cry. Occupation: licensed hero. Hero class: C rank. Hwang Dong-suk is a South Korean hero who moved to Japan to make a living. Only prefers to enter gates with his party and does not prefer doing hero work outside of the gate. Many a times, few people of his party die, oftentimes questioned by the Hero Association, but due to being in, he does not get into trouble. Quirk info: unavailable due to low skill level. Weakness: unavailable due to low skill level. I'll have to be careful here. Something seems off. Izuku thought as he picked up the bag filled with pickaxes, shovels, and other stuff for mining the mana crystals, and followed the group. They then reached the place where the gate was located and stood there. "Hey, this one is pretty big. Do you think we'll be okay?" said one of the guys from the group. "No, that doesn't matter. It's the energy it emits that matter. The association scans every gate and ranks them. Then they sell the rights to some of the gates to people or companies who want it. Those companies then hire a group of professional or unlicensed heroes and reward them on completing the gate." Izuku said to himself. "Let's go," Hwang said. Upon entering the gate, they noticed that it was pitch black. Upon entering the gate, they noticed that it was pitch black. Hwang quickly told one person from the group with Fireball Quirk to create light with his fireballs. When the surrounding area lit up, they found themselves in a cave, and there were many different holes from all the directions. "What? This is weird. There's no monsters around." Person 1 said. "There is no light as well. It's normal for the dungeons to have luminous stones." Person 2 said. "Wait, are there any dungeons with no monsters in it?" Person 3 said. Izuku quickly said to shut them up as he was able to hear something. "If there's no light, it means that the monster doesn't depend on sight," he thought. While he was thinking and trying to listen, his ears heard something. It was like there was an army with thousands of legs coming towards them. This sound. His suspicion was confirmed when he heard the sound. "It's insect-type monsters," he yelled to warn the others. Everyone started looking around for monsters. "Above us," he shouted as he heard them coming from a hole above them. As they saw above, they saw a large swarm of dog-sized ants coming down, rushing from the hole. "Quick, burn them down," Hwang said to the one with Fireball Quirk. The person then launched a fireball upwards into the hole from which the ants were coming. A few of the ants were burned away while the rest avoided them and climbed down. The ants then started rampaging around. Everyone in the group then started fighting the ants and killing them while Izuku stood behind as he just had the job to just carry their stuff around. Everyone from the group were using their quirks. Hwang roared Loldi, which turned his eyes red, and a shield was formed in front of him. Immediately, all the ants started rushing towards him. So that's what his quirk does, enhancing durability, creating a shield, and attracting every enemy's attention. Pretty useful if used during group attacks. Izuku thought to himself, "This is pretty boring. Everyone seems weak." He added as he could feel that all of them were weak compared to him. After a while, all the ants were cleared up. Then Hwang came to Izuku and started talking. "Thanks, you saved us. But how did you know they were coming from the above?" Hwang asked. "I just felt it. My senses are sharp." Izuku replied. "It's great that everyone was saved because of you, but it would be good if you didn't pay attention to small things like that." Hwang said. "Huh?" Izuku replied before he was cut by the guy with the Fireball Quirk. "Hwang, take a look at this. They seem to have wounds we didn't inflict on them. Their body seems to be bitten by something. Fireball guy said. That means that there is some monster stronger than them here. Perhaps the boss. Or Huang said. This smells like money. He thought as a creepy smile crept across his face. Izuku felt the same airy feeling once again. Izuku felt the same airy feeling once again. I have to be careful now. Izuku readied his mind. It was then that Izuku remembered an advice from one of the people he once worked with inside a gate. Beware of lizards. The old guy had told him. While locating the boss room, they came across many dead ants who were bitten off, and they followed the trail. They then came across a dark passage in the cave. Huang asked the fireball guy to shine the light there. My God, was the only thing that left Huang's mouth upon seeing in front of him. This seems like the boss room. Get ready. Huang said. Izuku point of view. As we moved on carefully inside the passage, we came across a large mine of mana crystals that was there. Oh God, after mining this, we will be pretty rich. I think it will be around 90,000 yen each. Around $850. Some guy said, sorry, but shouldn't it be divided in 10 parts? I asked. Everyone went silent for a moment. Then Huang replied, of course I know, but first, we have to take care of something else. Huang said as he pointed towards what was above the heap of crystals. This surprised some people who didn't notice it other than me and Huang. Hopefully, he looks asleep after eating many of the ants. Huang said, Jean, have you brought the mining gear with you? Huang said to the fireball guy, no, I forgot it in the van. Jean replied back, man, this is troublesome. I'm sorry, but you will have to stay and guard this place. Huang turned and said to me. I was silent. These guys, I have all the gear on my back. I was thinking, don't be like that. I don't think it will attack if you don't enter its territory. This is your first C-rank 8, right? So trust my word, okay? He said as they all left me there alone. So, those are the main members of the team, and they cut off their 10th member to get better profits. They are the lizards. I was thinking. Meanwhile, on the entrance of the room, third-person perspective, Jean Huang said, block the boss room's entrance. He added, no problem. No problem. Jean replied with a grin on his face. Back with Izuku, asterisk boom. Asterisk after they left. Suddenly a large explosion was heard at the entrance of the room. I was correct. They're the lizards. Izuku thought. That thing probably woke up due to the blast. This is going to be a problem. Izuku looked back. He could feel the power of the boss was far stronger than any other monsters. A C-rank dungeon boss, huh? A C-rank dungeon boss, huh? Let's see how strong you are. Izuku said. Outside the gate, third-person perspective, was it really necessary to do that? Couldn't we have just killed him there? One person of the group said, idiot. If we try to kill him there, the boss would have woken up from the commotion. Then we would have had to kill the boss and wouldn't be able to get the crystals. After eating him, when the boss sleeps, we will go and collect the crystals and then kill that thing. Huang said, until then, just enjoy the free time, he said as he took out a cigarette and started smoking it. Back in the boss room, Izuku point of view. I turned back to see that the boss had woken up and was readying itself for attacking me. It opened its mouth wide and shot its poison at me. Luckily, I was fast enough to dodge it. Let's see how strong the boss of C-rank dungeon is, I said as I took out Risaka's Fong. I ran towards the giant spider as it was trying to use its webs and all 8 arms to try and hurt me, but none of them were hitting me because of my high speed. I was going through each of the legs while avoiding it and trying to attack it. While avoiding it, I tried to attack it many times, but was unable to attack it because it was also fast on reactions. While avoiding it, I tried to attack it many times, but was unable to attack it because it was also fast on reactions. DMN. There's no blind spot that I can use. Well, I guess I'll just have to play all my trump cards, I said as a smug appeared on my face. Dash, I said to activate the skill. Third-person perspective. Just as Izuku activated the skill and his mobility increased, the spider's attacks seemed too slow for him. He began flashing through the whole room, while using his sword to attack the large spider's legs and body. He then jumped and cut the body of the spider while rolling on his body. He then started using the skill Vital Point Strike and continuously attacked the spider. More. I have to be more furious. This is taking a toll on me. was the only thought that he had on his mind while attaching it. Some of those caused the effects of paralysis and bleed. Suddenly a message popped up as he felt a jolt of pain run through his whole body. Ping, warning fatigue over 70. Movement speed reduced by 20%. Fatigue level of 100 will cause you to pass out. I have to finish this quickly, he thought as he said. Status recovery. And his all HP, MP, and fatigue has recovered and his speed was returned. Izuku used the skill Vital Point Strike one last time and aimed it on the spider's head. He just vanished and appeared behind the spider. The spider's head then falls on the ground behind him. Ping, you have defeated Mother Arachnid, Giant Spider Ragna. Level up, level up, level up. After looting the spider dead, he had received a vest and 2 arm braces. On equipping, it went on his body and turned invisible. Izuku restored himself and checked his increased stats. Asterisk status, asterisk name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 38 job, none. Fatigue, 09 title. Chosen successor of the symbol of peace. HP, 6560/7000 MP, 1515/1600. Strength, 173 vitality, 153 agility, 123 intelligence, 128 sense, 103 luck, 103. Remaining points, 0 Risaka's steel scales, 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped. Power suppression ring. Risaka's fawn. Silk vest. Silk arm braces. X2. After looting, he went to the entrance of the boss room where the explosion caused the roof to cave in. He just stood there and punched the stones that were blocking his path. A loud impact noise rang through the dungeon and the stones were cleared up. Well, I still have half an hour to go back and all the monsters are also gone, so I'll just take it easy on returning. Izuku said as he started walking towards the gate location. Outside the dungeon, when Izuku was fighting the boss. Hey boys, I think we should head back. By now, he would probably have become the boss's food, and it would be sleeping. Huang said to the people in his group. Sure, boss. And we know what to do if he's alive somehow. Some guys said. After that, they all got up and entered the dungeon. Back to Izuku inside the dungeon. Izuku point of view. It has been around 10 minutes since I began walking back towards the dungeon entrance. It was then that I sensed the familiar auras of those people. Well, look who we have here. One guy said. He probably ran away like a wuss. Jean said, how did you get here? Oh well, I didn't want to kill you, you know. Now we have to also kill the boss, and we won't be able to get the mana crystals. Huang said, so tell me, have you ever killed a human? Huang said to Izuku as a devilish smile formed on his and the other guy's face. Third-person perspective. Suddenly, Izuku was hit with a barrage of messages. Ping, ping, ping. Warning, a malicious intent towards the player has been detected. Warning, the malicious intent has been confirmed as murderous intent. Warning, an emergency quest has been issued due to murderous intent. Asterisk emergency quest. Kill the enemies asterisk. There are people nearby who intend to murder the player. Eliminate them to secure your safety. Failure to complete this quest will result in an appropriate penalty. Enemies killed. 0 enemies remaining. Now what? What is this? The system suddenly. Izuku was interrupted suddenly. While he was surprised by the system, Jean created an explosive fireball and shot at Izuku with full power. Because he was surprised by what the system showed him, he was caught off guard and the fireball hit him and caused a giant explosion which sent him crashing into the walls of the room. Izuku lay there in the rubble caused by this explosion, BLD running down his forehead. Why? Why did I forget that? Inside the dungeon, it's survival of the fittest. Izuku's mind was thinking only this. This was when he heard something more from the system, and something changed. BZZT ping. Asterisk emergency quest. Kill the enemies asterisk. There are people nearby who intend to murder the player. Eliminate them to secure your safety. Failure to complete this quest will cause your heart to stop. Enemies killed. 0 enemies remaining. 9s. My thinking of this place is wrong. I always thought of this world as a safe one. But now, enemy. The system is forcing me to murder. Kill or be killed high. Guess this is what the system wants. A strong Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said in his mind as he stood back up from the rubble, BLD still running down his head. It's great. Finally, it's all clear. The system uses me and I use the system. Izuku said as he stood back up, a dark shadow looming over his face. Huh, this guy's alive. Huh, this guy's alive. Jane, has your skill deteriorated? One of the guy asked. How embarrassing. To not be able to kill this kid in one shot. Another guy chimed in. Jane, you should have done it more seriously. Huang said to Jane. I guess so. Jane meekly replied. I definitely put all my strength into it. Was my aim off? He was questioning himself. You have played around with people's lives for too long. Now prepare for its consequences. Izuku said as he was slowly walking towards the group. Huh, you BSDRD, what did you just say? One guy shouted angrily. You guys, call yourself heroes. What a joke. To me, you're nothing more than some prey, and I'm your hunter. Izuku stood there with the shadow still looming over him. Now let the hunt begin. Now let the hunt begin. Dash. Bonus. Izuku after getting hit by the explosive fireball. Asterisk status asterisk name. Izuku Midoriya. Level. 38 job. None. Fatigue. 09 title. Chosen successor of the symbol of peace. HP. 4780/7000 MP. 1515/1600. Strength. 173 vitality. 153 agility. 123 intelligence. 128 sense. 103 luck. 103. Remaining points. 0 Risaka's steel scales. 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped. Power suppression ring. Risaka's fawn. Silk vest. Silk arm braces. X2. Item. Silk vest item class. See item type. Chest armor. A vest made from the silk extracted from the giant spider, Ragna. Provides defense and increases mobility. Effect. Plus 10% reduction to damage taken. Plus 10% increase to mobility. Minus 20% agility if strength less than 80. Item. Silk arm braces item class. See item type. Hand armor and arm brace, made from the silk extracted from the giant spider, Ragna. Provides offense and increases mobility. Effect. Plus 20 attack power. Plus 5% increase to mobility. Third-person perspective. As Izuku had finished saying what he said, there was complete silence in the room. Only a drop of water fell down from the ceiling, which was heard. Suddenly, someone from the group spoke up. Let me take care of him, boss, he said as he began moving towards Izuku and kept his arm around Izuku's neck. Look, kid, there's nothing personal here. He was interrupted as Izuku took out his blade, Risaka's fawn, and kept it at his neck in the fraction of a second. Before he knew it, or before the others can even react, Izuku had used his blade to slice the person's neck clean off of his body. Before he knew it, or before the others can even react, Izuku had used his blade to slice the person's neck clean off of his body. This caused BLD to splatter from his headless body, and it fell down instantly. The cut head also fell down with it. Seeing this caused everyone in the group to panic and start getting tensed. One down, 8 more left. Izuku said in a cold and silent rage. What? June, that BSDRD. When did he get a blade? Someone said. No, the blade's not important. No matter how unprotected, June was still a D rank. How did he? Huang was shocked upon seeing his teammate dead. I finally did it, huh? Well, I could blame that the system forced me to, but it doesn't change the fact that I killed a human. Well, I can't run away anymore. Because in this world, only the strong can survive. Izuku thought as he looked at his BLD-covered blade. After that, he got ready to kill the remaining of the guys, and he just thought of the time when he was about to die in the double dungeon, and how others abandoned him other than Bakugu and the other girl. This caused him even more anger towards these people, as they were killing many innocents. This caused the shadow looming over him to get even more intense. I guarantee that I'll kill you all, but don't worry, I'll make sure it is a quick one. I guarantee that I'll kill you all, but don't worry, I'll make sure it is a quick one. Izuku said as he began moving once again. Jean, quick, use another of those explosive fireballs. Huang said as he was getting tense, seeing Izuku come towards them. On it. Jean said as he aimed his arm towards Izuku while preparing his fireball and shot it at Izuku. Before the fireball even left his hand, Izuku had vanished. Before the fireball even left his hand, Izuku had vanished. He had dodged it by using his speed. Because he wasn't distracted, the speed of the person was too slow. He immediately appeared in front of Jean and said, "You're annoying. I'll have to deal with you first." He immediately used Vital Point Strike many times and slashed Jean into many small pieces. Before anyone saw what happened, the pieces of Jin's body splattered BLD and fell on the ground. On seeing this, the other people of the group got angry. Huang, who was standing at the back, saw this and was shocked at seeing his strength. "Come on, let's get that BSDRD. We can do something if we attack together." One of the person in the group said as 3 people attacked Izuku together. Izuku continuously dodged their strikes and stabbed them with his blade. It caused bleed on one of the guys and paralysis on the other, and both together on the third one. This caused one of them to bleed out after being paralyzed, and the other to bleed from his eyes, ears, and mouth. As for the third, you can imagine it yourself. All 3 of them died, one after another. Izuku then killed the guys of the group with his blade and using his quick speed. My body is not moving. What is his quirk? Ugh, who is that guy? These were the last words of some of the people before dying. Within a matter of moments, all of the people in the group, except for Huang Dong-suk, were killed by Izuku. Seeing this, Huang was as scared as if he had seen his worst nightmare. "I am just a flash. All my members are dead," Huang said with a look of horror on his face. "You BSDRD. You are hiding your strength. You probably killed the boss too. You'll pay for this. I'll show you that not all C-rank heroes are on the same level of strength," Huang said as he activated his quirk and rushed towards Izuku, his eyes glowing red. This guy, he was able to kill the others with his speed and his blade, but in front of raw power, he won't be able to do anything, he thought. But before he could attack, Izuku was in front of him, and he had his hand in front of Huang's face. "Huang Dong-suk, I'll say that you are strong. But you don't know one thing," Izuku said as he grasped the head of Huang Dong-suk and smashed it into the floor without even breaking a sweat. "I'm always leveling up. I'm always leveling up," Izuku said after smashing Huang into the floor. "What happened? That guy. How did he beat me so easily when my quirk was active?" Huang asked himself as he tried to get up, only to see Izuku standing in front of him. "Wait. Please. Please don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. You can have all the crystals here. Just please let me go," Huang said as he was slowly trying to crawl away from Izuku while he was lied down. 3 times Izuku said, "What?" Huang was confused. "Are you seriously trying to beg from the person whom you tried to kill 3 times? Izuku said with a straight face while showing his cold rage. "Stop it. You think you'll get away from this?" Huang said desperately. "Don't you know, nobody knows what happens in a dungeon." Izuku said to him slowly, Why you BSDRD? Do you know who my little brother is?" Before Huang could finish what he was saying, Izuku had used his blade to slice his head off. Ping. Ping. You have completed the emergency quest. Your quest rewards have arrived. Would you accept? Yes, no, accept. Izuku said. Washington, U.S. A third-person perspective. It is early morning currently in the U.S. An unknown person in about his 20s with a pretty muscular build is currently sleeping in his bed, but he is woken up by the sunlight hitting his face. "You on a great morning. I wonder what time it is in Japan," the person said as he woke up. "Huh, what's this? My eyes are tearing up. I don't know why. Did something happen?" he said as he sat on bed, wiping his tears. Back inside the gate, Japan. Third-person perspective. As soon as Izuku accepted, the rewards popped up. Quest rewards *. You have the following rewards from the quest. You can accept rewards individually or all together. Complete status recovery. Stat points. +10. equals skill. Bloodlust equals skill. Explosive fireball, accept all. Izuku said quickly as possible because he was excited to see the new skills he had gotten. He quickly opened and read both of their descriptions. Asterisk skill, bloodlust asterisk using intense killing intent. Put the selected target in a state of fear for 1 minute. 100 MP required to use. Effect, fear. All stats are reduced by 50%. Asterisk skill, explosive fireball asterisk create and throw a fireball that explodes when it comes in contact with something. 100 MP required to use. Effect, burn. Causes fire damage to those who come in contact with the explosion. Oh god, these are some great skills. These are going to be so much handy. But before going out, I have to change my clothes from these bloody ones. Izuku said as he took out an extra set of clothes from his inventory, got changed, left the bloody clothes there, and got out of the dungeon. Upon coming out of the dungeon, a Hero Association inspector came to ask him about what happened to the others, and how is he the only one alive. To which Izuku said that he was hired him as a porter and that during the boss fight, all the members died while killing the boss, but eventually killed it with themselves. Hearing this, the inspector was about to enter the gate, but it closed before he could even move ahead. Izuku was then sent to his home by the inspector, and he also went his way back. Phew, I got saved. I don't know what they will do if they knew I killed them. Izuku said as he went back. Well, it doesn't matter. For now, I have to focus on getting stronger for the entrance exams. Izuku said as he prepared himself for training. Bonus. Izuku after he put the stat points in the attributes. Asterisk status asterisk name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 38 job, none. Fatigue, 0, 0 title. Chosen successor of the symbol of peace. HP, 7,000/7,000 MP. 1,600/1,600. Strength 183 vitality, 153 agility, 123 intelligence, 128 sense, 103. Luck 103. Remaining points 0 Risaka's steel scales, 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped. Power suppression ring. Silk vest. Silk arm braces. X2. All skills Izuku has after this chapter. Asterisk skills asterisk, passive. LVL max. Muscularity, LVL1. Advanced dagger mastery, LVL1. Active dash, LVL2. Vital point strike, LVL1. Observation, LVL1. Bloodlust, LVL1. Explosive fireball, LVL1. Third-person perspective. After the incident in the C-rank gate, something changed inside of Izuku. He had gotten insensitive about killing anyone. From then on, he had decided that he would never show any mercy to those who were his enemy, even if he had to kill them. And he also wanted to become the greatest hero and set an example so that the fake heroes like Huang stop themselves. From then on, he had decided to do all he can to grow in strength and level up. So, he then went into many E-rank gates and instant dungeons of which he had received keys from random boxes in the 5 months left before the UA entrance exam. This caused growth in his level, but it had gotten slower than earlier. He would also exercise to complete the daily quest every day so that he would get the stat points. Time skip 5 months later. Date is February 26th. Izuku is 15, Izumi 13. It was the morning of the UA entrance exams. Izuku had been preparing for it since the last 10 months. In the last 5 months, he had gotten a few great items from the random boxes. Armor, some weapons, some antidotes, and many other stuff too. Out of all the stuff he had gotten, he was intrigued by one item the most. It was a runestone. Izuku had never heard of something like it, so he checked its description. Item, runestone stealth, item class. Item type, runestone. A runestone that can be used to teach anyone the skill stealth. Can only be used once. After seeing its description, Izuku immediately used it on himself. Why would he even think of using it on someone else? After he used it, the runestone broke into small pieces and Izuku got a message. Ping, you have learnt the skill stealth from the runestone. Asterisk skill. Stealth asterisk hide all your bodily presence and become completely invisible. 100 MP required every minute of activation. It was a great skill, and Izuku was very happy he had got it. He had gotten pretty strong. His level had also increased from 38 to 49. His stats were like this. Asterisk status, asterisk name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 49 job, none. Fatigue, 0 title. Chosen successor of the symbol of peace. HP 11750/11750 MP. 4390/4390. Strength 295. Vitality 238. Agility 200. Intelligence 210 cents 180. Luck 180. Remaining points 0. Risaka's steel scales 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped: Power Suppression Ring, Necklace of Great Mage, Silk Vest, Steel Arm Braces, X2 Wing Boots. X2. Over the time, he had gotten pretty strong. His strength stat was almost about to reach 300, and his agility, vitality, and intelligence were above 200. As for his skills, many of them grew in levels, and he also got some new ones. He had plenty skills currently. He had also cut his hair into a new style and bought new clothes for both himself and Izumi after selling the crystals he had gotten over the time from the gates. He also gave Izumi allowances for herself if she needed anything. Asterisk skills asterisk passive LVL max. Muscularity LVL 1. Advanced dagger mastery LVL 2. Eyes of accuracy LVL 1. Active dash LVL max. Vital point strike LVL 2. Observation LVL 2. Bloodlust LVL 1. Stealth LVL 1. Explosive fireball LVL 1. Many of his skills reached level 2, and the level of dash changed to max after it had reached the 3rd level. He quickly checked the time to see if he wasn't late. He saw that there was only an hour left for him to get to UA. So he quickly wore his clothes and started running full speed with his skill dash and ran all the way to UA. Before he could leave, he was stopped by Izumi. "Nissan, go to your best in the exams. I know you will pass. Don't worry about me. I have Annie Mitsuki with me if I need any help. All the best," she said while hugging his big brother and sending him off. Due to the winged boots, his speed was increased, even though the boots were hidden to everyone else, just like every other items he had equipped. With his high speed, he was able to reach the gate of UA in about 15 minutes. Standing on the gate, he got a little emotional remembering all the stuff that happened before. While he was on the gate, he heard a familiar voice. While he was on the gate, he heard a familiar voice. "Oi, Deku. It was Bakugu. You finally showed up. I was starting to wonder if you were going to show up or not. Well, I just want to tell you, just because you look like you have gotten strong doesn't mean that you are the strongest. I'll say it right now. I'm still going to be the number 1. Let's see if he can keep up," he said as he started walking inside the gate. "You got it, Kakin. Let's see who gets first place." Izuku replied with a smile on his face and entered the gate and headed to the room where the test was being held. First, everyone had to undergo a written exam and at least get the passing grade to move on. Due to Izuku's high intelligence stat, the test was as easy for him as if asking a marathon runner to walk. After the written exams, they were guided to a large auditorium-like room with a stage and many seats. Izuku sat in his seat, which was again close to Bakugu. As he got there and sat in his seat near Bakugu, he saw that the room was full of talented people. Only a few of those people had some noteworthy auras. His thought was interrupted when he saw an eccentric man, probably in his 30s, come atop the pedestal of the stage. "Welcome to UA High Entrance Exams. Everybody say hey," the guy said to greet everyone. But due to his quirk, it sounded like it came from a speaker. It was the speaker hero, present mic. Everyone was silent. "Well, that's all right, my examines. I'm here to present you the guidelines for your practical exam. Are you ready?" "Yeah," present mic said. There was a silence again. "In the practical, you'll be sent to different testing grounds based on your eye. In the practical, you'll be sent to different testing grounds based on your eye, D number. You have to take down the robots, which each account for 1, 2, and 3 points." Mike said to everyone. "Oh, look, Kakin, It seems that we'll be in separate testing grounds, so they're separating the consecutive ID numbers so that friends do not end up in same centers and help each other. I guess our fight will have to wait, Izuku said while paying no attention to what Mike was saying, because he was easily able to hear it and understand it due to his sense stat. Use of your quirk is allowed, and attacking other examines is obviously prohibited, Present Mike was explaining. Sir, may I ask a question? A blue-haired boy wearing glasses shot up from his seat. Sir, on the UA handout, there are clearly 4 varieties of robots shown. If this is a blatant error, it's unbecoming for a school like UA. The blue-haired boy said. And you? The green-haired guy, he added as he pointed towards Izuku. Seeing this, Izuku looked at the boy with glaring eyes. You have been talking this whole time. If you think this is all fun and games, then you should just— His sentence was interrupted by something. Before anyone in the auditorium could even blink, Izuku was standing behind the blue-haired kid and had his arm wrapped around his neck. No, I don't think this is fun and games. I just know I'm going to win because none of you here are strong enough for me. Izuku whispered into the boy's ears. No hard feelings, but you're not going to be a good hero if you're too pent up. Try going a little easy. Oh, and don't judge people's character too early. Be glad that you are not my enemy, or you won't be standing right now. Izuku added as he shoved the blue-haired boy back onto his seat and went back to his seat. A shiver went through the blue-haired boy's spine, and he sat back at his seat and got silent. When Bakugan noticed that Izuku was standing behind the boy, he checked back where Izuku was originally sitting, only to find it empty. When did he? I didn't even notice it. Just how strong has he gotten? Bakugan thought internally. Dash. Bonus. Item. Steel arm braces item class. A item type. Hand armor. Arm braces made from steel that provides you with offensive and defensive boost. Also protects arms from being cut. Effect. Plus 30 attack power, minus 10% mobility if strength less than 80. Item. Wing boots. Item class. A item type. Boots of the messenger god, Hermes. It provides greatly increased mobility and protection of legs. Protects the legs from being cut off. Effect, plus 20% increase to mobility. Plus 5% reduced damage taken. Item, necklace of great mage. Item class, C. Item type, necklace. Necklace previously used by great mage. Provides MP regeneration. Effect, plus 15% regeneration of total MP every minute. Asterisk skill, Eyes of Accuracy. Asterisk improves your accuracy when using any sort of projectile. Effect, plus 30% accuracy to any projectile you use. 5 months earlier, the day after the C-rank dungeon incident. Third-person perspective, Washington, USA. It is currently midnight there in the U.S. We see the unknown man standing in his room near the window while talking to someone on the phone. Fax me the information about the survivor. The number is— His talk on the phone gets interrupted by a woman in business attire coming inside the room. Mr. Huang Dongsu, what happened that you call me this late into the office? The woman asked after entering. Say, Lola, can I ask you something? Asked Huang. Sure, sir. The woman replied quickly. Will it be okay if I were to kill someone in Japan? Huang asked while turning his back towards Lola. After a moment of silence, Lola finally answered. Are you seriously asking this? Well, Japan has not yet included the Indian Treaty for Criminal Heroes, so your trial will probably be held in the States. And considering the fact you're an S-rank hero who's in the top 20 internationally, there probably won't be any trouble with the government. Lola replied to Huang while her hand was shaking in fear. Thank goodness. Huang said as he turned around. His face was filled with only rage and bloodlust. He wanted to kill someone. Some BSDRD, just kill my brother. Some BSDRD, just kill my brother. If I don't at least get to see his face, I won't be satisfied. Huang said as he crushed the phone in his hand. Huang Dong-soo, S-rank hero. Younger brother of Huang Dong-suk. Everyone of Brother's team died, and there was only a single survivor. Brother isn't someone who would give up his life for his teammates. He must have used some trap to kill him. Huang was thinking, I'll have to go to Japan. When will my schedule be empty? Huang asked Lola. Sir, your schedule is completely full. If you leave now, The agency will be in trouble. Lola answered him carefully. Okay, then when is my schedule free? Huang asked her. After 9 months, sir. Lola replied to Huang. Okay, then empty my schedule after that. He said. We'll be okay, sir. Lola asked him. Of course, more than anything, I wish that BSDRD is still alive after 9 months. Huang said as he looked at the paper that came from the fax machine. It had all information of Izuku Midoriya on it. In this world, there are many strong heroes. Endeavor was the number 2 hero, but only for Japan. If the list of the strongest heroes was made internationally, then Endeavor would be the 19th strongest S-rank hero, while All Might would be the first one. Back to present. UA exam hall. When Present Mike saw a person suddenly appear in front of the boy who was speaking, he flinched for a moment and went silent. That kid sure is fast. Probably has some speed quirk. Mike thought. After Izuku had walked back to his seat, Mike remembered what the blue-haired boy had asked. Good observation, candidate 7111. You're not wrong. You see, the 4th one is a trap. It has 0 points. So you just have to avoid it and focus on the other robots. The exam will be of 15 minutes, and the more points you score, the higher your chances of getting selected are. So I'll just say the number 1's catchphrase for you all go beyond. Plus ultra. Present Mike said. We were each then moved towards our testing grounds and allowed to change into some other clothes. Izuku removed his jacket he was wearing and wrapped it around his hips and came out to the training ground. This is what he looked like at that moment after having cut and styled his messy hair before the exams. There were 7 testing grounds from A to G. Izuku and Bakugo both were sent to different testing grounds. Izuku looked around while outside the gates of his testing ground. He found only 5 auras that were slightly stronger than the others. One was a guy who was pretty tall and was wearing a mask and had multiple arms. Other was a blonde boy who was wearing a large belt around his hips. One guy had the face of a bird. One was a girl who had brown bob-cut hair, and the last was the same blue-haired boy. Izuku stood at the gate of the training ground and prepared himself. Suddenly a loud shout was heard. And begin! It was Present Mick's voice. Immediately, a message popped up for Izuku. Ping! Asterisk quest. Test of entrance. Asterisk you're being tested. Achieve first place and show your total dems. Failure to complete the quest will result in appropriate penalty. Points acquired. 0 time limit. 15 minutes. Seeing this, a smile formed on Izuku's face, and he used a skill dash to swiftly enter the ground while everyone was shocked by Present Mike. What are you all waiting for? There are no starting timer during any monster break or villain attacks. What are you all waiting for? There are no starting timer during any monster break or villain attacks. Go on, Mike said from the top of a building while using his quirk. Then one after another, everyone started rushing inside the gate. Inside a dark room filled with screens of participants. There are many people watching the screens as the practical exams go on. There was also All Might standing at the side of the people sitting on the table. So, do you think there will be any strong participants this year, All Might? A small mouse-like silhouette asked All Might. If I am correct, then he should be among the people there. All Might replied to the person. Well, let's just wait and see. A woman's silhouette said. Izuku's testing ground. Before others had even entered the training ground, Izuku had already started finding and destroying various 1, 2, and 3-pointer robots. Minutes passed by after others also came inside and started destroying the robots. Izuku was destroying robots the fastest among all the others. 6 minutes remaining. The voice of Present Mike rang through the ground. Izuku had already received a total of 93 points after defeating 19 1-pointers, 16 2-pointers, and 14 3-pointers. The on-pointers were fast and attacked in big groups, but not that strong. The 2-pointers were average in everything and roamed in small groups. The 3-pointers were slow, strong, and moved alone. Izuku continued to destroy robots one after the other and also saved a few of the candidates when he saw them in need. He then noticed that even though he had counted the points on the quest goal were higher than what he has destroyed. So he came to the conclusion that there was some other factor that affected the score. Meanwhile, in the same dark room as earlier, this year's candidates seem to be pretty good. Such a wide battlefield bring out the best in them. Some gather intel, some use their speed, some make quick decisions, and some are just pure geniuses. The silhouette of a bulky man said. But this year, this one particular candidate strikes out from the others. This candidate, number 4719. His quirk register says he is quirkless. Yet, he is currently the top scorer of this exam. But the thing is, he is one of the survivors from the double dungeon incident. A man with long black hair and a white cloth wrapped around his neck said, as he presented the mouse-like guy, an All Might with a paper which had an old photo of Izuku on it. I think that this kid is one of the double bloomers. Even though tests by the hero organization after he woke up showed that he was the same power, but the one now is completely different from the one in this picture, the person added. We will have to keep an eye on him then. The mouse-like guy said. All Might was standing silently during all this and looking at the screen. I can't even imagine just how much pain did you go through in that dungeon. Young Midoriya was all that was going through his head. Okay, so now let's release the 0-pointer and begin the real test, said the mouse-like person. Dash. Bonus. Asterisk skill. Dash asterisk LVL. Max 50% boost to movement speed. It takes 10 MP every minute of activation. Asterisk skill. Advanced dagger mastery asterisk. LVL 2. Your constant use of daggers has increased your mastery over its usage, causing you to be more lethal when using daggers. Effect. Plus 50% increase to damage dealt when any dagger/short sword is equipped. Asterisk skill asterisk vital point strike. LVL 2 focus to find the weak point of the opponent and fiercely strike it to cause 175% more stronger attack, increasing the chance of a critical hit. Requires 50 MP and any dagger equipped. Bonus effect, plus 45% chance to hit a critical hit when using skill. Third-person perspective. It had been about 12 minutes since the exam had began, and Izuku had been destroying the robots left and right. He had accumulated a total of 124 points, only attack points. It was then that he heard a loud crash from a building. He and everyone else turned around to look at the place of the crash, and found a large robot standing there. It's the 0-pointer. A guy screamed. It's the 0-pointer. A guy screamed, and people started running away from it. When everyone was running away, Izuku was just standing there and looking at the giant robot. He noticed that there was a girl stuck under some rubble caused by the breaking of the buildings. He saw that no one was even trying to help the girl get out of the rubble, and everyone was just focused on running away. He then saw the same blue-haired boy running past him. And you say you want to be a hero. What a joke, he said to the boy without even looking at him. Hearing this, the boy stopped and looked back, but no one was standing there. I'm sure I just saw that guy standing there. Where's he? The boy said. The giant robot was still continuing his movement without stopping. Seeing this, the brown-haired gave up the hope of living. The foot of the giant robot coming down on top of her until it stopped mid-air suddenly. The girl looked towards where the foot of the robot was, only to see that there was a boy with green hair standing beside her and holding the feet of the robot from crushing her with one hand. Izuku then used the free hand to lift the big rock that was over the girl's feet. Are you all right? Can you move? If yes, then get out of here, and don't worry about me as I am okay, Izuku said to the girl. After hearing this, the girl got up and went away after thanking him. She didn't want to cause him more trouble when he was lifting the entire robot himself. As soon as the girl got to a safe distance, Izuku used his strength and pushed the feet with all his strength, launching the robot high in the air. He then kicked the many large boulders from debris around him while aiming for the robot, and then jumped in the air. When in the air, he threw 10 explosive fireballs toward the robot's body, and then activated his dash skill and punched the robot's head with his increased speed. Boom, 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 asterisk, crash, asterisk. While this was going on, the people in the judge's room were dumbfounded. They had never seen a candidate this strong, other than the heroes of S rank. Everyone, even the other participants, were watching with gaping mouths the scene of Izuku fighting against the 0-pointer. As the last high-speed punch made contact with the robot's head, The head was crushed instantly, and Izuku was standing on the ground. The zero-pointer's body was filled with holes from the boulders. Parts of it melted away, and the head was completely missing. Izuku suddenly got a message. Ping, due to continuous use of the skill, Dash has evolved into Quicksilver because of the max proficiency of the skill. Asterisk ring. Asterisk, and it's all over. The voice of Present Mike rang through every training grounds. Izuku quickly checked the points he had accumulated to see if he came first. Points acquired, 219 time remaining, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. These are more than what I thought. While Izuku was thinking this, he received a message from the system. You have completed a quest. Your rewards have arrived. Will you accept? Yes. No. Yes, Izuku said. He had not noticed the other people who were all looking at him, and he looked at the rewards. Asterisk quest rewards asterisk. You have the following rewards from the quest. You can accept rewards individually or all together. Equals large amount of EXP equals new title top of the generation. He then accepted the rewards, and another barrage of messages popped up. Ping, ping, ping. Level up. The player's level has reached the given level for the special quest. Asterisk special quest. Job change asterisk perform the task given and complete it. Will you accept? Yes. No. Wait a minute. Job change, finally. I've been waiting for this. But I can't accept it now. I need to wait a little. Izuku thought as he saw everyone surrounded him. He got annoyed by this and used his new skill, Quicksilver, to get away from there. As soon as he activated the skill, everyone around him got very slower, so much so that he wasn't sure if they were even moving. Later that night, Izuku had left from the home after telling Izumi that he has to go out for some time probably, and he won't be able to return until morning. So Aunt Mitsuki came to stay with Izumi for the night. Izuku then reached a secluded place in the mountains so that no one would see him. He then accepted the quest, and instantly, a purplish gate appeared in front of him. Well, finally I got the chance to change my job. I'll do all I can to get a good one. Well, finally I got the chance to change my job. I'll do all I can to get a good one, Izuku said as he stepped into the gate. Upon entering the gate, the scenery around him had completely changed. It was as if he was in an underground lair of some castle. He was then faced with more messages from the system. You cannot leave this dungeon until you have completed the quest. You will not be able to use functions like shop or recovery items or status recovery in this dungeon. *T. I'm screwed. Wait a minute. I didn't complete the daily quest today, so I have just 5 hours to complete this dungeon, or I'll become that caterpillar's food. Well, I guess I'll have to be quick then, Izuku said as he began going ahead. He began to walk forward and had entered a dark hallway, but he was able to see clearly even in the dark because of his high sense stat. Suddenly, he felt something coming towards him. He heard the sound of metal hitting each other. Clang, clang, clang. As Izuku looked ahead, he saw a person in a silver suit of armor charging towards him with a lance in his hand. Imagine this with a lance in his hand. Imagine this with a lance in his hand. Upon seeing this knight run towards him, he instantly took out Risaka's fong and got ready. The knight came charging towards him with his lance aimed towards Izuku. Izuku quickly sidestepped the charge and used the blade to attack the knight by using his Vital Point strike, but the thick layer of armor around his body didn't show any sign of damage from the dagger's blow. Izuku then started to use the dagger again and again while dodging the attacks from the knight. It's not that he's strong, my attacks are doing less damage. It's not that he's strong, my attacks are doing less damage. I guess I'll just need to use my raw strength, Izuku thought as he rushed past behind the knight and firmly grabbed its head in his arms. He then put all his strength in his arms and began to crush the head of the knight. He was able to do it with a little effort. He then ripped off the head from the body. Ping, you have defeated a knight. When the knight's head was ripped off, there was no BLD. It was completely empty inside, just a suit of armor. Huff huff, unknown dungeon difficulty. No healing items, no escape. This dungeon is too risky, I have to be careful. Izuku thought, I guess this is going to be a hard one. Izuku said while panting. Dash. Bonus. Asterisk skill. Quicksilver. Asterisk LVL max 50% boost to movement speed. Time is slowed down by 50% for the user. It takes 10 MP to every minute. Asterisk title. Top of the generation. Asterisk, you are the strongest hero trainee in this generation. This fills you with pride and joy. Effect, plus 20% experience earned from all enemies defeated. Izuku's point of view. After defeating the first knight, Izuku continued to advance ahead into the corridor, but before he could move ahead, he turned around to see another squad of knights walking towards him from the other side of the dark corridor. Well, if my sword can't cut through you, I'll just use my raw strength, Izuku said as he charged forward after activating his Quicksilver, and the knights got pretty slow, but were still fast for some people. He dodged the attacks the knights were trying and used his fists to punch one of the knights, crushed the helmet of the other, and kicked the head of the third one. Each of the knights then slumped down on the floor. You have defeated a knight. X3 fatigue. 08. Looks like they have dropped something, Izuku said as he approached the knights and checked what they dropped. They had dropped 30,000 G and a chest armor knight's breastplate for what the knights were wearing. It was a better-than silk vest, so he equipped it. Just as he changed his equipment, he sensed some presence near his shoulder, so he immediately took out and stabbed in the air near his shoulder. Suddenly, an assassin-like person began to fade in. You have defeated an assassin. The heck, there are even monsters with stealth here. Izuku was shocked. A ball of fire began to form behind him, which was then launched towards Izuku. Izuku was able to dodge it because of his speed. The ball of fire then hit the wall in front of him and exploded. Wait a moment, this was explosive fireball and stealth earlier. These are all the skills I have. Izuku turned back to see who shot the ball of fire. There was a Hod mage standing there who had shot the spell. But he was not alone. There were more knights and assassins coming out from the door behind the mage. Izuku began fighting the horde one after the another while dodging and using as less skills as possible, because due to this dungeon's restriction, the necklace that regenerated his MP was useless and not doing anything. Due to he had to use at least skills as possible as it took his MP. By the time that he had finished, there were bodies of all the monsters lying around and none moving. Level up X3 asterisk. Status asterisk name Izuku Midoriya. Level 53 job none. Fatigue 56 title. Chosen successor of the symbol of peace. HP 10572/12630 MP. 3740/4670. Strength 299. Vitality 242. Agility 204. Intelligence 214 cents 184. Luck 184. Remaining points 0. Risaka's steel scales 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped. Power suppression ring. Necklace of great mage. Knight's chestplate. Steel arm braces. X2 wing boots. X2. This dungeon is more difficult than I had imagined. The diversity of monsters here is very tiring. I should rest a little, Izuku said as he sat down near the wall to rest for a few minutes. Just as he sat down, an arrow was shot towards him. He was barely able to catch the arrow when it was just inches away from his face. He looked at its direction and saw another group standing there with archers in the front. At least let me rest for a little while, Izuku said with an annoyed look on his face as he charged towards the group. After the group appearing and Izuku defeating them, he was finally able to reach to a door at the end of the dungeon. Fatigue 69. He had gotten a better necklace, so he switched with it. Standing on the door, he could feel that whatever was back there was pretty strong and probably the boss. As soon as he opened the door, his suspicion was confirmed. This feeling in my gut, it's exactly the same as it was in the double dungeon. Izuku opened the door. It was like the throne room of a king. As he stepped inside the room, he began to hear footsteps as a red knight about the size of All Might came out of the shadows. He immediately looked at the name. It was Red Commander Igris and was in dark red color. This made Deku prepare himself, as he knew this would be pretty tough. A knight protecting an empty throne. Huh. The knight charged towards Izuku with his long sword and immediately sliced horizontally at him. Izuku was barely able to dodge it by ducking and saw that the pillars behind him were destroyed completely. Warning: fatigue over 70. Movement speed reduced by 20%. Fatigue level of 100 will cause you to pass out. He quickly took out Risaka's Fong and tried to damage the knight, but it was useless. It didn't even leave a dent on its armor. The knight then lifted his sword and smashed it down, Izuku barely dodging it. Well, since the sword is useless on you, I'll just have to beat you in raw strength, Izuku said as he put the sword back into his inventory. Seeing this, the Red Knight then dropped his sword, took out his belt which had small daggers in it, and took off his cape that he had and threw them all on the ground. Chivalry, huh? Don't take me lightly. Before Izuku could finish, the knight was standing in front of him and launched a punch. Izuku was barely able to guard it with his forearm, but was still sent flying into the wall. HP 8,467/12,630 MP. 3,020/4,670. Around 1,000 HP damage even with all the equipments I have. This one is pretty tough, Izuku thought. After fighting with it for a long amount of time and exchanging blows with each other, the one to deliver the final blow was the Red Knight. It punched the lower left abdomen area of Izuku, and he was sent flying. Ping, HP lower than 30%. Muscularity is activated. He landed on the throne in the room and was pretty hurt and tired. BLD running down his forehead and his arms bruised. The knight then approached and was standing in front of him. It raised his hand, and the long sword he had came rushing towards it. As soon as the sword was in its hand, he slashed it vertically towards Izuku. But suddenly a shock wave sent it flying. Izuku had woken up and had blocked the blade's strike with his hand because of the bonus effect of his arm guards. Well, I'm pissed off now. I guess I'll just go all out. Since you are the boss, I'll just heal myself later, Izuku said as he activated his skill, Bloodlust, and he got a message. The target's all stats are decreased by 50% for 1 minute. The next thing he did was he activated Quicksilver, and then he took out his dagger and charged at it and stabbed the only unprotected part of the knight, which was below his helmet. He then constantly used Vital Point Strike and strike the same part again and again. After a little while, the Red Knight fell to the ground while on his knees, and BLD was gushing out of his helmet. You have defeated BLD Red Commander, Igris. Level up, ×2. Huff, finally. Huff, let's check what you Huff have on you, Izuku said as he took the loot from Igris. There was a helmet of Red Knight, a Heartstone, a Runestone, and 1,500,000 G. Izuku quickly equipped the helmet he got and took the Runestone and looked at its description. Item, Runestone Ruler's Reach, Item Class, S Item Type. Runestone, a Runestone for the skill, Ruler's Reach. Use it to learn the skill. Only able to use this once. Next, Izuku used the Runestone and he learned the skill and saw its description. Asterisk skill, Ruler's Reach *. You can control objects without touching them with a giant invisible hand. Higher level allows for more actions and allows to control heavier objects. No MP required to perform. While looking at the body of the Red Knight, Izuku was wondering about something. Why did the usual message from the system did not come? Don't tell me. Izuku's face turned shocked on seeing the message that came. Ping, the dungeon boss has been defeated. Job change quest will now start. Good luck. The F***K, Izuku said. Dash. Bonus. Item. Helmet of Red Knight. Item class. S Item type. Headgear. The helmet worn by BLD Red Commander, Igris. Protects the head from permanent injuries. Effect. Protects from head damage. Plus 15% damage reduction. Plus 20 strength. Plus 20 stamina. Item. Knight's chest plate. Item class. A item type, chest armor. The chest plate worn by a high knight. Effect, plus 10% damage reduction. Plus 10 strength. Plus 5 agility. Izuku at the end of the chapter. Asterisk status, asterisk name. Izuku Midoriya. Level, 55 job, none. Fatigue, 91 title. Top of the generation, HP. 3672/13,070 MP. 1290/4790. Strength, 301. Vitality, 244. Agility, 206. Intelligence, 216 cents, 186. Luck, 186. Remaining points, 0 Risaka's steel scales, 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped, power suppression ring, helmet of red knight, necklace of great mage, knight's breastplate, steel arm braces, X2 wing boots. X2. Izuku's point of view. When Izuku was standing in front of the fallen body of Igris, the system gave him a message. The boss of the dungeon has been defeated. The job change will now commence. The F***K. Izuku was in shock. You will gather more points the longer you survive. Your class will be determined based on the amount of points you gather. Good luck. Midnight. As soon as the final message appeared, a bunch of portals began to open up all around the room he was in. So I get more points the longer I survive, so I guess I'll just have to try to accumulate as much points as possible by surviving as long as possible. In that case, I'll use stealth. Izuku, though. While Izuku was thinking of a strategy to survive as long as possible, many of the knights started to come out of every portals. Soon, most of the hall was filled by the knights. Izuku saw this and turned on his stealth to hide his presence and turn invisible to gain as much time as possible. I have around 1300 MP left. Stealth takes 100 MP every minute. That means I can gain much time while I rest a little to recover some of these fatigue. Izuku thought as he was moving around the ground while invisible. Suddenly, he got another message from the system. Ping. Mage is using the passive skill. Detection stealth is removed. As soon as that message arrived, Izuku's stealth was removed and he began to fade in. Immediately, every of the knights saw where he was standing and began walking towards him. What it detected through my stealth? Well, I'll just have to go all out while surviving the most then. Izuku thought. He saw 2 of the knights come and try to hit him with their swords, which he quickly dodged and punched the knights to defeat them. One after another, the knights kept on coming towards him without stopping. He was also beating them while trying to dodge as much as possible and using every skill at his arsenal, whether it be bloodlust, quicksilver, or any other skill to survive, even though some of them hit him and caused damage. This was when he noticed something strange. These knights did not feel like the ones from earlier and felt like they were summoned minions. Their bodies were completely vanishing after they were dying, rather than staying on the floor. He tried to look around for the person summoning them, and found 6 mages standing at the far corners of the large hall. Those were the only ones different from the rest of the group. While searching for the mages, Izuku got careless and did not notice that a bigger-than-average knight was standing in front of him. The larger knight quickly punched Izuku, which sent him flying and crashing into the wall. This caused BLD to come gushing out of Izuku's mouth as he slumped down, barely standing. Should I use Heartstone to escape? That means the quest will end. What's the time? He thought as he looked at the timer. 0:06:48. No way, I won't do it. I was quirkless months ago. If I have to become the strongest, I also have to work the hardest. He got himself up, even thought he was barely able to stand. His eyelids had gotten pale, and he looked like he could fall unconscious at any moment. That was when he heard a voice. You always get yourself on the brink of death, don't you? It must be great for someone like you to be able to grow this strong. A chilling and ghastly voice said from behind him. He turned around to look at the person, only to find a person who looked similar to him standing in the shadows behind him. It was as if time had stopped, and there were only the 2 of them in the place. Suddenly, as if time began running again, the knights began to move and approach Izuku, trying to cut him down. Izuku pulled together the last of his strength and continued fighting. You have changed a lot. You have grown taller, built muscles, and even gotten stronger. But this is where it all ends. The person said, while Izuku was still busy fighting. From now on, you'll have to murder more people along the way, and either sacrifice all whom you love or leave them behind, whether friends or family. The alter ego said, while standing in the crowd of the knights. By the time the person had finished speaking, Izuku was on the ground after facing a blow to his ribs done by one of the knights' hammer. I'm not your enemy. I'm just here to make you strong enough to face those people and not die, or cause the extinction of your race. You see, luck is also a stat of yours. You dying here is a waste. You have to grow much stronger still. I'll see you again when you are ready." The person who looked like Izuku said as he fades away. The hammer, lances, and swords of the knights were about to hit Izuku, but with a flash of light, he had vanished and appeared in the familiar desert. HP 439/13070 MP 160/4790 Fatigue 98. He was then greeted with the same message he got when he was there before. Ping, quest directions, penalty quest. Survive, goal due to failure in completing the daily quest. You have to survive until timer runs out. Time required, 4 hours. Time remaining, 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. As soon as Izuku saw this message, he was relieved and happy, yet confused at the same time. So I was saved by the system, huh? Though, as I am outside of that dungeon, will its rules still apply? Only one way to find out. Izuku thought as he sat on the sand to rest a little. Let's try it out. Accept status recovery, he said, and he immediately felt a jolt of energy run through him, making him feel replenished and get his strength back, because one of the status recovery he had saved was used up. He immediately checked his stats, a smile forming on his face because his assumption worked. He had his HP, MP replenished, and his fatigue removed. The next thing he did was look for weapons that allow him to pierce through armors in the store. He came across one dagger that piqued his interest. It was named Night Killer and was around 2,800,000 G in the store. It was the costliest dagger he could have bought from the store at that time because he had around 3 million G with him. He then bought the dagger and looked at its description. It was one of the reasons he had bought it. Item: Night Killer item class. B item type. Dagger, a dagger, said to be able to pierce through any armor because of the serrated blades it has, which does not allow it to slip against metal. Effect: plus 75 attack power, plus 25% damage against armored opponents. After purchasing the new dagger from the store, he wanted to test the new daggers and the skill he had gotten, and so he took out Night Killer in one hand and Risaka's Fong in the other, and got ready for the giant centipedes to come. Suddenly, all the centipedes began to come out of the sands and stood in front of Izuku and baring their teeth. Izuku tried to use the new skill Ruler's Reach on one of the centipedes to pull it toward himself. But instead of it coming towards him, he got another message that Izuku tried to use the new skill Ruler's Reach on one of the centipedes to pull it toward himself. But instead of it coming towards him, he got another message. It did not move because your proficiency is too low. Seeing this message, Izuku just jumped onto the heads of the centipedes and started defeating them. Seeing this message, Izuku just jumped onto the heads of the centipedes and started defeating them. He got an idea. He threw one of his daggers towards the centipedes with full strength, and after it had impaled the head of one of the centipedes, he used Ruler's Reach to get the dagger back to his hands. He got another message. Skill: Dagger throw has been learnt. Around 4 hours later, Izuku had defeated each of the centipedes there were in the dungeon and used the skill Ruler's Reach again to increase its proficiency. He still had free time about 10 minutes, which he used to replenish his health, mana, and fatigue from various options from a shop. After defeating every centipede present, Izuku's level had grown about 4 levels, and his stats were like this. Asterisk status, asterisk name, Izuku Midoriya. Level: 59 job, none. Fatigue, 0 title. Top of the generation HP, 13990/13,990 MP, 4,990/4990. Strength, 305. Vitality, 248. Agility, 210. Intelligence, 220 cents, 190. Luck, 190. Remaining points, 0. Risaka's Steel Scales, 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped: Power Suppression Ring, Helmet of Red Knight, Necklace of Great Mage, Knight's Breastplate, Steel Arm Braces, X2 Wing Boots, X2. As soon as the timer had finished, with another flash of light, Izuku was transported back to the dungeon. This time, it was filled to the brim with hundreds of knights, and rather the 6 mages also there. A smirk formed on Izuku's face as he noticed the timer which was going on and had been running all this time. 4:08. 14. Izuku immediately took out his 2 daggers in each hand and used the Night Killer on the knights. It began slicing the knights as if they were made of butter. He then jumped and used Dagger Throw with Risaka's Fong at one of the mages, immediately going through his head, and called it back using Ruler's Reach. He then proceeded to get to one mage after another after avoiding as many knights as possible. Due to being summoned creatures, defeating those knights did not help raise his level, so Izuku tried to quickly eliminate each of the mages. Within a matter of minutes, Izuku had easily defeated the mages because of no longer being low on energy because of the high fatigue he had. Just as he finished defeating 3 of the 6 mages present, the remaining 3 formed a circle and began their incantation. Suddenly, a large amalgamation of the knights was formed into a golem. The golem began hurling punches at Izuku, which he was trying his best to dodge. Finally, he used Ruler's Reach, and one of the mages was pulled towards him, which had its head smashed by one of Izuku's punches, and Izuku swiftly used Vital Point Strike on the other 2. Immediately, all the knights fell down and vanished away. Izuku looked at the timer. 4:19. 59. Finally, it's finished. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he finished the last of the mages, he got a message from his system. All the monsters in the room have been defeated. The quest will end now. You will now be granted a job based on the player's actions and total points accumulated. Wait just a second. Granted, will I not be able to choose my class? This can completely screw up my stats if I do not get a proper one. Izuku thought as he hoped for the best. Wherever the player goes, the Reaper follows. Player's path is littered with corpses and the smell of BLD. I don't like where this seems to be going. Izuku said as he was reading the messages. Player possesses huge strength and prefers working alone. Your strength burns strong enough to even call those who wander the valley of the dead. An army of the dead follows your commands, will make a path where what you say will be the law and you won't need anyone's help again. Your job is Necromancer. Wait a minute, Necromancer. But I have used very less points on intelligence. Necromancers usually summon their undead minion to fight for them while hanging in the back. If that's the case, then these magicians here can also be said to be necromancers. Something doesn't seem right. It's as if the system wanted me to have this one. Well, until now, going with the system's decisions have always benefited me. If I have their powers, I can back up the lack of physical strength with my strength and be an all-rounder necromancer who can easily solo dungeons. So it's pretty useful. Well, okay, I've decided. Izuku thought for a while, mumbling in his head, while a screen was floating in front of him. Will you accept? Yes, no, accept. Izuku said, your class has been chosen. Based on the points accumulated, you will be given a chance to be promoted to a superior class of the job. You exceeded the expected time, points will be added. You did not use Heartstone, points will be added. All enemies defeated, points will be added. Final health above 80%, points will be added. Total points exceeded the feat limit. You will be promoted from Necromancer to Shadow Lord, Shadow Lord. Promotion. I think I got an instant promotion because of all the points I earned. Izuku thought. Job-specific skills have been acquired. Bonus stat points have been given. You acquire the title, the one who overcame adversity. Suddenly, a dark aura started to surround Izuku's body. He started to see black fog rising from the dead bodies of the monsters nearby. He could also hear screams of pain coming from every corpse around him. Each of them had a screen above them. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. As expected of Necromancer skills, it seems like I can use it on them. Izuku tried using the skill on the corpse, but another message popped up. Please enter command phrase to be used to activate Shadow extraction. Let's see, I want something good, I got it. Izuku thought. Arise. Izuku said. End of Act 1. Dash. Bonus. Asterisk skill. Dagger throw asterisk. LVL1. Throw your dagger at the target at full strength. Higher level has increased impact and accuracy. For daggers only. 30 MP required to use skill. Asterisk skill. Shadow extraction asterisk. A shadow soldier is created from a dead body without life, by taking its mana. Chance of failure increases the more time is passed after a target's death and decreases the higher your intelligence stat is. No MP required to use skill. Shadows able to be extracted. 0/50 asterisk title. The one who overcame adversity asterisk. You have suffered great adversity and overcame it with you sheer willpower and strength. Effect: plus 1% increase to all stats with 1% decrease in HP. Izuku's point of view. As soon as I said the words, the bodies of the various knights and mages in the room began to vibrate. Suddenly, a dark and shadowy hand came out of one of the knights. Soon after, each of the other knights and the mages also followed, and within a matter of moments, there was a large group of dark shadow knights and mages standing in front of me. Soon after, each of the other knights and the mages also followed, and within a matter of moments, there was a large group of dark shadow knights and mages standing in front of me. Shadow extraction limit reached. Shadow extraction limit reached. So 6 mages and 44 knights. Well, it says that I can extract up to 50 currently. But I guess that number will increase the more I use these shadows because of the increase in proficiency. I said, Shadow Knight's rank, Soldier level, 4, Shadow Mage's rank, Elite level, 5. This was displayed on the heads of the knights and mages. So it seems my shadows can level up too. Wait a minute, what if I had some boss monsters as shadows? I thought as he looked around the hall and found the body of Reworked commander Igris. I tried to remove one of the knights from his shadow army. A message popped up. You can remove extracted shadows from your army by using extraction cancel. Those shadows will be sent into nothingness and cannot be called back. I'm sorry, even though I'm the one who called you. I'll have to remove around 24 of the weakest. My face saddened, and I canceled 24 knights and sent them to nothingness, getting a total of 20 knights and 6 mages remaining. Next, I approached the lifeless body of the commander. It was lying smashed into the wall after my fight with it. It had the same black smoke coming out from it that showed I can extract the shadow. I said the word shake a little, and suddenly I was pushed back by shockwaves that came from Igris. Another message popped up from the system. Third-person perspective. Shadow extraction failed. 2 more tries remaining. I should have guessed. After all, it's been over 4 hours that it has been dead. But I won't give up. I'll just try again. Wait a minute, I got stat points right. Let's see. Izuku said as he opened his status and put all 30 stat points he had gotten into intelligence. Asterisk status asterisk name. Izuku Midoriya. Level 59 job. Shadow Lord. Fatigue 00 title. Top of the generation HP 13990/13990 MP. 5890/5890. Strength 305. Vitality 248. Agility 210. Intelligence 250. Sense 190. Luck 190. Remaining points 0. Risaka's steel scales. 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped. Power suppression ring. Helmet of Red Knight. Necklace of Great Mage. Knight's breastplate. Steel arm braces. X2 wing boots. X2. After putting all 30 points into intelligence, Izuku hoped that the knight captain will now be able to be extracted, even if there was just a little change in his intelligence stat. He then once again stood in front of Igris's body. He then said, "Don't just lie there and go to waste. Be my shadow and protect me, instead of the empty throne. Arise." Suddenly, the room began to shake a little, and then a dark hand came out of the body of Igris. Right in front of his eyes, the lifeless corpse of the Red Knight began to slowly raise from its death, with its color changed from red to shadowy black. Izuku looked at it and was surprised. Reworked Commander Igris rank. Knight level 8. Reworked Commander Igris rank. Knight level 8. You can name shadows of rank Knight and above. What will you like to name this shadow? Its name is too big. Just Igris will be fine. Izuku thought before saying Igris. On hearing its new name, Igris dropped to his knees as any knight does in front of the king or queen of the kingdom. Soon after, every other soldier also dropped down to their knees. Izuku smiled on seeing this and used his other skill, shadow storage, to store all the soldiers of his into his own shadow. Asterisk skill, shadow storage asterisk the extracted shadow gets stored inside the shadow of the player. No MP required to perform skill. Shadows stored, 27/50ths. On the way out, Izuku extracted 13 archers and 10 assassins for his shadow army and left the dungeon after storing them in his shadow, getting a total of 50 shadows. After getting out of the dungeon, Izuku noticed that it was morning already and the sun was out. Thinking that he would have worried his sister, he rushed back to his home to see her. When he reached home, he was relieved to see that his sister was sleeping peacefully on her, with Auntie Mitsuki on the other side of the bed. He then silently closed the door and went back to his room and slept for a few hours to relieve his stress. 1 week later, 1 week had passed by since Izuku had thought the job change quest and now was waiting for the letter from UA. Throughout the week, Izuku had practiced his new skills and the old ones pretty much. His ruler's reach had leveled up to level 2, and some other skills also leveled up. By the end of the week, his stats and skills were like this. Asterisk status asterisk name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 59 job, Shadow Lord. Fatigue, 0, title. Top of the generation, HP. 14030/14030 MP. 5950/5950. Strength, 305. Vitality, 250. Agility, 210. Intelligence, 252 cents, 200. Luck, 200. Remaining points, 0. Risaka's steel scales, 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped. Power suppression ring. Helmet of Red Knight. Necklace of Great Mage. Knight's breastplate. Steel arm braces. X2 wing boots. X2. Asterisk skills asterisk passive. LVL max. Muscularity, LVL 1. Advanced dagger mastery, LVL max. Eyes of accuracy, LVL 2. Detection. Active quicksilver, LVL max. Vital point strike, LVL max. Observation, LVL max. Bloodlust, LVL 1. Stealth, LVL 2. Explosive fireball, LVL 1. Ruler's reach, LVL 2. Dagger throw, LVL 1. Job specific, shadow extraction, 50/70ths. Shadow storage, 50/70ths. Shadow Lord's domain, LVL 1. His extraction and storage limit increased from 50 to 70 within the week by just keeping the shadows in his army. He had also learned a passive skill from a runestone he bought from the shop for detection, which allowed him to see anything or anyone invisible. As he had completed the daily quest, Izuku was sitting in his hallway watching TV to relax a little while Izumi had her head rested on Izuku's lap. The doorbell rang. Izuku got up to answer the door and saw the mailman delivering the letters, and Izuku saw the letter from UA that he had received. The mailman then went away after giving Izuku's letters to him. "What happened, Nissan?" Izumi asked while peeking out into the hallway. Izuku showed her the letter he had got, and she cleared her throat. "Gulp. Well, you said one good right. I'm sure you'll be accepted," she said with a bright smile. Izuku went to his room to open the package while Izumi anxiously waited outside. As soon as Izuku opened the letter, a circular disc came out which projected a holographic screen which started a video. "I am here as a projection." The voice of All Might came out of the video, which surprised Izuku. "Sorry, young Midoriya. It took a little longer to approach you because of all the paperworks. Actually, I came to this town to teach in UA," All Might said. This surprised Izuku even more because he wasn't expecting All Might to be a teacher at UA. "So now, let's get to your results. Young Midoriya, you passed the written exams wonderfully, coming second to only one student. You absolutely smashed the practical exams, breaking every record set in the history of UA, having a total of 124 attack points. That alone was enough to get you the top position, but you also helped the others who needed help and also saved the life of a young girl. You show the true essence of a hero, and you see, there was a third criteria, it was rescue points. And you, young Midoriya, scored a total of 95 points in that department, bringing your total score to a sum of 219. All Might said. Hearing this made Izuku a little emotional, remembering all he went through for getting this strong. Young Midoriya, from now on, this is your Hero Academia. So go beyond, plus ultra. All Might's projection said as the transmission cut out. The letter had the school curriculum and other info. Izuku came out of the room and saw that Izumi was standing there anxiously waiting to hear from him. What happened in II-san? Did you pass? Izumi asked nervously. To this, Izuku just gave a bright smile with his teary-eyed face. Seeing this, Izumi began to tear up and jumped onto Izuku, hugging him tightly. Finally, this is the start of my hero journey. Izuku thought inwardly. Dash. Bonus. Asterisk skill. Shadow Lord's Domain asterisk. LVL1. Create a large circular shadow inside of which all your shadows' stats and skills are vastly improved. The color of the shadows changes from blue-black to purple-black. 150 MP required every minute. Asterisk skill, Vital Point Strike. Asterisk, LVL max. Focus to find the weak point of the opponent and fiercely stronger attack, increasing the chance of a critical hit. Requires 40 MP in any dagger equipped. Bonus effect, plus 50% chance to hit a critical hit when using skill. Asterisk passive skill. Detection asterisk allows the player to see anything or anyone invisible or hiding their presence. Third-person perspective. 1 week after receiving the UA acceptance letter. It has been 1 week since Izuku had got the acceptance letter for his admission into UA High School's Hero course. Throughout the week, Izuku had been resting, doing his daily exercise, and using his skill ruler's reach to do stuff to get a hang of using it. After reaching 2nd level, he was able to perform many different actions without touching anything, and his range to use the ability had also increased. By the end of the week, his stats were like this. Asterisk status asterisk name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 59 job, Shadow Lord. Fatigue, 0 title. Top of the generation HP, 14030/14030 MP. 6190/6190. Strength, 310. Vitality, 250. Agility, 218. Intelligence, 260 cents, 200. Luck, 200. Remaining points, 0. Risaka's Steel Scales, 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped. Power Suppression Ring. Helmet of Red Knight. Necklace of Great Mage. Knight's Breastplate. Steel Arm Braces. X2 Wing Boots. X2. By the end of the 2nd week, Izuku had bought many useful things and stored it in his inventory. He also used to practice with Igris when no one was around. He would also try to find out all the different ways to use his shadows. Through this, he figured out that whenever any of his shadow is defeated, they just regenerate back to normal, and it consumes some of his MP. He also noticed that he can easily tell where any of his shadow is located and what they are hearing or seeing, making them perfect for stealth infiltrations. One last thing, he found out that he could also order the shadows to roam around inside the shadows of other people too. That way he can either order the shadows to protect the person or use it as a tracking device to track where the person is. Truly, the benefits of these shadows were limitless. Finally, the day of joining UA had arrived. Izuku didn't want to get another penalty, so he had woke up early and finished the daily quest. Throughout the week, the limit of shadow extraction and shadow storage had increased from 70 to 90. Izuku was waiting for some chance to get some strong monsters and make them join his shadow army. After getting in the school uniform and saying his goodbyes to his sister, he started rushing towards UA with all his speed when he noticed something odd. He could feel that there were presence of monsters nearby. He quickly figured out that there was dungeon break going on nearby, and there were no heroes strong enough. Thus, he decided that it was alright if it was late if that meant being able to save people, and so he changed his direction and began running towards where those monsters were after removing his 2 trusty daggers from the inventory, and he instantly used Quicksilver and Stealth to avoid getting caught. Even thought it was constantly consuming up to 110 MP every minute. It still wasn't enough to consume his MP, because the necklace he equipped had an effect which caused him to regenerate 10% of total MP every minute, which currently was 619 MP every minute. So technically he could use these two skills for the whole day, and it still won't consume even a drop of his MP. The gate was an A rank gate, and it wasn't cleared for some reason in the past week. As soon as he reached there, Izuku saw that there was a young woman holding a newborn in his hands, about to be killed by what seemed like a werewolf. There were also other werewolves roaming around. Due to his quicksilver, everyone was pretty slow to him, as if they weren't even moving. In a flash, Izuku started killing each of the werewolves that were outside, one after another, and after killing each of them, entered the dungeon to kill the boss. Inside of the dungeon, there were also many different creatures like Werbear and Wertiger. On his way, he killed every beast without any problem and reached the boss chambers and entered. The boss of the dungeon was a white Werlion who was commanding the other beasts, which Izuku killed with ease. On the way, he killed the remaining werewolves so that none remain. Later he muttered the words, "Arise." Suddenly, a large and muscular clawed hand came out of the corpse, and soon after the rest of the body followed. It was pitch black in color. The extraction was successful. The details were like this. White Werlion, Leon rank, Knight level 1. You can name shadows of rank Knight and above. What will you like to name this shadow? Leon, said Izuku. Even thought this was a Knight level. It was still pretty weak when compared to Igris. Soon after, Izuku used shadow extraction on the other beasts too and left the dungeon. He had gotten 10 Wertigers, 14 Werbears, and 15 werewolves. The Wertigers were of elite rank while the others were of soldier ranks, all being level 1 in their rank. After leaving the dungeon, Izuku quickly rushed back to UA as he had already gotten late. Meanwhile, a guy with long black hair wearing black jumpsuit and having a white cloth wrapped around his neck is entered the office of a small mouse-like person. You called, Mr. Nizu. The long-haired person said to the mouse dude. Yes, Mr. Aizawa, just the person I wanted to talk to. Nizu said with a worried expression. What happened, sir? Everything all right? Aizawa asked, confused. Well, do you remember the C-rank incident that happened a few months ago? Well, there is one person who isn't happy with how the investigation turned out. You see, there was only one survivor. Guess who? Nizu asked. It was Izuku Midoriya, wasn't it? Well, we can't say anything about what happened, because the gate closed before anyone could check the bodies. Aizawa replied. That's the thing. I want you to keep a close eye on this student. Also, I heard from All Might that when he asked him about his quirk, he said it was a secret. So how about you first try finding out what his quirk is, will you? Nizu asked once again. All right, then that's all. You can head to your class. I believe it's their first day, so it will also be their class determination test, I suppose. Nizu said as he said goodbye to Aizawa, and he left. Back to Izuku had been running through the streets with his 2 skills activated to reach school as quickly as possible. Finally, he managed to reach his school, so he deactivated his skills and began running and trying to find his class. When he was looking around for his class, a certain person saw him. Oh, it's you. I wondered why I didn't see you here. The person said. Izuku looked at him to see that he was the same blue-haired kid from the exams. My name is Tenya Ida, and I would like to apologize for how I behaved during the exams. You figured out the true nature of the exam, while I was unable to. You truly are a better candidate than me. Ida said, don't worry about it. As long as you're not my enemy, you're okay. By the way, can I ask where I should go? I don't know where I should be going. Izuku asked Ida. Oh, about that. Everyone from the Hero Corps, their gym uniforms, and head to the compounds. You can find your size in the locker room. Follow me. I'll show you where it is. Ida said as he began walking. Izuku started following him. Thanks, Ida-kun. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm... Izuku was saying as his sentence was cut by Ida. Midoriya Izuku, right? How could anyone from the Hero course this year not know about you? You finished first place this year, and the way you took out the giant 0-pointer was totally insane. So you have a fireball quirk, right? Because you used those fireballs to melt the robot. Ida asked while they were walking. Well, it's not completely my quirk. You can set it's a part of it. As for my quirk, It's his little secret I'll reveal when I feel the need to, so don't get offended," Izuku said as he entered the locker room to change. After a while, he came out of the room, wearing his gym clothes, and went to the training grounds with Ida. When they reached the training ground, they saw a whole lot of other people standing in the grounds, and 2 teachers standing in front of them. One was a guy with long black hair and black jumpsuit with a white cloth around his neck. The other one was a white spiky-haired, muscular person in red skin-tight costume. When they saw Izuku, they both came to him to talk some sense to him. "Don't you know the meaning of being punctual? It's the first day of school and you're late." Before the white-haired teacher could say anything, he was cut off by Izuku. "Sir, I believe that you are currently unaware that a dungeon break had occurred in the nearby district while I was coming here. I couldn't ignore it and let people die, and that's why I was late. If you don't believe me, go check the news yourself." Izuku replied back to the white-haired teacher. "Fine, then just join the others and stand with them, so we can get started," the black-haired teacher said. Izuku could tell he was curious and wanted to know more, but wasn't showing it. The students were whispering amongst themselves about Izuku. After joining the rest of the students, their total number was 40. And so, as everyone had arrived, the 2 teachers started. "All right, so let's begin now. All 40 of you have been enrolled into the hero course of UA. But as you all know, the heroes are all classified into various classes. So first thing we're going to do is provide you with a starting class, and the difficulty of all the tests and every other aspect will depend on your rank. Stronger ranks will be given harder tasks, and weaker will be given weaker tasks, so as to minimize deaths," the dark-haired guy said. "After getting your class, you will be divided into 2 classrooms of 20 each, and one of us will be your homeroom teacher. I'm Sekijiro Kan, and this is Shota Aizawa. Some of you might know us as Vlad King and Eraserhead." Vlad said, "Okay, enough of the chit-chat. Now let's give you some example," Aizawa said as he threw a ball at Izuku. "Midoriya, you are the first place this year. Throw this as far as you can. You are allowed to use your quirk any way you want. I'll tell you in which tests you aren't allowed to use your quirks," Aizawa said. "This would be a good chance to see if he has a strength enhancement quirk or not. I'll just cancel his quirk, and we'll see how far he's able to throw." Aizawa thought as he activated his quirk and looked at Izuku. Izuku was standing at the center of the circle and immediately felt that Aizawa had activated his quirk, that Izuku was standing at the center of the circle and immediately felt that Aizawa had activated his quirk. But he didn't react to it and just used all of his strength to throw the ball as far as possible. He had also applied his knowledge and threw it on a 45 degrees angle with the ground, maximizing its horizontal distance. As soon as he threw the ball, a gust of wind, enough to blow away most things, was hurled towards them, and the ball launched like a rocket. Some sonic booms were even heard. Aizawa checked the screen on the display, and it amused him the screen had displayed infinity, meaning the ball had escaped out of the atmosphere and was in space. This caused Aizawa to chuckle. "This kid," Aizawa said as he stopped his quirk and looked at him. "Third-person perspective. This kid," Aizawa said as he chuckled and stopped his quirk. He then showed the screen to the rest of the 39 other students. "I definitely used my quirk on him, yet he still scored this high. This can only mean 2 things. One, that he does not have a strength-enhancing quirk. Other, that my quirk didn't work on him, which I don't think is the case." Aizawa was thinking, "What? Infinity? Just how strong is he? He is pretty manly." Murmur, murmur, murmur. These were some of the reactions some of the people were having. Mostly, everyone was shocked by his strength. "I felt his strength had increased earlier, but I didn't knew it had increased this much. But I don't know why I'm not able to sense his power at all. Something's off." Bakugo was thinking while standing silently, until his trance was broken by something the teacher said. You better use every single drop of your energy and give it your all, because we at UA won't be packing any punches." Vlad said, "We will get you to not just know your limits, we'll also break past them. That's the meaning of plus ultra. So give it your all, everyone," Aizawa said. The teachers then started all the different tests. One of them would be the instructor for the test, while the other would take the readings. For the first test, they brought out a machine and made everyone stand in line. The machine was a punching machine, which would record the strength of normal punches they had, without their quirk. just to measure their natural fitness. Aizawa had asked Izuku to go last, so he was standing at the back of the line. One after another, everyone came and punched the machine. Many had great scores. The highest that were scored util then was around 1,500. Soon the time came for Izuku to punch. The studina started talking among themselves. "How much do you think he will score?" A guy with yellow hair asked. "Well, if he had a strength quirk, then we'll get to see his raw strength." The girl said, "But one thing I'm wondering is why did Sensei put him last?" Unless a girl with black ponytail realized something as the look on her face changed. Asterisk bang, asterisk the attention of everyone was drawn in by what just happened. The green-haired boy had stood in front of the punching machine and extended his hand so that it was an inch away from the surface of the punch area. In a flash, he had hit the punching area of the machine with what seemed like a 1-inch punch. The punch was strong enough to send small shock waves towards the students. They imagined what it would be if they were the ones receiving the punch. This sent a chill down most of the people's spine. Looking back at the machine, when it was punched by Izuku, the machine had blown away and was instantly destroyed. This left everyone with wide eyes and in complete shock. Same thing as here, just to use a 1-inch punch. Same thing as here, just to use a 1-inch punch. The machine's parts had all blasted and formed a crater on a way going all the way up to the end of the field. Everyone had their mouths wide open. They could not understand what they saw. Some were angry, saying that he used his quirk and should be either disqualified or punished. The main one saying this was blonde-haired kid with sleek hair and blue eyes with a slender body. This annoyed Izuku when he was hearing what they were saying. But suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up. "Listen clearly, all of you dumbass. If any of you didn't notice, he hasn't been using his quirk from the start. The ball throw was just his own strength. And you listen to me, Deku. I want you to know that if we were to ever go up against each other, I'm not going to hold back. And I also expect you to use your full strength there. You could do what you wish for now." Bakuga shouted loudly. "This kid's reckless, but has a strong sense of power, meaning he probably has a good quirk. This is getting interesting." Aizawa was thinking while looking at Bakugu after his announcement. Hearing what Bakugu said, many people were shocked and most didn't believe what he said. Until Aizawa spoke up. "All right now, remain silent. We still have a lot more tests to go through. Unless any of you wants to get expelled," Aizawa said while shooting a death glare at the crowd. They immediately went silent. Later on they went on with all the other activities, but Izuku was getting the highest scores in each of the exercises, whether it was arm grip strength, javelin throw, archery, side-to-side jumps, long jumps, high jumps, and any other. Then came the turn for the next exercise. It was endurance run, to test out who can run the fastest and for the longest amount of time. People were being sent in groups of 5, and they had to run around an 800 field for as long as they can and as fast as they can. Quirk usage was allowed. At the end of everyone's run, the number of laps they ran and the time taken was noted down. Lastly came the run of Izuku and the group he was in. It had a guy with silver hair and silver eyes, a girl with green viney hairs, a guy with grapes on his head, and the last one was Ida. "Let's do our best, Midoriya. I want to see who's faster," Ida said to Midoriya as he gave him a thumbs up and went to his position. Midoriya also then went to his lane. He was in the outermost lane, while Ida was in the innermost one. As soon as the race began, Izuku had started running at a speed almost equal to Tenya, and that was him going slowly. He saw Ida, who was running on the first lane. The others were not so fast. The silver-haired boy being third, followed by green-haired girl, and then grape-head boy. After some moments, Izuku thought about giving it proper strength, and so he started running at his max. To others watching from the outside, Midoriya had turned into a flash of light, which was revolving around the field. The students had almost gotten desensitized after each test, so not many were that shocked on seeing this. Izuku also got the highest score in that test. Throughout each test, he had been constantly breaking records left and right as if they were made of glass. Then finally came the turn of the next test. Aizawa and Vlad had brought out what seemed like a giant crystal. They kept it in front of the students and made the announcements. "All right, kids, so you all have given all your physical tests, and now is the time for the last test. Not many of you will know about this, but this is a quirk power detector. We use this to quantify the strength of person's quirks, Vlad said to the students. And not only that, this also helps to give people their class in the Hero Association. Going from E to S. These are made from purification and concentration of mana crystals, which you will learn about in the future. Right now, you just have to come in the front when your name is called and place the palm of your hand on the crystal. Aizawa explained to the students. I'll give you a brief general info about your rank if you want to know. The classes are divided as 0, 500 to rank, 500, 2500 to rank, 2500 to 5000 C rank, 5000 to 8000 B rank, 8000 to 10,000 A rank. Vlad said as the students began to wonder what they will get. Everyone had their name called out and went in front of the crystal and touched it one by one. Everyone had their name called out and went in front of the crystal and touched it one by one. Each time the crystal would grow a little and the readings would appear on the counter. The ranks varied vastly from D to A. The ranks were like this: D rank, Minoru Mineta, Koji Koda, Kozai, Tsuburaba, Toru Hagakure, Manga Fukudashi, Juzo Hananuki. C rank, Denki Kaminari, Hiryu Rin, Yuga Aoyama, Itsuka Kendo, Mizo Shoji, Mashireo, Ojuro, Sun Kaibara, Kyokujiro, Hantasiro, Rikido Sato, Yosetsu Aways, Kojiro Bondo, Ochako Uraraka, Mina Ashido. B rank, Shishida Droda, Hu Ajui, Aijiro Kurishima, Shurhai Korwaro, Kinoko Kimori, Tetsu Pony Tsunatori, Setsuna Tokij, Tagaru Kamakuri, Nido Minoma, Yui Kodai, Narinjiki Shoda, Reiko Yanagi. A rank, Ibara Shizuki, Momo Yazu, Fumikage Tokoyami, Shoto Todoroki, Tinya Ida, Katsuki Bakugu. Finally came Izuku's name, and he stepped forward in front of the crystal, took a deep breath, and put his hand on the giant crystal. He was finally about to get a hero class. The thought made him very happy. As the hand was placed on top of the crystal, the numbers began to spin on the counter until it finally stopped. Huh, is this some sort of a joke? You gotta be kidding me. These were some of the reactions people started giving. Even Aizawa and Vlad, who were present there, were in shock. You seriously must be joking, because this does not seem possible. How the he asterisk L? Aizawa was thinking. Oi nerd, why the hell does the counter say Bakugu? Shouted angrily at Midoriya. Oi nerd, why the hell does the counter say 0? Bakugu shouted angrily. SHD, I totally forgot about the power suppression ring. It won't allow anything to sense my power. Gotta come up with something fast. Izuku thought. Oh, sorry about that. I forgot to stop suppressing my power. Actually, part of my quirk allows me to suppress it and allow it to not be detected by anyone, and I usually keep it on. Well, I'm okay with going again, and it won't happen again, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku quickly said to Aizawa. The hell is this kid talking about? Suppressing power to not be detected. Well, that means he will show his power. It will be a good chance to sense his power. It's worth a try. Aizawa was thinking. All right, fine. Do what you're gonna do. I just want to see the level so that I can put you in any class. Just hurry up, Aizawa said in his grumpy voice. On hearing this, Izuku quickly went to the equipment section and unequipped the power suppression ring. He was able to do this without anyone noticing because, after his intelligence had hit 200, he had been able to just think about the various system commands and skills he wanted to do and became able to, meaning he did not need to say the command out loud anymore and instantly use the various skills. Just as he unequipped the power suppression ring, a few of the eyes nearby him went completely wide open. They didn't even need to have great sensing ability to confirm it. The one who was in front of them clearly had overwhelming power. Aizawa was just as shocked as the few kids who were able to sense his power. It caused some of the weak-willed ones to have their knees shaking. Meanwhile, those who didn't have good sense were just confused as to why everyone around them was so shocked. Out of all the students present, only 2 of the students were staring straight at the Izuku. One was Bakugu, while the other was the boy who had scored the highest in the A rank until now. He had half red and half white hair. I'm ready. Shall I begin? Midoriya asked. This broke the trance that everyone was in, and Aizawa spoke. "Oh, sure, go ahead," Aizawa said. Midoriya then went ahead and placed his hand on the crystal. It immediately began to shine brightly. A small cloud of darkness was then seen in the crystal. In a flash, the entire crystal turned pitch black. And before anyone could react, the crystal had exploded, and that created a cloud of smoke around the place. Before anyone could react, the crystal had exploded, and that created a cloud of smoke around the place. What the? The whole crystal just exploded. What is this supposed to mean? These were some of the reactions he received. Aizawa was just as shocked as some of the students. But it was because he knew what this meant. So, he's able to break the crystal. This means he is of that class. It's been a long time since anyone was of that class, since the start. Last one I remember was All Might. Aizawa was thinking silently. Meanwhile, inside of UA, a couple of minutes ago, "Hey, All Might, Mr. Nizu was looking for you. It seems like it's something important." A female teacher said to All Might. "Thanks, Midnight. I'll go see him right now," All Might said as he began walking towards Nizu's office. In a few minutes, he had reached Nizu's office and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, come in," the voice of the mouse said from inside. "You called me, Nizu?" All Might asked as he entered the door. "All Might, come in and have a seat. I wanted to talk to you about something, actually. More specifically, someone." Nizu said. "Is this about Midoriya Izuku?" All Might asked. Yes, indeed. You see, after I found out about him hiding his power, I looked up his info and found something which is quite interesting, but can also lead to huge trouble ahead." Nizu said. "What is it about? Can we not leave a young boy alone? There would probably be some reason he hid his strength." All Might said. "Don't worry, All Might. We have not done anything so big. It's just what we found out about an incident that happened around 5 months ago. You see, 5 months ago, he went into a C-rank dungeon with a group of other heroes as a porter. But he was the only one that returned. Unfortunately, the gate closed and no further investigation could be done." Nizu explained to All Might. "You mean to say that you think he cleared the dungeon alone?" "He's still a kid, Nizu. I'm more worried as to why he needed to work inside a dungeon." All Might was cut off by Nizu. "That's the thing. He lives alone with his sister. So he's the one who is responsible for the income for him and his sister. This is just one of the instances. He used to do this way back with E-rank gates. It's just last 10 months that he had been doing it more often. Well, call it misfortune or something else. This last incident of the C-rank dungeon can really come back to hurt him in the back." Nizu said. "What do you mean by?" Before All Might could finish his sentence, both he and Nizu went silent. Who wouldn't? The power that they felt was too strong to not be noticed by anyone with good sense who was nearby. "All Might, did you also felt that?" Nizu asked All Might, who was in front of him. "Of course, Nizu. This power is too large to not notice. It's almost around my current power level, although I'm pretty weakened now compared to my strength at my prime. But I wonder who that is. How about we check it out?" All Might said as both he and Nizu stood up and went out of the office. Outside in the school grounds, you all must be wondering what just happened and how the crystal exploded. As you all might have noticed, the numerical score was of the range 0 to 10,000. Well, that is not the limit of the quirk power. Vlad said, 10,000 is just the limit up to which it can be measured. Yet, there are many individuals who are able to surpass those limits and have a power higher than 10,000. Their power levels are not able to be measured. These people are given a class known as class. And your classmate here has also reached that level, Aizawa explained. In brief, Izuku Midoriya of the first year has been given S-class. Aizawa continued. But don't let that fool you. Earlier I said that all your exams and tasks will be set according to the class you are assigned, and will get harder and harder as the class goes up. Now, think what would be the case of S-class. Aizawa finished his sentence. Now that concludes your quirk assessment tests. Head back to the class you were allotted with your passing certificate. It will either be 1A or 1B, Vlad said to everyone present. Most of them were silent. After hearing what Aizawa said, they were shocked to know that one of them is an S-class already. There were a few who were scared of him, but also many who wanted to talk to him. Their attention, however, was broken by something Aizawa said. Oh, and Midoriya, expect the bill of this crystal to be on your yearly fees. Aizawa said, only to be cut off by the familiar voice. I am here, in a business suit, with Principal Nizu. All Might, who was in his buffed form and in a business suit, said, oh my god, it's All Might. Many people began to fanboy/fangirl over him. Cough cough. No need to worry about that. This was a pleasant surprise. The school has finally had an S-class from the start of school years since All Might. We can overlook something like this. Nizu said, young Midoriya, I knew you were strong, but I didn't know you were this strong. You know, you remind me of when I was a first year in UA. I also broke one of those crystals. But remember this, it is only going to get tougher from here on out. You will be faced with challenges after challenges. You have to just never give up and go beyond your limits. I mean to say go beyond. Plus Ultra. All Might said. Dash. Bonus Izuku as of this chapter. Asterisk status asterisk name. Izuku Midoriya. Level. 62 job. Shadow Lord. Fatigue. 0 title. Top of the generation HP. 14930/14930 MP. 6340/6340. Strength 313. Vitality 253. Agility 221. Intelligence 263 cents 203. Luck 203. Remaining points 0. Risaka's steel scales 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped: power suppression ring, helmet of red knight, necklace of great mage, knight's breastplate, steel arm braces, X2 wing boots. X2, he had re-equipped power suppression ring while Aizawa was explaining. Third-person perspective. After what happened at the first day of UA during the class determination test, the students were sent back to their homes after giving them their syllabus. Many people came and introduced themselves to Izuku, asking to be friends. Izuku, however, first scanned them for any hostility, and when he figured out that none of them were his enemy, he agreed to be friends with them. One thing that was bugging Izuku, however, was that Bakugo had been silent ever since he had removed the ring and the crystal exploded, not even saying a single sentence to him. But he stopped thinking about it and started going home. Before leaving, though, he used his skill observation on mostly everyone there. Due to this, he later got massage about this skill reaching max proficiency, and thus it evolved from observation to God's eyes. This new evolved skill had some great benefits to it, which could be very helpful. Later, Izuku left the building and proceeded to go to his home. As Izuku left, he was approached by Ida, who asked if he wanted to walk together. Izuku agreed, and they both started walking out of the main gate. Did you really not figure out the secret scoring of the exams? I still can't believe you did not. Ida said while doing his regular chops with his hands. You know, I thought that he was annoying, but he's just super serious. He's okay, I guess. Izuku was thinking. No, really, I just went there to save that girl. After all, that's what a hero would do. Izuku replied to Ida's question. If that's the case, then I see you as truly one of the most worthy person to be here. Ida said to Izuku. Suddenly, they heard a voice call out to them from behind. Hey, you guys, wait up. The girl who Izuku had saved was coming towards them. Are you guys headed to the station? Let's walk together then. The girl said, it's you, the Infinity Girl. Ida said to the girl, I'm Ochako Uraraka, and if I'm not wrong, you're Tenya Ida and you're Midoriya, Izuku, right? Uraraka said, yeah, nice to meet you, Uraraka. Izuku said, got to say, it was both cool and scary how the crystal exploded. Uraraka said, yeah, let's just hope the year goes well for all of us. Ida said, the three then began moving to the station and went their separate ways to their homes. Meanwhile, inside the building, All Might was just about leave after packing his stuff when he suddenly received a call from a person he knew pretty well. Hello. Yeah, it has been a long time since our last talk, hasn't it? Yeah, I found a worthy successor. No, would you believe it? He refused it. No, I plan on being a hero for much longer. Yeah, I'll meet the one you were talking about. Hey, listen, it was good talking to you again, Night-Eye. The next day came by, and Izuku woke up early in the morning to complete his daily exercise, got ready for the school, and went after his sister left, and he locked the door. The mornings were like any other school, with normal classes like English, monster classification, and similar others. English was taken by Present Mike, while monster classification was taken by a hero who looked like a werewolf. His name was Rio Inoi, also known as Hound Dog. The lunch included a variety of food of different cuisines of top-notch quality, while being pretty cheap by the cook hero. Lunch rush. The afternoon classes was what everyone in the class were waiting for. It was hero training classes. Everyone was sitting in their seats in the class waiting for the teacher to arrive. Suddenly, the students heard the familiar voice of the famous person. "I'm coming through the door like a normal person," All Might loudly said as he entered the classroom. He was wearing his red and white colored Silver Age costume. "It's All Might. It's so incredible. Is he really going to teach us?" Someone said, "Look, it's his Silver Age costume." Some others said, "Hero Basic Training. The class that will put you through all sorts of different and special training to mold you into the best heroes out there. It also has the most credit score among all the subjects. Now, no time to dally. Today's activity is battle training." All Might said, "Battle?" Bakugu said as he was in front of Izuku. "And for that, you need these." All Might pressed a button in a remote, which caused parts of the wall to come out. It had various containers with a different number on each one. According to your quirk registry and the special forms you guys filled before being admitted, these are all your hero costumes. Change quickly and head to ground beta. Looking good is very important, ladies and gentlemen. From now on, you're all heroes in training." All Might said. The forms All Might was talking about was a form about any special upgrades that we needed to have in their costume, which was to be submitted to UA so they could hire a professional costume designing company to implement it into the costumes. After getting their costumes, everyone got changed into their respective costumes and headed onto the ground beta. Izuku had wore the costume that his sister had gifted him on his birthday. Imagine Izuku wearing the costume that his sister gave him. Midoriya, your costume's pretty cool. I should have been more specific about my design, though. The spandex is a little tight." Uraraka said as she put a hand behind her head. Seeing this, a short guy with grapes on his head approached Midoriya and did a thumbs up. "Being in the hero course sure is the best." The short guy named Mineta said, "Sensei, it appears to be the same place as the entrance exams. Are we going to fight robots again?" Ida said from under his knight-like hero costume. "I don't think that will be the case." Izuku was thinking. "Nope, this is more like step 2. Indoor villain battle training. Tell me this, what are the 2 most common type of enemies a hero faces?" All Might asked the class. Before anyone could think anything, 2 hands were shot up. One was Izuku, while the other was a girl with black ponytail and a leotard who was named Momo Yaoyorozu. But before All Might could ask one of them to answer, Yaoyorozu began to answer. "Sir, the 2 basic criteria of differentiation of enemies a hero faces are monsters from the gates and villains who abuse their quirks to harm the society." Yaoyorozu said, Yaoyorozu, I don't mind you answering the question, but you should at least wait till I tell you to answer. You see, there are also others who know the answer." All Might said in a polite manner. Hearing this, she looked around to see that Izuku had also raised his hand the same time she did. This caused her to feel a little embarrassed, and she apologized to All Might. "No worries. It's all right. Well, you're correct. Heroes are tasked with fighting both villains as well as monsters, and most of the times, fights with villains are done indoors. That is what we're going to recreate in this exercise. You'll be split into hero and villain teams and face against each other in the indoor battles." All Might. Nope, basic training. A girl with frog-like features named Tsu Azui asked. Practical experience teaches all the basics. The difference here is that you won't be fighting robots, but actual humans here. All Might answered. Soon All Might was bombarded with a large number of questions. What determines the victory in this training? Yaoyorozu asked, how do we proceed to divide ourselves into teams, sir? Ida asked, can I just blast everyone away? A frustrated Bakugu asked, how's my cape? A blonde kid in a knight armor with a belly button laser named Yuga Aoyama said, one by one. Please, I don't have a super hearing quirk. Alright, so let me explain what today is about. All Might said as he took out a small paper and began reading from it. So, everyone will be divided into teams by drawing lots, and then each team will either get assigned as hero or villain team. The villain team is hiding a secret explosive weapon inside their hideout, and the hero team is tasked with going into the hideout and capturing the weapon. The hero team wins if either all the villains are knocked out or captured by this capturing tape, or if they take a hold of the weapon. All Might said, the villain team wins if they capture the hero before the timer ends, or if the hero team is unable to capture the weapon before the timer. Oh, and one more thing, young Midoriya, you won't be participating with the rest of the class. Your training will be at the last. That means one of you will to perform alone. So now, let's begin the division of teams. All Might said. What All Might said put some of the students who were afraid of going against Izuku at rest. The students then proceeded to go one after another when called and got allotted into different teams. The teams were as follows: Team A, Mina Ashido and Yu Azui Team B, Yuga Aoyama and Koji Koda Team C, Minoru Mineta and Denki Kaminari Team D, Katsuki Bakugu and Eijiro Kurashima Team E, Tinya Ida and Toru Hagakure Team F, Shoto Todoroki and Rikido Sato Team G, Masahiro Ojiro and Mizo Shoji Team H, Kyokujiro and Hanashiro Team I, Fumikichi Tokoyami and Ochako Uraraka Team J, Momo Yayorozu. After the teams were divided, All Might remove 2 balls from a different box in which the ball were labeled from A to J, and the matchup for the first match was Team J versus Team A, hero, villain, third-person perspective. Inside UA, while the battle training for Class 1A was going on, Aizawa was summoned by Nizu in his office, so he reached there and knocked on the door. "Come in," Nizu's voice said from inside the door. Aizawa entered through the door and asked the reason for being called, to which Nizu replied, "I called you here today on a very important question. Another S rank has came in our school. You should know by now that this information will be shared with the Hero Association, but what I want to ask you about is whether we should share this information to the media and the public or not. From what happened last time, I suggest we keep it from the media until he graduates." Nizu said, "Well, if you want to ask my opinion, I would say keep it hidden from the public. With how the media swarmed this place after Togata's rank upgrade was revealed, I would say it's better to keep it hidden now until we make sure he is strong enough to survive out there. If his rank were to be disclosed, not only will he become a celebrity in a matter of moments, but it would also drag some unnecessary attention towards him. So I am with you on that matter." Aizawa replied, "Glad to hear it. Now, what are the young ones up to, by the way?" Nizu asked. "Well, Class 1A is currently having their hero battle training going on, and Midoriya is made to sit and wait until the training of the rest is over. After all, we have prepared a slightly different one for him." Aizawa said, "Oh well, make sure to see that everyone gets proper training. You can leave if you wish. Have a nice day," Nizu said, waving Aizawa goodbye, and Aizawa left. Ground Beta. After the matchup for the first match was decided, Tio went to All Might to ask something. Sir, don't you think it's a little unfair for Momo as she has to fight alone while the rest of us are in a team?" Tio asked All Might. "No, don't worry about it. There are many cases in which a hero have to fight multiple villains at the same time, and that is where they are truly tested. It will be a great learning experience for all of you. The rest of you can go and plan while the match is going on, or you could just stay and watch the match." All Might said. Many people who were in teams left, either to prepare themselves or to form plans with their teammates. The students of each team began moving towards the designated location. The villain team consisted of Mina Ashido and Tsu Azui, and the hero team only had Momo Yayorozu. The villain team was first allowed to enter the building and set up their bomb on any floor of the building, while the Momo, who was alone in the hero team, was waiting outside and thinking of a perfect strategy of winning. While this was all going on, many people had been staying at the monitoring room where they were allowed to watch the matches. They could also leave if they wished to form a strategy with their teammates. Midoriya was in the room looking at all the matches and getting to know everyone's quirk, so as to use that info to his advantage later on. Now let's see, from what I saw during the class determination test, Mina supposedly has some sort of acid-emitting quirk. As for 2, considering her appearance, it seems as if it's a frog-like mutation quirk. If that's the case, then she probably would also have acquired the weaknesses of frogs. Yaoyorozu was thinking silently. I don't know the concentration of the acids Mina emits, but I have work around it if I have to win. Considering it's a 2-on-1, my guess is that they would probably take me head-on. In that case, my priority should be to immobilize either of them both. That way I could take care of the other one. But if they split up and think of going at me one-on-one, it will become too easy. All right, I have the perfect plan for this case. Yaoyorozu stood up with a determined look on her face. All right, Sue, let's win this. I say we go ahead and take her head-on and go against her 2-on-1. Mina said to Deku, as much as I agree with you on that one, she is of a different rank than us, and we still don't know her full strength, and if we get beaten, then that's it. But if we split up, it will lessen our chances even more. So I'm with you. Oh, and call me Tsu. So you said. Away and we begin. All Might's voice rang through the speakers. As soon as the match began, Momo immediately created an infrared scanner and night vision goggles and looked at the buildings after wearing them to determine which floor they were located. Meanwhile, Deku and Mina began moving down cautiously to avoid letting Momo slip past them. Got it, 4th floor, and they're moving down slowly but cautiously, just as I planned. A slight grin formed on Momo's face as she entered the building after creating some mysterious small ball. Wherever Momo was going, she was placing several of those balls at various places, and she also destroyed all the lights she would come across, making anyone barely able to see as it was completely dark in the room. But she was able to see clearly due to the night vision goggles. As she reached the 2nd floor and had completely destroyed each of the lights in the rooms and spread around more of those balls around, she encountered Mina and Tsu. They were unable to see her, but she saw them easily and prepared some of those balls and threw it at them. A few of the balls hit them as they were unable to see. One of the balls which touched them exploded and froze the surrounding area around them, while one other released a gas around. This all started a chain reaction, and one after another each of the balls began exploding, some freezing the surroundings, while others began releasing the same gas as earlier. Within a matter of seconds, the entire room's temperatures was dropped down and the gas had spread everyone. Momo had already prepared for this and was wearing gas masks. Mina and 2 who were caught up in this tried to find whoever did this, but were unable to do it due to the darkness of the room. All the freezing had began to do an effect on 2. She gradually began to fall asleep and quickly fell to the ground. Mina began to get drowsy a little too. What was in that gas? Why am I getting sleepy? Mina asked, barely keeping herself steady. Nothing much. Some of the balls were filled with liquid nitrogen, which caused the quick drop of the temperature. As for the gas, it is traditional knockout gas, or chloroform as normal people say it. Momo replied to her, but before she could have finished, Mina was knocked unconscious on the floor. Sorry about this. No hard feelings, it's just a training after all, Momo said as she wrapped both Mina and Tsuyu with the capture tape. With this, All Might and everyone who was looking at this was in shock as to how quick the match ended, and there was not a scratch on either the villain or the hero team. So started talking about how she is one of the 2 students that got in through recommendation and how smart she was. The match is over, and the hero team wins. I gotta say, this match ended pretty quickly. All Might said, Izuku, who was there, looked at his quirk information from the glossary that he had gotten after using observation on each of the students, was smiling. Her quirk, it's pretty strong if used properly. He was thinking, quirk creation. Quirk info, she can create any non-living object that she has seen and knows what to make that thing of. The creations take from her overall stamina/energy, and the lower the energy she has, the less she can make. Weakness, when tired. She cannot create anything unless her energy is replenished. After she came back from the exercise, Momo was declared as the MVP of the fight, and both Mina and Tsuyu were still to wake up. All Might then went for the boxes and took out 2 more balls. This time the next matchup was Team F versus Team G, heroes, villains. This next matchup went even quickly than the earlier one. As soon as the match had started, the kid with red and white hair Todoroki just touched the side of the building and immediately froze completely, locking both Ojiro and Shoji, who were in the building, in their places. Todoroki just then went inside and walked towards the fake bomb and touched it, causing him and Sato to win. Todoroki was awarded the MVP of this match. The students then talked about how he was also one of the recommendation students, and that they sure are pretty great. This interested Izuku quite a bit, seeing that not there were many strong ones in this class. Third-person perspective. After the 2 matches by the 2 recommendation students, the rest of the teams were pretty hyped up for their matches. After removing the 2 ball again, the next match came out to be Team H versus Team C, Heroes versus Villain. Team H consisted of Hantashiro and Kyokujiro, while Team C consisted of Denki Kaminari and Minoru Mineta. As they had planned, Mineta was supposed to stay in the room with the bomb, and Kaminari was supposed to go down and fire an indiscriminate shock and hopefully incapacitate at least one of the both. As soon as the match began, Kaminari began moving downstairs as Mineta began spreading his sticky ball all around the room and everywhere around the bomb. This, however, caused him to begin bleeding from his forehead. On the hero team, as soon as the match had began, both Jairu and Siro rushed into the building, and Jairu stuck her earphones into the wall to check for any sounds from the building. She only noticed the movement of one person coming down and informed Siro. As soon as Kaminari came into the same room as them, he fired an indiscriminate shock. Siro was caught off guard, so he moved Jairu to safety, but both him and Kaminari were rendered useless after what happened. Jairu moved on and eventually reached the room with the bomb. She had difficulties in finding it, as the building had become completely silent for some reason, and she couldn't hear any sound coming from the room. Upon entering, she found a room completely empty, but covered everywhere with the purple ball from Mineta. Seeing the room empty, she thought Mineta was hiding and carefully began moving towards the bomb while avoiding to touch the ball that were spread around. Suddenly, she heard a voice. "Now explode," Mineta said from his hiding spot, where he was sitting silently and waiting for the perfect opportunity. Immediately, all the purple ball began to explode and spread their goop everywhere. Jairu was unable to dodge and got stuck in the slime. "Oh, it's you, Heroes. You come into my turf and try to take the bomb away. I'll show you what happens when you mess with us," Mineta said in the best villain voice he could do. With a devilish smile on his face, he slowly approached Jairu with the capturing tape out. "Now, Hero, let me capture you properly. It'll be quick. I'll also see if you'll do good in my underground business a bit asterisk keys." "Ha ha, smiling face with horns, smiling face with horns." Mineta began giving weird gestures and walking toward her. She figured out what he was about to do. Many of the girls watching them felt a shiver run through their spines and felt sympathy for Jairu. "No, please. Mineta, don't do this. Yamete, Yamete, Yamete." Without, she struggled to free her earlobes, which then aimed for her shoes. Immediately, a huge, ear-shattering sound wave was emitted from her speakers. This knocked out both Mineta and herself. Since both teams are knocked out, this match is a draw. All Might's voice rang through the speakers. Both the teams were escorted out and allowed to rest while the other matches happened. The next 2 teams that came were Team I versus Team B, Heroes, Villains. This match went pretty quickly. Team I had Fumikage Tokoyami and Ochako Uraraka, while Team B had Yuga Aoyama and Koji Koda. Before entering the building, Tokoyami had something he wanted to ask Uraraka. "Waiteth a moment, lass, before we be beginneth in the quest to obtain the devil's weapon. I have something I wanteth to ask thee." Tokoyami asked Uraraka. "Huh, you want to ask me something?" "Sure, go ahead," Uraraka said with a bubbly smile on her face. I don't want to asketh thee about Midoriya. Thee seeth, ever since I hast half met that gent, mine own dark shadow has been growing restless," Tokoyami said in his usual manner. "What do you mean, Tokoyami? I don't quite getcha," Uraraka asked while rubbing her head from behind, confused about what he meant. "Never mind, we has a mission to completeth. We can talketh later," Tokoyami said as they both went into the building. The match went quite easily. Tokoyami, with the help of his dark shadow, was able to easily handle both Aoyama and Koda at the same time, while he told Uraraka to take possession of the bomb. The winner was Team I, Tokoyami being the MVP of the battle. Later, they went onward towards the last match between the two remaining teams. It was Team E versus Team D, heroes, villain. This was the last match between the two remaining teams. Team E consisted of Ida Tenya and Toru Hagakure, while Team D had Bakugo and Ijiro Kirishima. The villain team was allowed to enter the building first. All the while, Bakugo was silently walking towards the location of the bomb. Kirishima, who was following him, noticed this and asked, "You okay, Baku? You've been silent the whole time." While looking concerned, he received no reply, so he asked again, hoping to snap Bakugo out of his trance. Bakugo, who was thinking something the whole time, was snapped out of his trance. As soon as his trance was broken, he realized what he was thinking about and immediately got mad at himself. "Demon, Ikiki." Bakugo screamed from the top of his lungs. He was quite mad at himself. "Dia-minute. For brains, I'm giving you two options for things to do. Either you follow me and we show everyone that I'm the top of the class, or you stay here and Fu*King protect this piece of sh*T. Bakugo yelled at Kirishima in his usual rage. "Now that's the Bakugo we all know. Well, you can count me in with you. I could be the unshakable shield while you can become the unstoppable spear. Together we can easily win. So what do you say, Bakugo?" Kirishima said as a smile formed on his face. As soon as he heard that, an eerie smile formed on Bakugo's face. He wanted to show that he is the top among everyone participating, and eventually also surpass Izuku, even though he still wasn't believing in Izuku's strength. Meanwhile, outside the building, Ida and Toru were discussing about how they wished to proceed. Toru removed her clothes and was completely invisible. Ida told her that he would try to buy her some time by fighting both at the same time, so that she could escape and try to touch the bomb. As this appeared on the screen, Izuku almost choked on the juice he was drinking. He didn't say anything, though, because he knew that she was invisible and it required her to be naked. He just went out of the room, saying he wanted to freshen up and didn't come back until the match ended. As soon as the match had started, both Bakugo and Kirishima had started rushing towards both Ida and Toru, who were cautiously moving so as to not alert them. This, however, backfired as Bakugo caught them off guard. Due to the explosion, a cloud of dust had formed which caused Toru to cough and some dust to appear on Toru, revealing her position. Kirishima, who was behind Bakugo, saw her and hardened his body and tackled her at full speed while forming a cross with his arms. "Hard Rock Spear," he roared. This was a move that Bakugo had came up for him on the spot. This caused many to rethink their view of Bakugo. Even though he would look and act all angry, he is a great tactician when it comes to battle. "Now then, Four Eyes, it's your turn to go next," Bakugo said as he began fighting. Ida, who had regained his balance, immediately used his engine to launch a kick straight onto Bakugo's face, which was intercepted by the hardened Kirishima, acting as the shield he promised to be. Bakugo launched blasted from both of his feet and hands to get above of Ida. He immediately placed the handle on his gauntlets backwards and removed the pin. This caused all the stored-up sweat he had to be exploded in a single huge blast, pummeling Ida many floors downwards while launching him above, hitting the ceiling with his back. Imagine him using this explosion and hitting Ida from above like this, This caused Ida to be knocked out and the match to be ended as both Ida and Toru were knocked out. Bakugo was scolded by All Might for his use of the last blast, saying that it could have killed someone. Luckily, Ida was in the armor suit, which did not let him have any permanent injury. Kirishima was awarded the MVP in this match. This only further increased the anger that Bakugo was feeling. "All right, now that all main matches have ended, I believe it's time for your turn next. Right, young Midoriya?" All Might looked at Izuku, who was present in the room. "Yeah, sure. I'm ready. So who am I going to fight against you?" Izuku jokingly said. "About that, actually you opponents for your next round will be Izuku's point of view. Last time, on Dragon BA, Izuku's leveling system. All right, now that all main matches have ended, I believe it's time for your turn next. right? Young Midoriya. All Might looked at Izuku, who was present in the room. Yeah, sure. I'm ready. So who am I going to fight against you? Izuku jokingly said. About that, actually your opponents for your next round will be All Might said. Now this time, all the winning teams together. All Might said. By winning teams, you mean the 4 teams that won, right? Not the ones that came as draw, right? Zero asked with a worried face. Ha ha. Don't worry, young Zero. It's compulsory for the 4 winning teams, but others can also join them if anyone wants to, and if young Midoriya has no problem with it. All Might said. Before others could even respond, Izuku's voice was heard. I don't mind it. If the whole class wants to join, I'm okay with that too. Izuku said immediately. I don't want to fight him. Mineta said. Me neither, Zero said. Soon one after another, everyone began to refuse joining the fight. Some because they saw how strong he was and were scared, and some because they were injured like Ida. Fine by me. I wanted to fight you alone, Deku, but this is fine too. This way, none of those losers can get in my way. Bakugo said. The members of the 4 teams went inside the building. The members were Baku, Todoroki, Momo, Tokoyami, Kirishima, Satu, and Uraraka. Soon after, Midoriya also left to go to his place outside of the building. Before leaving, he asked something to All Might. Hey, All Might, I'll try to keep the damage to the minimum, he said before leaving. Meanwhile, the villain team had reached the room with Bomb Room and were planning what to do. Bakugo-kun, from all the people in the room, you have known Midoriya-kun the longest. Is there any weakness of his that we could use in our favor? Momo said. But it looked like I give CRP about the plan you're making. I just want to have my fight with him when he gives it his all and still win. Now listen, all of you. I'm going to fight him by myself. If any of you try to get in my way, don't think that Deku would be the only one who will beat you today. Bakugo said. Hey, don't be so mean. You know, you sound like a real villain right now. Kirishima said to him. Come on, Bakugo-kun. Don't you want to win this match? I say our best option would be to exploit any weakness he has. Momo said, yeah, as much as I consider Midoriya-kun my friend, it won't be right if I don't give it my all. Uraraka said, alas, I shall receiveth the chance to square that gent, and seeth wherefore Dark Shadow hadst gotten so restless. Tokoyami said, huh, what's it you saying, bird brain, speak properly. And as for question Ponytail, fine, I'll tell you. Deku's always been a quirkless, but that didn't stop him from training himself. In a fight that happened in our class, he still came second, only after me. He's always been entering different dungeons ever since he was 12. It's only since the last 10 months that he began changing. After that incident, Bakugo said, as for the weakness, even I don't know. I have never seen him use his power. He most probably got it just 10 months ago. Now, as all your questions are answered, don't get in the way of my fight. Bakugo said as he began to move out of the room. Don't worry about him. With our last match together, I feel like I know how to get him to work together. Leave him to me, Kirishima said as he left behind Bakugo. Momo tried to get the others to come up with a plan, but then Todoroki also left the room. Meanwhile, as this was going on and they were given time to prepare, Izuku was outside the building. Oh God, these guys are hopeless. I guess I'll have to teach them how it's like to underestimate someone. Izuku thought while learning across the pole nearby. The thing others had not noticed was that he had ordered one of his shadow soldiers to stay under the shadow of each of the students the moment he had met them. So he was able to hear and see everything the shadow was listening and seeing. Soon, All Might's voice rang through the speakers. All right, everyone ready. Now, do your best, all of you. And always remember, go beyond. Plus Ultrea. With that, the horn for the start of the match blew. Hearing that, all the ones inside the building began moving according to what Momo had told them. Izuku, who was leaning his back on the pole, opened his eyes and began slowly walking forward. While walking, he could easily sense where everyone was even without his shadows. With his sense stats above, he began noticing drastic changes around him. He figured out that every 100 stat point into a stat gives him drastic change on the 100th point and small changes at each point. Currently, with about 200 points in sense, Izuku was like a walking scanner. He could immediately pinpoint where everyone in his surroundings of 100 kilometers, 62, 14 miles. If someone met him even once, he could locate where they were just from their aura. Not to mention, with the help of his shadows, this limit gets expanded to infinite. While walking slowly inside the building with his hands inside his pockets, Izuku had decided to show these people to never underestimate anyone in their life again. While walking, he could sense one very familiar presence coming towards him, followed by 4 more presents. Immediately, the loud blonde's voice could be heard as he came out of nowhere and tried to hit Izuku with his explosions. Izuku wasn't surprised and didn't even take his hands out of his pocket. Izuku simply sidestepped his explosion and hit his legs onto Bakugu's feet, making him barely trip. But he wasn't alone. 2 more of the close combatants came rushing at him. It was Kirishima and Sadu. Wanting to test their strengths, he decided to take the blows of those 2 head-on. Kirishima had hardened his body, while Sadu had consumed too much of the sugar and lost much of his cognitive functions. Their blows hitting him did very little damage. Compared to the blows of Igris he had received a few weeks ago, these 2's blows were just tickling him, even though it did very little damage to his HP. Within a few seconds, Bakugu was back at his feet and turned around to hit Izuku. Bored from the 2 before, Izuku jumped slightly to bring his feet in the air and split them open, kicking both Kirishima and Sadu with 1 leg each and sending them flying into the walls on the opposite sides. Both of them were instantly unconscious. Still having his hands in his pocket, Izuku turned around to face Bakugu, who was rushing towards him, and used his explosions to maneuver himself and launch many explosions at Izuku. Fight, goddammit. Use your full strength, or I'll kill you. Do you think you've gotten so strong that you have to hold back? Well, screw that. I don't give a damn about it, but don't you dare not use your full strength. Bakugu yelled at him. Izuku was easily dodging all of the explosions Bakugu was using on him. Anything Bakugu did, Izuku was quicker, and so he wasn't able to use Izuku at all. You know, it's nice of you to fire warning shots, but I think after more than 4 of them, you should actually try hitting me. Or, am I too fast for you, Kakin? Or should I say Bakugu Katsuki? Izuku said in a mocking tone. The very next instant that he dodged an explosion by going backwards, he felt a chill coming in his direction. The half-and-half guy had used his eyes to attack him from far. Using Kakin from one side and Todoroki-kun from the other, just as Momo had told him to. Yairozu is already setting up various traps on the floor with the bomb, with Uraraka, and Tokoyami is on his way. But Todoroki has refused to use his fires until now. I wonder what that was about. Izuku was thinking. Meanwhile, Bakugu, who had prepared one of his larger explosions and was about to remove the pin, while gritting his teeth as he admitted to himself that he couldn't defeat him alone currently. Why you're going down, Deku, Bakugu said as he removed the pin and detonated the blast from his stored sweat. Meanwhile, Todoroki covered the entire path with his eyes so as to block any escape. Izuku was pretty pissed at Todoroki after seeing him, though. When others were trying everything they could to try to beat him, this guy, though he could beat him with only half his power, clearly he needed to be taught never to underestimate anyone. After tanking the double blast from both Bakugu and Todoroki, his HP was only about 25% empty, and he still had much left. He began walking towards Todoroki, wanting to teach him something. Dash. Bonus Izuku at the end of this chapter. Asterisk status, asterisk name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 62 job, Shadow Lord. Fatigue, 10 title. Top of the generation, HP. 10560/14930 MP. 6340/6340. Strength, 313. Vitality, 253. Agility, 224. Intelligence, 263 cents, 203. Luck, 203. Remaining points, 0 Risaka's Steel Scales, 20% reduction to damage taken. Items equipped, Power Suppression Ring, Helmet of Red Knight, Necklace of Great Mage, Knight's Breastplate, Steel Arm Braces, X2 Wing Boots, X2, asterisk skill, asterisk God's Eye. Through continuously observing others, you have got the ability to look at people and get information about them and save it in your information gallery. Highest level will reveal any information you ask for. Special ability, Memory Leap, allows user to view certain parts of the memory of others. 50 MP required to perform skill. Izuku's point of view. After tanking the double blast from both Kaken and Todoroki, my HP was depleted by about 25%. My body didn't have any major injuries. It was just my costume that was pretty damaged. I wasn't angry at Kaken or any of the other people of the team. I was just annoyed by them. The one that pissed me off was Todoroki-kun. When everyone here was trying their best to fight against me and giving it their all, here was this guy, using half of his power. I wasn't using any of my power because I didn't want to hurt any of these guys, but I guess I'll have to teach this guy what a true fight is like. Third-person perspective. The smoke from the blast began to clear. Suddenly, everyone present saw the silhouette of a person standing in the middle. It was Izuku. His costume was badly damaged. His shirt was almost torn to pieces, revealing his upper body. He had his back turned towards Bakugo and was facing Todoroki. Meanwhile, in the observation room, oh my god. Look at his body, everyone. He's so ripped. Mina said this sort of body doesn't come without vigorous training. Ribbit. So you said, damn it, Midoriya. Such a show-off. Mineta said. Several others also commented on his body. But it was All Might that noticed something. Young Midoriya. To be able to walk out of such a blast unscathed, I can only see how strong you have gotten. All Might was thinking. Back in the building, Izuku, with his back turned towards Bakugo, began walking towards Todoroki slowly. He had removed his hand from his pockets. Oi, Deku, where do you think you're going? Come back and fight, coward, Bakugo yelled, but Izuku ignored him and continued his way towards Todoroki. While walking, he came across the wall of ice that Todoroki had made and punched it, immediately shattering it. Behind it, Todoroki was standing, covering his red half in ice. Don't you dare ignore me, Deku. You bastard. Bakugo yelled as he began charging towards Izuku to fight him. Izuku was still walking towards Todoroki, who now noticed that, and was firing blasts of his ice at him constantly. Izuku breaking each of them before anyone could even see. In an instant, Izuku flashed before Todoroki and grabbed his neck with his right arm and pinned him to the wall. By this time, Bakugo reached him and fired a blast at Izuku's head from behind. In an instant, Bakugo felt an arm hit him around his abdomen area and him crashing into the wall, and he lost consciousness. Izuku had grown annoyed and had backhanded him with his left hand, still holding Todoroki with his right hand. Listen here, Todoroki-kun, I don't know why you're not using your full strength, and I honestly don't care, but if you think that you can beat me with just half your strength, then I'll have to show you a part of my full strength. Izuku said to Todoroki while holding him above ground with one hand. You know, whatever reason you may have for not using your full strength, I don't care. But keep in mind, when you're in a battle, you should forget everything about the outside and give it your all. Now tell me, Todoroki-kun, are you going to use your full strength or not? Izuku said. All throughout this, Todoroki was constantly struggling and trying to free himself from his hold. When he felt that he can't escape, he tried the last option he had. His right hand touched the wall, and he instantly froze the entire building, hoping this would cause Izuku's grip on his neck to loosen, but it was all in vain. There was no loosening in Izuku's grip. This action by Todoroki, however, had the opposite effect. Not only were his remaining teammates, Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka had their feet stuck to the floor, causing a stop in their speed. This action also had angered Izuku. So, you're not going to use your full power, I'll have to give you a taste of my strength then. Izuku said as he lifted his left hand, the ice covering it breaking into pieces. His left hand was raised in the air and facing the ceiling. Suddenly, he slashed his hand downwards, but not to hit Todoroki, but for a completely different reason. Meanwhile, on the bomb floor, as Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were busy trying to come up with one plan after another, they suddenly felt a chill run through their body. Within an instant, the entire room, whether it be the ceiling, the floor, the bomb, or the walls, everything was covered in ice. Even their feet were stuck frozen to the ground. This was when Yairosa knew that this was Todoroki's last try at doing anything against Midoriya, and she began losing hope a little. She then created a few hair dryers to free them from the ice and resume setting up their traps. It was after a few minutes that they began to feel something. It was the bomb. It was making noises as if it was moving. Thinking that something was wrong, Uraraka began approaching the bomb, but before she could reach it, thud. Bang. Boom. Before she could even reach it, the bomb began sinking into the floor, making a huge crater on the floor as it sank. Immediately, the floor collapsed, and the bomb began rushing through the floors one after another, breaking the ground of each floor to enter the next one. Boom. 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 Back to Izuku and Todoroki. As Izuku lowered his hand, in a few seconds, the bomb came rushing down the floors until it eventually stopped at the same floor as Izuku, crashing all the ceilings above in the process. The bomb had landed behind the back of Izuku and in front of Todoroki, who was being held up against the wall by the neck by Izuku. Seeing the bomb, Todoroki was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. Now Todoroki, don't look so glum. This wasn't even me going full power, just like you do it. Now, do you still want to fight me with half of your strength? Izuku said while giving Todoroki a smile. Todoroki could only groan due to being held by Izuku. You see, the only people I hate more than my enemies are those who don't try giving it their all to anything, and those who abandon their trusted ones. Izuku added. Immediately, the mood had gotten serious. F5 minutes remaining for the hero team. All Might said through the speakers. Oh well, I guess I gotta be quick. After all, there's still one more person left to show up from those who I want to meet. Izuku said nonchalantly. In the next instant, Todoroki was sent flying into the walls nearby as he received a kick from a guy. If the kick wasn't enough, the impact with the wall would have definitely knocked him out. While all this was going on, finally a figure appeared into the room. It was of Tokoyami, who had came running there after he heard the loud noise that came when the bomb crashed into the floor. I can't huff believeth it tooketh me this longeth huff, to reacheth hre. If to be true, only huff dark shadow wouldst have shown the Reworked path from the starteth, Tokoyami said, panting at every few words. I don't get why his dark shadow would do that, and moreover, I don't know why his quirk is the only one which messes with the system. Izuku was thinking. Quirk, dark shadow. Quirk description able to summon the $% of 1 the percent cent dollar degree pound and hashtag Indian rupee percent dollar carat from the end Indian rupee percent cent dollar copyright of the percent carat dollar carat cent Indian rupee and. Weakness loses control if he activates his quirk at night or in complete darkness. The info on his quirk was glitched out. This fact intrigued Izuku, as this was his first time seeing anything like that by the system. Go forth, Dark Shadow, Tokoyami said as the figure of Dark Shadow emerged from his abdomen and was sent to punch him. Before Izuku could punch it back, it saw him, and as if he had seen a ghost, froze up. Izuku also stopped after seeing this. MMMI, LLH. Dark Shadow spoke in a frightened voice. Huh, what? Izuku was confused. Third-person perspective. 1 day ago, Hero Association Headquarters, Tokyo, Japan. The day was going on as normal in the Hero Association Headquarters Monitoring Division. The people doing their jobs and scanning all throughout Japan for the appearance of gates and ranking them based on the quirk power they emitted. They were able to do this with the help of the satellite they launched, which acted as a large quirk scanner to detect quirk power disturbances throughout the country. Everyone was doing their jobs until one person was shocked by what he saw on his monitor. Oh, my God, sir, quickly look at this. He called his superior, who was in the same room. What happened? Asked the confused superior. Sir, I was just checking for gates and high quirk powers when I came across a huge quirk power at UA. Check it out, sir. The person said, oh, ignore that. Starting this year, All Might is teaching there as a teacher. You might have caught that. The superior said, that's the thing, sir. There's not just one, but 2 spikes in the readings. The guy said, huh, what are you talking about? Move aside, let me see it. the superior said as he moved towards the guy's computer to check what he was saying. After checking, though, only a confused look remained on the superior's face. Were you just joking around or what? There's only a single one on the radar map. Where in God's name did you see a second one? The superior asked angrily. What? No, I'm not lying. I clearly saw two huge readings on the radar. Both of them were nearly similar. In the scaling, the guy said, well, then are you saying that I am? Look, you've been working since last night, and it looks like it is taking a toll on you. Go home for the day and rest. The superior said, oh, all right. As you say, the guy said, I could have sworn I saw two readings there just a few moments ago. He was thinking, back to you, huh? What? I was confused. Why was this dark bird-like being calling me his liege? If I remember correctly, liege is somewhat similar to a lord or something. This aura and presence similar yet so different. Who are you? Why do you possess the same aura as my liege? The dollar Indian rupee equals hashtag equals 1. The dollar at copyright degree increment dollar degree equals Indian rupee smiley face caret dark shadow said. Huh, this is happening again. But this time, all the sounds are blocked instead of written words. It's almost as if the system doesn't want me to know something. Interesting, I thought. Meanwhile, Dark Shadow was getting angrier by the second, making it hard for Tokoyami to keep it under control. No, Dark Shadow, even though I knoweth not wherefore thou art angered, thee has to calmeth down. We cannot causeth harm to our classmates. Tokoyami, who was struggling to control Dark Shadow, barely said this. I can't have the system determine him as a threat and issue a question like earlier. I will have to be quick and knock him out before he loses control, Izuku thought as he began charging towards Tokoyami. But reaching him wasn't easy. Dark Shadow continuously lashed around its arms and the various dark tendrils from his body, which lashed around trying to hit Izuku. Finally, Izuku had enough of this, decided to use his skills, and in the match, he immediately used Quicksilver and Stealth and vanished completely. Moved behind Tokoyami with ease due to him being slow because of the slow down time, and swiftly chopped him on his neck with enough strength to knock him out but not cause any huge injuries. The blow from Izuku knocked out Tokoyami, and this caused Dark Shadow to be forcefully retreated into his body. Inside the observation room, a few moments ago, everyone who was watching the display screen were left in a state of shock upon seeing the strength of Izuku. Even All Might was left standing in silence. Oh, God, please someone pinch me so that I know I'm not ouch. I didn't really meant that, Jairu, Ashido said as she was pinched by Jairu on her cheek. No fair. I wanted to pinch her, but I would have pinched her somewhere else. Mineta was thinking. If I saw that correctly, young Midoriya just used telekinesis on the object, but earlier in the exam, he used some kind of fire blast. It's almost as if he has multiple quirks, just like him. I cannot ignore this. All Might was thinking while standing there and looking at the screen. Can you believe that he just soloed a group of the top students of our class? Zero said, yeah, I bet he would be able to solo the entire class if we were up against him. Kaminari said, Mon Amy, that just means we have to shine even brighter than him. Aoyama said, making an unusual pose. All Might Sensei, what's his quirk though? Ribbit Tsuyu asked. Suddenly hit with this question, All Might was shook, but recovered himself enough to answer the question asked to him. I do not know, he replied, back with Izuku and the rest. After knocking out Tokoyami, Dark Shadow was forcefully drawn back into the body of Tokoyami. Izuku then proceeded walking towards the fake bomb and touched it, signaling the end of the fight. The hero team wins. All Might's voice rang through these speakers after the match ended. The injured students, those being Todoroki, Kirishima, Sato, and Tokoyami, were carried away in stretchers by the robots, while Yaoyorozu had just lost a lot of energy, and the only one unharmed was Uraraka. After the match ended, everyone were sent in the observation room with All Might except for those injured. Those being the 5 guys mentioned above with the inclusion of Ida from his match earlier with Bakugo. All right. Now listen well, kids. The practical matches are over for now. Though it resulted in multiple people being sent to the infirmary, this test was here to show you your baseline. Everyone has different things they have to work on and have different limitations. You cannot compare the growth of someone at level 20 to 30 to the growth of someone at level 50. Now, can you? But worry now, kids. These 3 years of your life will throw you hurdles after hurdles and make sure you all turn into fine young heroes. All Might said to the class. All right, now the next big hurdle would be thrown at you next week. Till then, you'll be trained physically every day. As to what it might be, well, all I will say is that you should expect it to be plus ultra. He added, rising his fists towards the sky, and dispersed the class. After dispersal, everyone was sent back to the classroom where the remaining classes happened. All throughout that, the thought of what happened with Tokoyami and what the system was trying to hide from him. Recovery Girl's office. Moments after the 5 unconscious boys were brought, and she began checking them. Recovery Girl looked at the bodies of the unconscious kids brought to her by the helper robots. She was shocked to see that so many of the kids were sent to her on their very first practical day, so she immediately began checking them. By the gods, whoever knocked these guys out sure has a lot of experience in combat. Even though each of them are unconscious, none of them were hit with any fatal or life-threatening attack. Almost as if the person didn't want to hurt them more than necessary. Was as though running through her head. After the school was over, just as he was about to leave though, Izuku was held back by All Might as he wanted to ask him something. Izuku proceeds to follow him until both of them were in a room alone. Young Midoriya, we need to talk. I'll have to ask you to tell me what quirk you have. All Might said as he deflated into his skinny form. I've been expecting someone to get curious. Now, what should I tell All Might? Should I tell him about the system? It's too risky if the secret of the system were to get leaked, but on the other hand, I don't want to lie to him. I'll have to think something quickly. Izuku was thinking. Izuku's point of view. Young Midoriya, we need to talk. I'll have to ask you to tell me what quirk you have. All Might said to me as he deflated into his skinny form. I've been expecting someone to get curious. Now, what should I tell All Might? Should I tell him about the system? It's too risky if the secret of the system were to get leaked, but on the other hand, I don't want to lie to him. I'll have to think something quickly. Now, I don't think I'll tell him about the system, but I still won't lie to him. You see, All Might, as you might have known, I have been quirkless my whole life. It changed after the double dungeon incident. I said to him, you mean when you went through the second blooming, right? But shouldn't it be first blooming for your case? All Might said, yeah. After that happened, I started to feel stronger each coming day. I still don't know what my true quirk is, but all you have seen till now is the things I could do with it. I replied to him, you mean to say the telekinesis and that fireball, right? All Might said, yes, those 2 are the things I've shown you. But there are 2 more things I could do that I haven't shown. I said to him, what? There's more. All Might was shocked by what he had heard. Yeah, All Might. It's all right, I'll show them to you. I said as I stood up. I began opening my inventory and thought of what to take out and decided on taking out a steamed pork bun I had bought and stored for emergency use. I lifted my left hand and made it take out the bun from the inventory. To All Might, the meat bun came out of thin air into my hands. The buns were steaming, so you could tell easily they were fresh. I handed the bun to All Might. Now, All Might, eat this. It's fresh. I said as I offered him to eat it. All Might laughed a little. You know, you just reminded me of someone from way back. Huh. All Might said as he took the bun while he was still in his skinny form and took a bite from it. MHH, you weren't lying. It's fresh. Taste is good too. So you could also put stuff in and take them out of some pocket dimension, I guess. That's a great ability you've got. Would make it much easier for you to carry your stuff around. All Might asked curiously. Well, the pocket dimension is just part of the whole ability. You see, I put that bun inside about a month ago after buying it. I replied, wait, but it's still fresh. That means before All Might could finish, I continued. I just figured out what he was about to ask. Yeah, inside my pocket dimension, the time has stopped completely for the items inside. I tested it out by putting a watch inside and taking it out after 30 minutes. The watch I kept inside of my pocket dimension was 30 minutes late after taking out. I answered, my God, young Midoriya, this is a very beneficial ability. If you stock up on supplies earlier, it will come as a great help during the rescue scenario. And not just food, you can store much more for using when necessary. I gotta say, young Midoriya, your quirk is getting harder to specify with each new ability you show me. Oh, you also mentioned a third ability. What is that one, if you're okay with showing it? All Might said to me, well, this last ability is a little different from the other ones I have. I prefer not to use it, as I believe this would scare away people. I replied to him, well, I don't want to show the full power right now, so I'll just call a regular one rather than Igris. I called out the Shadow Knight. Without speaking, and suddenly a shadow escaped from my shadow and got to the center of the room. As the shadow was swirling, the dark armored hand rose from beneath it, and soon a Shadow Knight about 6 feet was standing there. Wait, is that thing one of your ability too? All Might said, who was in his buffed form and already assumed a fighting stance. Yeah, that's the third thing. I can summon creatures like this. Don't worry though, they're under my control. I said as I called out one of each different type from shadow mages, assassins, archers, werewolves, werbear, and wertigers. They all almost filled up the whole room. At first, All Might was startled by all the different shadow creatures appearing out of my shadow. But he eased himself after I told him they were under my control. You mean to say you can summon these creatures? How many? And what are they actually? It's creepy. All Might said to me, well, they are made from my shadow. They follow whatever order I give them. About the number, I believe it's around 100 currently. They can scare people, so I don't really want to use them until necessary. I replied, third-person perspective, at 100. It's amazing. This kid is on a league of his own. From all the strength he has displayed till now, and now, these 100 summons of his. I'd say even I'll have a hard time if I were to go against him. All Might was thinking, All Might, what happened? You were silent for quite a while. Izuku asked, breaking the silence. Oh, nothing, young Midoriya. I was just shocked. Sorry if you thought I didn't trust you or something like that. It's just I thought you had multiple quirks, and it reminded me of someone else. All Might answered. It's okay, All Might. Anyone would be curious about it. But what do you mean when you said it reminded you of someone? Izuku asked him. Well, don't worry about it. It was someone from very long ago. All Might replied. Hey, All Might, can I ask you something? Can you not tell anyone about the shadow summons of mine? You can tell about the rest if you want. I think people will get afraid when they hear about it. Izuku said, oh, no worries, young man. You've already such a big secret about my quirk. This is the least I could do for you. But I'll say, quirks don't make someone scary. It's how you use them that matters. A quirk that seems like a great one can be used in a really villainous way, just like how a quirk that seems scary can be used for good. All Might replied, thanks, All Might, is that all? I'll take your leave then. Izuku said as he showed All Might a smile. Yeah, sure, young Midoriya. You can go. All Might said, I have to trust him. After all, that guy is probably dead. He was thinking. With that, Izuku left the room and began walking out. He noticed it was already evening and everyone else would have left already. When he was at the school's main gate, he felt the aura of one particular angry BOI coming his way from the classroom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Izuku looked back to find Bakugo, who had kicked the front door of the school and was standing there looking at him. He was covered in bruises and bandages in some parts of his body. Found you, Deku. You have gone and done it this time, Bakugo said as he began walking towards Izuku. Oh, hey, Kakin. Good to see you up and walking. You're stronger than I expected, Izuku said, showing a smug face. Don't you dare Kakin me. What was it back there during the exercise? You think I'm weak, huh? Is that it? You think just because you have some experience going through the dungeons and that you suddenly got a quirk that you're better than me? Why were you holding back, damn it? Bakugo said as he grabbed Izuku by the collar of his shirt. Izuku was shocked when Bakugo mentioned about him entering dungeons. He didn't think that Bakugo would care enough about that stuff. Guess he was wrong. What's up with the shocked expression? You think I wouldn't notice? Well, it's obvious you do something like that. Your sister stays with my mom enough times for me to know something's wrong, and from that it's not a long way to figure out you enter gates. I'm asking you again, why did you not use your full strength, damn it? Bakugo was completely mad at Izuku. Izuku couldn't blame him for this too. He should have seen it coming from how competitive Bakugo is, and also his inferiority complex. Well, nothing he could do about it other than promise him to use his full next time. Well, if I had gone full strength, then the match would have ended in a matter of minutes. Our fight wouldn't have happened too. That's why. I know you are strong, so don't worry about that. You can count on me to use the full strength. Izuku said back. That'll calm him down for now, but I won't use full strength unless necessary. I don't want to kill innocent ones. He was thinking, you better use it, you DMN BSDRD. I may have lost today, but take my word for it, I'll win in the next one. Now, get out of my way, he said as he began to leave the gate. Wait, I could try that thing on him. Izuku thought. Wait a moment, Kaken, he said as he took out some red fluid inside of it. What now? Bakugu turned around. Here, catch, Izuku said as he lightly threw the bottle to Bakugu, who catched it and began inspecting it. What's this? Bakugu asked him. Well, consider it an apology gift. Drink it and find out what it's about. Think of it as a part of my quirk. Izuku said to him as he was looking at him. With some argument, Bakugu agreed to drink it. He immediately noticed the changes. He was no longer feeling any pain in his body and was as if he was back to normal. Izuku didn't answer him when he asked where he got it, but he just said to consider it as part of his quirk. Eventually, Bakugu dropped the topic and both went to each of their homes. Third-person perspective. The day passed quickly after Izuku reached home, mostly because he didn't have much to do. Most of his day, he spent thinking about what happened with Tokoyami's dark shadow, and was it actually because of the system? But he didn't think too much about it, and thought of asking Tokoyami sometime later. Also, another thing he came to an agreement was that he needed to be familiar with some weapons other than swords, as they might kill people too quickly, and so took out a normal wooden staff from his inventory and practiced for the rest of the day. On the dawn of the next day, Izuku followed his morning routine of waking up early to do his daily quest, and then proceeded toward school. Meanwhile, at the school gate, a crowd of news reporters are gathered, stopping everyone to ask some questions before they go in. What does the symbol of peace all might look when teaching class? A female reporter asked Uraraka. How he looks? Well, super muscly, I guess. Uraraka answered quickly before heading inside. A while later, Ida showed up to enter, as he was also stopped by the reporters. Please tell us how All Might is as a teacher, the female reporter asked. Seeing All Might teach us just reminds me of how I'm enrolled in such an esteemed institution, blah blah blah. Ida went on a long rant about the school while doing his signature hand gestures. Later was Bakugu, who just told him to shut up and went. After him, many others were also stopped and asked a few questions. Last to walk towards the gate was Izuku. He was silently walking and minding his business as he didn't care enough about the media. But his path was soon blocked by the bunch of reporters who said that he should answer their question before he leaves. This annoyed him slightly, but something else had piqued his interest. Two very strong auras had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and were somewhere far behind him. But he didn't think too much about them, thinking someone might just be using their quirk. Look, kid, we've been talking to you for quite a while now, and you're just ignoring us. Just answer the question, damn it. One of the reporters said. At the comment, Izuku pulled himself back together and looked at them. Now he was too annoyed by them to want to play nice. Out of the way, he said calmly. The reporters were a little confused. I said get out of the way, he said, still calm and showing them a smile. Hey, this is the second one we have seen that's like this. Is this how you treat your elders? Shame on you, kid. All we said was to answer a simple question. One of the angry reporters said that. Well, I warned you, Izuku said as he activated his skill Bloodlust on all of them. Almost as if a shock ran through them, each of the reporters had collapsed on the floor, still conscious though. Then Izuku just jumped over them all to enter the building. That's it. I'm going and getting myself the answers. One of the angered female reporters said as she began walking towards the gate, only for it to be immediately locked down as soon as she tried to enter it. The walls were huge and incredibly strong, so it was impossible for weak people to pass through easily. Meanwhile, back in an alley in front of the school gate, two people were seen chatting. You saw that, right? A hooded youth said. Yes, I did. What do you think about it? Someone in formal clothes said. By the time Izuku entered the class, everyone else had already arrived, except Aizawa-sensei. On entering the class, a certain redhead saw him. Look, guys, it's Midoriya, Kirishima said. This caused everyone's attention to shift towards Midoriya. Many of the students got off from their seats to go and greet him, Those were Azui, Kirishima, Mina, Mineta, Sato, and Aoyama. Dude, that was so cool what happened yesterday. You're super strong and manly. I'm Ijiro Kirishima, by the way. Kirishima said enthusiastically. I'm Rikito Sato, and I agree with him too. Sato joined in. I'm Mina Ishido, and I just want to say that double kick you used on Sato and Kirishima was awesome. Mina said while bouncing around. My name is Tsu Azui, but you can call me Tsu Ribbit. You know, you were a little scary, but it's okay because nobody was seriously hurt. Azui said nonchalantly. And I'm Minoru Mineta. Mineta said, jumping in front of everyone. Some other students also had their attention on Izuku for various reasons, but didn't approach him. Soon the time for the homeroom classes began. Aizawa entered the class and glanced to check if everyone was there. Afterwards, he had something to say to everyone present. I saw the recordings of yesterday's combat training. Most of you did good, considering you're still new to it. Here's some pointers for some of you. Bakugu, you focus too much on rushing straight into a fight. You should try to come up with a strategy that helps you be in the benefit if you ever face someone stronger. The opposite goes for you, Yaoyorozu. It's great that you can come up with many different strategies, but don't rely too heavily on them. Try to find a balance. And Midoriya, it's a great thing that your quirk is strong, but don't ever underestimate your opponents. You never know when they can come up with something to counter you. After addressing those three, he passed on a sheet to each student detailing about the things they are weak at and how they should try to improve them. He also had briefly looked at Todoroki for a second, but said nothing. Now that that's out of the way, you people have another hurdle in front of you. Aizawa said. This caused a little fear to build up among the students. It's time to decide who's going to be your class representative. Isawa said with a bored expression, ready to go to sleep. Don't scare us like that. Were the words in some people's mind, but nobody said it. All right, then who wants to be the class rep? Isawa asked the bunch. Instantly, almost all of the students started raising their hand and said that they want to be it. The three exceptions were Bakugo, Midoriya, and Todoroki, who didn't raise their hand or want to be it, each having their different reasons. While people were arguing, Ida rose from his seat and came with the proposition of voting for the class rep. I don't care what you do, but by the end of the free PRD, you must have a class rep and vice class rep. Now don't bother me, I'm going to sleep, was Aizawa's reply. Already suited up in his caterpillar sweater, he sat down and went to sleep. Is this guy for real was all that ran through Izuku's head as he saw this scene in front of him. Soon everyone got a piece of paper on which they were to write their votes. Izuku thought about who should be the class representatives, and two images popped in his head. One was Ida, while the other was Yaoyorozu. Upon some pondering, he came to the decision of voting for Ida. He wrote it on the paper, put it in the box, and put his head down on the desk and closed his eyes to get some rest. Not because he was tired, but bored. A while later, after counting the votes, the class representatives were counted and the results were announced, being 3 for Tenya Ida, 2 for Yaoyorozu, and the remaining getting 1 votes, who voted for themselves. Nobody had any problem with the results of the voting, and so they finalized it. Okay then, the class representative of your class is Tenya Ida, and the vice class representative is Momo Yaoyorozu. All right then, after the break, get into your sports costumes and head for the gym Gamma, if I believe it's your hero training class there today. Aizawa said as he dispersed the class and left after hearing the bell. It was the time of lunch break. Izuku was about to go off alone when he was approached by Ida and Uraraka, who invited him for eating together, so he agreed and went to eat with them. While eating, though, he was pretty silent. Not because he didn't want to talk. He just preferred being silent. This didn't slip by unnoticed by the two, and they started a conversation. You aren't much of a talking person. Are you, Midoriya? Uraraka began. Well, I don't know what to say. I have always been like this. Izuku replied normally. It doesn't matter. You still were able to look underneath the layer of the entrance examination with the 0-pointer. That's why I voted for you. Shame you didn't win, though. So who did you vote for then? Ida asked. I told you already, I just did what I thought I should do, and I voted for you, in fact, Ida, because I think you would be a better person for this position. Izuku answered back, while eating his lunch. That, obviously, was a lie. He did it because he didn't want the burden of class rep, and Ida was the next best person for it. You too, Midori-kun? I also voted for him. But my reason was that he just looked like the class monitor type. Uraraka said while smiling. While they were talking, suddenly, the school alarm went off. This was the alarm built to ring when someone broke into the school. This caused the students to panic, and almost everyone began to get up and rush out. What's happening? Someone broke in. Ida asked, confused. Don't know, but first we should make sure everyone is escorted out. Ida, you try to evacuate the students. I'll go ask Aizawa-sensei. Izuku quickly came up with an idea and rushed off in the opposite direction of the crowd. Got it, but be careful. Ida replied as he and Uraraka went the other way. As soon as he had reached a safe space and confirmed that there were nobody around, he closed his eyes and tried to use his sense and figure out where the person might be. Due to the huge amount of people here, it would be hard, so he decided to narrow the places down. He first sensed around the main gate. There were many people gathered at the gate. He felt the presence of Mr. Aizawa and Present Mike there. There were also many weak presents there which were similar to those of the reporters he met earlier. This confused him a little. Was it because of them that the alarm was tripped? But then how did they enter the gate? So he tried to sense around the main gate, and sure enough, there was something that stood out like a sore thumb. It was very faint, but he could feel someone's quirk aura lingering there, as if it was making a line in some direction smoke. Thus Izuku tried to sense where the trail was going, and soon enough, he felt two auras there. Izuku felt the same power as he did earlier today. It was someplace far from the main school, but luckily still within his range of sensing. Thus he started to get towards that place. Now, let's see who you are, Mr. Breaking and Entering. Third-person perspective. As soon as he had discovered the location, Izuku planned to go there and catch the person. From his location, a normal person would need at least 10-15 minutes to reach his location. That was if he would be in an extremely fast vehicle, but not for him. Izuku looked around the room and once again checked if there was anyone nearby and confirmed that no body was there. He instantly activated two of his skills that he had probably used the most, Quicksilver and Stealth, making him invisible and slowing down everything around him. Getting out of the class, he saw that people were still filled around the exit and the stairs leading downstairs, making it impossible to go through without moving them aside by force. Damn it, these people, there isn't any way out without pushing them out of the way and alerting them, Izuku thought while looking at the crowd. Or I could find a different way out. He thought as he looked at the window. I'm crazy probably. This is the 4th floor. We'll see what happens later. He began walking towards the window, checked if anyone was looking at the window, then opened it. When he looked out, the building looked tall, which it totally was. He thought about whether or not the fall would hurt, took a few steps back, then jumped out of the window after rushing towards it. This was a bad idea, is what was going through his head. When he landed on the ground, he had face planted right into the ground. He was surprised he wasn't hurt anywhere, as this might not be considered as physical damage, but decided to proceed further. I'm an idiot. Now I should quickly move to where that aura was, he thought, laughing internally. As soon as he locked on again onto the aura, he noticed something. The aura was at the same place, but gradually getting weaker. SHD. This isn't a time for jokes. He got serious and instantly started rushing towards the location. By the time he reached the place, he felt the aura was close to nothing. The place he had reached was some sort of giant dome building. He felt the auras of the people being inside of the building and thus opened the door, but at this point it was useless. One of the two auras had completely disappeared. He only saw a small fist-sized cloud of purple smoke in front of him, which was shrinking very quickly in front of him. He tried to run quickly ahead and catch whatever it was, but he only phased through it. In the next second, the aura of the other person also vanished with the smoke cloud. Someone was here. I was just a little late, but don't worry whoever you are, Mr. Breaking and Entering. I have memorized both of your auras. If we meet ever again, then I'll know who you were, he said as he looked around. The thing was huge from the inside. There were also 3 more smaller domes present inside of it. The structures inside resembled many various locations. One was like a destroyed city, one was like some mountain area, one was a lake area, and others. Thinking of not staying there for too long, he decided to go out and report back to Aizawa or All Might about what he found. So he began running back while still keeping the skills activated. By the time he reached the main gate, the reporters had already been sent out and nobody was outside. He quietly looked around for an empty hiding spot and went there to deactivate his skills. After getting out of place, he checked the time and came to know that the lunch break was just about to end. He decided to tell them about this later and headed to the changing rooms with his gym costume before he headed to the gym gamma. After reaching there with the rest of the class, he saw that there wasn't one, but two teachers there this time. One of them was easily recognizable as All Might due to his body structure. The second one, there was Ectoplasm Sensei. All right, kids, you might be wondering what you're going to do today. Well, today isn't going to be something huge, that's why we are here. All Might started saying, the next big thing you'll be doing is going to be next week. Till then, we're here to help you prepare your body and help you in different ways. I'm the assistant for these physical improvement exercises. Ectoplasm said, so listen, kids, you all have 3 hours every day of you hero training practicals. Every so often we'll have you take on something big, like how yesterday it was heroes versus villains battle training. For the rest of the days, you are to come here to improve various aspects of your quirk and body. All Might said as he took out a piece of paper and started reading. Of the 3 hours you have, we have assigned 30 minutes to physical exercises like simple push-ups, sit-up, and many others to help you get your body in shape. Then 30 minutes for the obstacle course, made by Cementas, that will help improve your movement. He would be here in a few minutes. After the obstacle course, you have 1 hour of combat training and the last 1 hour to work on your personal improvement regarding your quirks. All Might concluded. As soon as he concluded, All Might started saying the exercise routine for everyone. It was pretty simple, probably just to help everyone warm up. It contained all the basic exercises like pull-ups, crunches, curl-ups, stretching, push-ups, jogging around the gym, and squats. Some of the students were a little reluctant to do all this. Nonetheless, many quickly got why this was necessary training. So we were supposed to do all this every day. Zero asked worriedly. Makes sense, heroes risk their lives every day, fighting against both villains and monsters. Thus they need to be in their best form. Suyu said, yeah, and they're also helping us find new ways to use our quirk. It can be very beneficial. Momo said, yeah, let's do it, Midoriya, Ida. Let's do our best. Ochako said to Midoriya and Ida, Oi, Midoriya, I have an idea for a fun manly game. Let's see who can complete the exercise routine the quickest. How about it? The same is offered to you too, Bakugu. I know you like a challenge. Kirishima popped out from the crowd to ask him that. Oh, you're on shitty hair. I'm gonna beat you so bad you won't ever challenge me again. You too, Midoriya, I want a rematch. You're just one more person who I want to surpass in this world. Get it, so don't hold back. Bakuga challenged Izuku too. Oh well, fine then, Kakin and Kirishima-kun. Izuku replied to them. If you're doing a challenge, then don't leave us out, guys. Kaminari said, and the rest of the guys agreed. Boys will be boys. Always so competitive. Jairus said with a sigh. How about we also join them? It looks fun. Hagakure asked while jumping around. I think we should look at this as a self-impro. Before Momo could finish, Mina excitedly stood up and went towards Hagakure. Together, they went to the boys. Oh boys, we all would also like to be in the challenge. Mina and Hagakure said. Don't sweat it, Yamamo. Ochako said, giving her a warm smile. Yeah, ribbit. Think of this as a team-building exercise. Suyu said, we're still here, guys. All Might and Ectoplasm said, as if they were dead inside. Time skip brought by Chibi Izuku and the class doing the exercises, until reaching to the curl-ups. When Isizuku started doing the curl-ups, he suddenly heard a familiar tune. Ping ping each time he was doing a curl-up. He was hearing the same tune as he does every time he is doing his daily quests. So he immediately went to the daily quest tracker. Curl-ups, 102 out of 100 push-ups, 100 out of 100 squats, 100 out of 100 running, 10 kilometers per 10 kilometers. The counter on the curl-ups had gone up by 2. He thought for a second, did this mean that there was some sort of secret quest of the system? Interesting, let's see how far can this counter go. Izuku thought as he looked at the counter. First-person perspective. Interesting, let's see how far this counter can go. I thought as I began continuing my curl-ups. While many of my classmates were doing it without any problems, there were a few who were not used to all this training and were still trying their all. It was clearly visible from having a single look. I continued my training till I heard the notifications from the system stop. I opened the quest box to see where it stopped. The counter had stopped after reaching 200 curl-ups. So the counter stops at 200. I'll have to be quick in the other exercises. I think it'll be 200 for the other exercises too. As I was busy in my thoughts, I didn't notice that All Might had given the command to start the next exercise. Bonk, I instantly felt a sharp chop from All Might hit me in the head. Stop spacing out, young Midoriya. I already gave the command for the next set of exercise. All Might said. His chop didn't hurt much, but I could still feel his strength. I'm sorry, All Might. I was just thinking about something. Won't happen again, I said, showing an embarrassed smile. No worries, young man. Just see to it that you pay attention to class. As he finished saying that, he caught Mineta and Kaminari slacking off and rushed to DSBLN them. I then continued the exercise quickly so as to finish this secret quest. Time skip brought by Chibi Class 1A doing their exercise. Third-person perspective. After the exercises were finished, most of the class was out of breath. Some were more tired than the other, and some were less tired. Izuku had accumulated the total fatigue of only 10, thus wasn't as tired as the others. He had to improve his stamina, but it was more than the rest of the class. Now the only thing left for Izuku to do for the secret quest was running. Rest of the parameters had stopped after reaching 200. Breathe, gotta say, this is all really tiring, and we have to do it almost every day. Kaminari said, while sweating. Well, what do you expect, low-budget Pikachu? We're in the hero course. We have to be able to show our top performance regularly. Bakugu replied with a snap. I know, right? We have to be super manly and improve ourselves. Kirishima joined in. But I guess you're not tired at all. Am I right, Midoriya? You're barely sweating, Ida said as he adjusted his glasses. Not really. All this is just a little more than my regular exercise. Izuku replied. Before long, their short break had ended, and next was an obstacle course for each of the students to go through one by one. It tested almost each parameter of the student's mobility. How good the student was in path with multiple turns. How good the student was at climbing. How fast the student was. The course tested all of it. Lastly came the time for personal training with Ectoplasm Sensei, where each student was encouraged to improve the stuff they were both weak and strong against. Terrain movement, analysis of the surrounding, and many different basics were started for various students. Before anyone knew, time went by quickly and their exercise had come to a close. As for the matter of the secret quest, Izuku had completed the requirements of each task. Each of them had stopped at double the original amount. Curl-ups, 200 out of 100 push-ups, 200 out of 100 squats, 200/100 running, 20 kilometers per 10 kilometers. After each of the tasks had reached double the original goal, they stopped going any further. This gave Izuku the signal that the task was completed. When all 4 tasks were completed, Izuku had received a message from the system regarding the secret quest. You have completed a secret quest. Your rewards have arrived. Will you accept? Yes. No. Even though Izuku received this message, he didn't answer the message as he was still in class. He wanted to be alone when he got the rewards. After the final exercises had been finished, everyone in the class proceeded to head to the changing room to get in their uniform after take a shower, which surprisingly were exactly neighboring each other. You know, I was thinking since we're friends, we should go to everyone's houses one by one so that we can enjoy together and get to know everyone. Rework had talked to Ida and Izuku on the way to them. Your idea is a great way for us all to bond with each other. But how we wait for the weekend for this? We still have homework from the classes to complete. Ida replied. Okay, no problem. Midoriya replied. In front of the school gate, 4 people were standing in front of the school gate discussing about what happened during the lunch break. The 4 people in question turned out to be Principal Nizu, Miss Midnight, Miss Chiyo Shizenji, recovery girl if you didn't know, and someone in a spacesuit. Looking at the front gate of the school, they were shocked at its condition. It was as if the gate had melted away. They weren't shocked because the gate was broken, but more so because the gate had 3 layers of ultra-hard alloy which seemed to have melted away completely. Not only that, but no one was aware of who did it too. Do you think one of the reporters did this? Recovery girl questioned. Perhaps not. Perhaps something evil has entered the school grounds. Perhaps someone intends to declare war on us. Who knows? But we should have caution. Mizu replied, staring at the gate. Back inside Gym Gamma, the students had finished their Hero Basics class and were in the changing room to take showers and freshen up, when something unexpected happened with Izuku. As soon as he took off his top to go and take a shower, he was stopped by some of the boys. "Whoa, dude, you're pretty jacked, aren't you? Since when have you been working out, bro?" Karishma said, as he had began changing. "He obviously works out, dude. Didn't you see his physical strength even without using his quirk?" Kaminari chimed in. "What's your quirk actually, though? I have only heard that you use fireballs during the entrance exams, so is that your quirk?" Ciro also joined in. "Well, yes, but actually no. You see, it's part of my quirk. Even I don't know all the things I can do with it, so I haven't given it a name yet." "You can say you're partially right, though," Izuku said, not wanting to tell everything about his quirk. "I really need to come up with a proper quirk name which can justify all the stuff I can do, or else people would just continue asking," he thought. Todoroki, who was just about to leave the changing room, stopped for a moment at the door after hearing this, then silently left after eyeing Izuku one last time. The boys continued chatting for a while. When Izuku was done changing and about to leave, Mineta called him suddenly. "Hey, Midoriya, look here. I just made a freaking sick discovery here," Mineta said as he gestured Izuku to come towards him. "Look behind this poster, this hole right here. I guess our seniors left a gift for us here. And you know what's on the other side, don't you? The girls' changing room," he continued. This immediately caused the heads of the various other boys of the class to perk in his direction. They were still teenage boys after all. "Cease this kind of behavior at once. You strive to be a hero, yet perform such acts of perversion. Peeping is an offensive crime. Stop that." Ida immediately began lecturing Mineta, but he was cut off by Mineta just as quickly. "Shut up, you prude. You want to know what's a crime? The condition of my little Mineta on imagining what's on the other side, if you know what I mean." Mineta yanked off the poster and quickly began to look before anyone else could say anything. "Just imagine Yairozu's big honkers, Ashido's thick butt, Hagakure's floating panties, Uraraka's appealing body, and of course, how can I forget Ajui's slender figure?" Mineta's peeping was cut short by an earphone jack coming straight through the hole in the wall, but it had stopped just barely in front of his eye, an inch away from hitting him in the eyes. Looking back, he found that Izuku had grabbed him from his collar and pulled him backwards. Jiro's earphone jacks. They have pretty high accuracy, and combined with its prowess for sneak attacks, makes it pretty strong combo, Izuku thought, looking at the earphone jack poking out of the hole. Meanwhile, on the other side, the girls thanked Jiro for what she did as they continued changing, angry at the pervert. She was standing by the wall, with one jack inserted in the wall and the other inside the hole. "Thanks a lot, Jiro," said Ajui. "He's despicable. Wait a moment. Let's quickly plug it up." Yayorozu chimed in. "I was the only one he didn't say anything about," Jiro thought. "Sorry about that, girls. I'll try to keep him in check if I'm nearby from now on," Izuku said loudly from the other side, causing a slight blush to appear on each of their faces. Later, after everyone was done, Izuku left together with Ida and Uraraka. After a while, Ida had to go the other way, which left Uraraka and Izuku with each other going along the way talking with each other. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Uraraka stopped and began rummaging through her bag. "Just a minute, Midoriya. I forgot something," she said as she continued to search through the bag. "Sure, no problem," Izuku said, stopping in his tracks, and waited for Uraraka to find whatever it was, which she found after a few moments. "Ah, there it is," she said as she took out a box from her bag, from which she took out a single hot pink colored begonia flower, which was fully bloomed. "Here, Midoriya, for you," she said as she stretched her arm towards Izuku to give him the flower. "This is for helping me that day during the entrance exam. You know, if it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have made it. Think of this as thanks," she said as she showed a genuine smile. Izuku, however, was caught by surprise because of this. He hadn't expected anything in return of helping her, but the scene in front of him caused him to be dumbfounded. He still reached out and took the flower Uraraka was giving him. You know, I heard hot pink flowers symbolize gratitude and appreciation. But it's not only that. I hope we become good friends going forward. And if you ever need my help, please let me know. Uraraka spoke as she joined her hands together while, thanks, I hope so too, he said as both of them went in separate ways to each of their homes. After reaching home, Izuku was finally free for the day when he remembered the rewards for the special quest he had completed and thus proceeded to open the reward screen for that quest. Now then, let's see what I got, Izuku said as he opened the screen with anticipation. Asterisk quest following rewards from the secret daily quest. You can accept rewards individually or all together. Equals status recovery equals all stats plus 3 equals cursed random box. Or blessed random box. Upon seeing the rewards, Izuku was too shocked to speak for a moment. These rewards were of much higher value than the regular rewards. With this, he gets a total of 18 stat points, even if he doesn't get to allocate them freely. That alone is more than enough to make the secret quest worth it. What intrigued Izuku more, however, was the fact that this time he had a choice while selecting his rewards. Blessed and cursed random boxes. Now what exactly makes you different from regular ones? Let's see, Izuku said as he observed the screen to make his decision. What intrigued Izuku more, however, was the fact that this time he had a choice while selecting his rewards. Blessed and cursed random boxes. Now what exactly makes you different from regular ones? Let's see, Izuku said as he observed the screen to make his decision. First-person perspective, blessed or cursed. I have only one option from both of them. So before I choose any, I should know what's the difference, I said as I started looking at the description of both of the boxes one by one. Item, blessed random box item class. S. Item type, random box. A special type of random box of the highest rarity. It gives you something that you would truly longing. Item, cursed random box item class. S. Item type, random box. A special type of random box of the highest rarity. It gives you something that you would truly need. Something I would truly longing, or something that I would truly need. It's a pretty tough choice, honestly. If going by what the description says, the safest choice is to choose the blessed random box. However, I don't know if how it will give me the thing I'm longing. It could work in the opposite way and give me what I want, but in turn harm something else. On the other hand, cursed random box will give me what I need. What if it gives a useless item which I'll need but can easily obtain in some other way? Murmur, murmur, murmur. But what if murmur, murmur, murmur? And if so, then murmur, murmur, murmur. I began saying as I went on my usual nerdy ramblings. Then all of a sudden one thought clicked to me, Mom. I said to myself. My main reason for becoming a hero is to make sure I have enough money to treat my mom and make sure she recovers. But till now, there haven't been a single case of anyone recovering from eternal sleep. What if I truly longing something to cure my mother? Will the blessed random box give it to me? I continued, still unsure of myself. I have no way to know other than try it, I guess. I think to myself as I select the blessed random box and accept it together with the other rewards. All stats have been increased by 3. You have received blessed random box. Status recovery accepted. Your HP, MP, and fatigue is restored to normal. As soon as those messages popped up from the system, I looked through my inventory and took out the blessed random box from it. The chance for me to make sure my mom recovers from this cursed illness. All I need to do now is think clearly about wanting to heal Mom hesitantly. I open the box with closed eyes and hope with all my heart that I'm correct in my assumption. The box began to glow as I opened it, different from the rest of the random boxes, and as I checked what was in the box, the feelings I had were a mix of confusion and sadness. What came out from the box wasn't anything that can cure Mom of her illness, but something completely different. It was a key, but not just any key, the key of an S-ranked dungeon. Why did the box give me the key of a dungeon, and an S-ranked dungeon in fact? The description said the box will give me something I longing and I desired to cure Mom, yet it gave me this key. Perhaps there's a reason for it. The system hasn't been wrong till now, so my only option will be to trust in the system and go to that dungeon. Other than that, there's nothing I can do about it. I thought as looked at the description of the key. Item, Demon Castle Key Item Class. S. Item Type Key. The key to the Demon Castle dungeon. Can be used to enter the dungeon from the entrance of Tokyo Tower. Third-person perspective. This key, the location of this dungeon, is in Tokyo. That's pretty far from here. Would take a day to come and go normally. Not to mention, I'll have to come up with some sort of excuse for me being missing for the time I am in that dungeon. I'll probably try this sometime later when I have the spare time. Izuku was talking to himself on his bed when he heard a knock on the door of his room. "Nissan, are you busy?" Izumi's voice spoke from the other side. "No, it's okay, you can come in," Irika said as he put the dungeon key back into his inventory, and Izumi entered his room. She was dressed up as if she was going out somewhere. "Nissan, did you know? The Maricane's performance agency is holding a concert in the city because of their new branch building being built here." Izumi asked, "I didn't know about it, but I believe that has something to do with how you're dressed at the moment." Izuku asked suspiciously. You see, I just thought of trying this lottery that was in the shopping area yesterday when I was with my friends, and would you believe it, I won. And what I won were 3 tickets to the concert of today." Izumi replied with a smirk on her face. "That's fine, but how are you planning to go there? It's late already, and it'll be even late by the time it ends." Izuku asked. "Don't worry about that. Saki's mom said she'll drop us and pick us up. I'm going with her and Mizuko." Just as she was finished saying this, she got a call on her phone, which she turned around to answer. "Yes, Mizuko, what happened? Are you guys here?" She asked. "Wait, why?" "But Ak." "Fine. It's okay. Don't worry about it." "Okay, well, take care. Bye." After her call finished, she immediately called someone else. "Hey, Saki, listen, Mizuko isn't coming. She told me she had somewhere else she had to go. Do you have anyone else you want to invite?" "Well, I don't think anyone else will be ready at the moment." "Okay, then I'll try asking him. See you in a few minutes." Just as the second call had finished, she turned around to face her brother. "Nissan, you're free, right? Then do you want to come with us to the concert?" Izumi asked his brother. Third-person perspective. We see that Izuku and Izumi both are waiting outside of their homes after changing in a clothes fit for attending a concert and waiting for Izumi's friend to arrive. "Do remind me why I let you bring me along? I'm not even interested in concerts," Izuku says with a sigh. "Oh, shut up and don't be so negative. You never go out at all. This'll be fun. You don't have to be so serious all the time," Izumi replied in a snap. Earlier, when she had asked Izuku to come to the concert with her and he refused, she had gotten pretty angry at him and said that even she won't go if Izuku refused, which is what forced Izuku to go along with them. In a few minutes, came along Saki's car. Her father was the one driving it. At first he was concerned seeing a boy along with them, but that concern faded away when he came to know that Izuku was Izumi's brother. And so they began heading towards the concert, Izuku sitting silently in the front, beside Saki's father, while Izumi and Saki were in the back seat, talking and gossiping the whole way. Somewhere in the city where the concert was being held, inside of a cold, dark warehouse, we see a person with his clothes cut around his forearm to reveal 2 blades of flesh coming out of the forearm, with arms locked up and sitting on a chair with his mouth and eyes covered, making him unable to see or speak anything. Suddenly a figure approached and entered the warehouse in the darker side, who looked like a man in his mid to late 30s of modern height, wearing a business suit and holding a suitcase in his hand. Well, now whatever shall we do with you? Well, now whatever shall we do with you? Your dosage has finally arrived," the person who entered said as he kept his suitcase on a table and opened it as he started laughing like a maniac. This version of the trigger is still in the testing phase, so it might not work properly, but that's why we're testing it out on you. Thank you for willingly offering yourself for testing. As the person said this and loaded up the syringa into a machine connected to the other man's arm who was shaking and trying to speak, but he wasn't able to say anything because of his mouth being muffled. Now, no need to worry. You won't even notice what happens, and so I'll be going now. I definitely don't want to be anywhere close to you when it takes effect. I'll check on you later," the person said as the syringe was loaded up. He then took a remote with a button on it and exited the building. After a while, he hit the button on the remote, and the syringe started pouring the fluid into the man's body. Wrestling and thrashing to free himself, the man's body eventually stopped moving after all of the fluid was inserted in him. In a few seconds, his body started to twist and bend as it started to transform. Arms growing longer, a few more legs popping out of his body, and the blades of flesh getting joined to his hands. Eventually, he resembled a giant praying mantis, almost as if he was a monster coming out of the gates. The man had lost all of his precious human cognition, which was now replaced with pure animalistic instinct to hunt and eat. This new form of the person was closely similar to a giant, muscly, 8 feet tall praying mantis. The previous bindings attached to the guy had been too small to accommodate this new form of him and broke, leaving the guy free to do whatever it pleased. Back to Izuku standing in the concert with Izumi and her friend. As he was standing there in the concert, all bored and wondering why he ever agreed to come with his sister, when he saw how his sister was enjoying it and he was happy with that. All of a sudden his eyes went wide, goosebumps all over his body as he suddenly started a strange yet strong power emerge from somewhere a few blocks away from him. The only thing that bothered him more was that the power level was still going on increasing and not stopping. After a while, when it stopped increasing, Izuku could tell that the power level was pretty high for appearing so suddenly. Too much to leave alone, Izuku was sure he needed to check it out. "Hey, listen, Izumi, I'll have to go. Something important has come up. Stay with your friend. Call me if you need something from me," Izuku said to Izumi, who was going to stop him, but saw the tension on her brother's face and did not question him and just agreed. As soon as he got out, he began rushing toward the location where he caught the trace of this power surge. On his way, he remembered his need to hide his identity. Luckily, there was a medical store nearby, from where he bought a face mask to cover in half of his face and wore his hoodie up to hide himself. These are the clothes Izuku had worn here, and plus he wore a face mask with hoodie up to hide himself. These are the clothes Izuku had worn here, and plus he wore a face mask with hoodie up to hide himself. This is not showing his build, just the clothes he was wearing. As soon as he bought a mask to hide his face, he began heading on towards the location. He sensed the increase in power. Somewhere on some rooftop of a building in the same city. We see a figure on top of the building, looking at a radio in his hand, wearing all black with a white scarf and long and flowy black hair. All of a sudden, his radio, which was tuned into the local police radio frequency, started buzzing and a voice of another person spoke. Requesting all personnel in the city for backup. There is a breach in the city. I repeat, there is a breach in the city. Some monster from a gate has somehow appeared in the middle of the city and is on a rampage. Requesting hero and police backup. The voice in the radio spoke. Upon hearing this, the man, who was crouching down, stood up and sighed. "So I guess my night duty isn't over yet," said the man in all black as he jumped down and began heading on towards the location. Thank you for joining us on this journey through What If Deku Got Solo Leveling System. We hope you found it as captivating as we did. A big thank you to Excalibur717 for creating such an engaging story. Don't forget to visit their profile on Wattpad for more fantastic works. The link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Zenin Fanfics for more intriguing explorations into fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions in the comment section. See you soon in the next video.